Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Kang Rayan had been planning on immediately refusing director Yoon's proposal, since it was a waste of time to star in one of his works before he became a household name. However, she could not conceal her perplexity as soon as she saw what the movie was about. Had director Yoon also made something like this? Barely anyone knew about director Yoon's works from before he rose to stardom, other than the small number of director Yoon fanatics who actively searched for copies of his old works. Hence, Rayan had never thought director Yoon to have gone for a gender-bender trope for his next movie. Hearing Rayan's silence, Chi Fyung continued as if he had expected it. The genre is a bit manic, right? It certainly wasn't orthodox, but Rayan was silent not because it lacked mainstream qualities, but because it was the exact same situation she was in right now. Could it be he knows that I'd returned to the past as a high school girl? She felt like she was being called out. Chi Fyung, you're saying director Yoon's next production is about a change in gender, right? She asked. Yeah, that's right. Is it from a man to a woman? Or the other way around? It was possible that she was not the protagonist, but Chi Fyung's answer only made it official. I heard it was from a man to a woman. I don't remember if the man was set to be in his 30s or 40s, but it's basically a middle-aged man returning to the past as a university girl. The movie would have perfectly matched Rayan's situation if the male protagonist became a high school girl instead. Then was I offered the protagonist role? Yup. The more she heard, the stranger she felt. She unconsciously pressed on her temple from the inexplicable emotions she was feeling. Chi Fyung spoke first after hearing Rayan sigh. Should I politely refuse if you don't want to do it? It was significantly difficult for a woman to act like a man due to the massive barrier that was gender. There were things that only men could understand, and the same went for women. No matter how skilled an actor was, it was by no means a simple feat to perfectly comprehend such things and to incorporate them into one's performance. There were quite a few actresses who had refused director Yoon's proposal because there was no guarantee that the movie would be a hit, no matter how passionately they acted. Chi Fyung also expected Rayan to refuse, but was completely taken aback by Rayan's answer. For now, please have them send the script over. I'll decide after I give it a read. Really? Yes. Rayan was not saying she would take on the role, she had just felt a strange sense of resonance with the character who had been put in almost the same predicament as her. Hence, she wanted to check for herself the synopsis and how it would end. After arriving at the GNF building, Rayan walked with Shin Yubin to where Chi Fyung was waiting for her. Chi Fyung handed her the script as soon as she arrived. Here's the script that you wanted to see so much, he said. It's thicker than I expected. It wasn't because of the number of lines, but director Yoon's tendency. He was famous for demanding very detailed performances from his actors, so there were many texts regarding stage direction. This was why actors felt twice as exhausted working in director Yoon's productions than any other. If he was not satisfied by the performance, he would keep filming until he was. It was because of his fine attention to detail that his production quality was so high. The only problem is that they lack commercial value. Rayan was rather surprised that TP Entertainment had decided to invest in director Yoon's next work. Park Hee-woo was a very calculative woman, but she had invested in director Yoon, who was currently risky to invest in. Did she see elements of success in the script? Rayan still had no idea. Just in case, she asked Chi Fyung before opening the script, am I allowed to read this right now? Yeah, I gave it to you for that exact reason. Oh, and director Yoon will be visiting the agency at around 5 p.m. Take a look through the script for now and ask the director when he gets here if you have any questions. Okay. The title was still undecided. Unlike usual, Rayan read through each page of the script in detail. She usually schemed through scripts to the point that one would be skeptical whether or not she had actually taken a good look at the synopsis. I already knew the contents for those ones. Not only had she known how the work would progress, but she had even known the ending and how many people would come to watch it in cinemas. Hence, she had no reason to read through the script in detail. However, that was not the case for director Yoon's gender-bender film. Not only did Rayan not know its contents, but she was getting immersed in the script before she knew it from how similar it was to what she had gone through. She was resonating more and more with the protagonist as she got further into the script. Yeah, this is exactly how I felt when I first wore a skirt. She even laughed at some parts. This was the first time Chi Fyung and Yubin had seen Rayan so immersed in a script. She felt completely unfamiliar to them. Her intensive reading came to an end at last after flipping through the final page. She sighed after closing the script. Chi Fyung, who had stayed completely silent to allow Rayan to focus, opened his mouth. So, what did you think after giving it a read? Rayan answered concisely as she stared at the thick script. It was interesting. Rayan did not want to admit it, but she honestly found it to be enjoyable. However, it could simply be because she resonated so much with the character that was put in the same situation as herself. The film might have been a flop in her past life, but I'm getting drawn to it. She couldn't get director Yoon's synopsis out of her mind. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Chi Fyung then asked a different question. Then are you going to accept the casting offer? I'll decide after I speak directly with director Yoon. There was one mystery that hadn't been solved yet. If director Yoon could give an answer that could satisfy Rayan, then she was planning on starring in the film. Chi Fyung and Yubin couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Raeun's unexpectedly positive response. Knock, knock. As they were about to ask what she liked so much about it, a knock on the door caught their attention. Chi Fyung, Director Yoon is here. Director Yoon followed the employee into the meeting room and introduced himself to Chi Fyung, Yubin, and his main objective for today, Raeun. Hello, my name is Yoon Tae-yoon. I'd wanted to come a little earlier, but traffic caught me. I'm sorry. It's no problem. You're right on the scheduled time. Please, have a seat, Chi Fyung replied. The script caught Director Yoon's attention as he took a seat as Chi Fyung advised. Oh, it looks like you've been going through my script. Raeun answered. Yes. I just finished reading it. What did you think? I can't deny that I'm a little worried, considering the unique trope. Even Director Yoon himself knew that his preferences were far from the norm. Raeun decided to give the worrying director her honest opinion. I enjoyed it. And most of all, the script was extremely detailed. A few actors I've worked with didn't really like the huge amount of detail. What do you think about it? If you don't like it, then I'll try to reduce it as much as I can. Director Yoon was known to be very stubborn. He was the kind of person who tried to get his way as much as possible, but he was trying to match Raeun's preferences instead. Raeun did not let that slip past her. She then asked to feel him out. Can I take that as you wanting to cast me in this movie no matter what? Director Yoon took bait that she lightly cast all too easily. Yes, because this movie can only be smoothly produced if you take on the protagonist role. Pardon. This was the first time Raeun was hearing of something like this. Could you explain in more detail? Chi Fyung and Yubin also showed great interest in Director Yoon's response. The director felt cornered at first, but he decided to just tell Raeun the behind-the-scenes story of the casting offer. The truth is, Vice President Park Hee-woo set her heart on you for the movie's protagonist role. Raeun had never expected Hee-woo to be brought up here. According to Director Yoon's explanation, Vice President Park, after hearing the entire synopsis, had strongly suggested for Raeun to be cast as the protagonist. That was why Hee-woo was trying to get Raeun and Director Yoon acquainted with each other during the Drama Awards after party. Did she say that it couldn't be anyone else but me? Raeun was asking if the production would go completely down the drain if she refused the casting offer. However, Director Yoon shook his head. No, the production will continue with a different actress. But she did say that she would increase the amount of support that she would provide us if we successfully cast you as the protagonist. Hee-woo had said that not only would she increase her investment, but would also provide various filming equipment, personnel, and other diverse benefits. Raeun had finally realized why Hee-woo decided to invest in Director Yoon's movie. It's because of me. Hee-woo was sure that Director Yoon's gender bender film would succeed if Raeun starred in it, so she had devised a plan for it to happen. That's Nuna for you. I have to admit, she has an eye for stuff like this. The problem was with her personality. Now that Hee-woo had set the stage, all Raeun needed to do was to make a massive hit out of it. The time had come for Raeun to make her decision. She answered, okay, I'll do it. There was still a long way until Director Yoon Tae-yoon would make a name for himself, but Kang Raeun decided to take a gamble on this production. Not only did the gender bender genre intrigue her, there was also something else she was aiming for. And this might be extremely difficult for you, but, Director Yoon said. He was asking for her understanding before the filming started. You're going to have to act like a man in front of the camera. I know, this is rude to ask from a lady, but I'd still like to ask regardless. Director Yoon thought that it would be hard for Raeun to do such a thing, since it was obvious for anyone to see that Raeun was a woman. Don't worry, I understand, Raeun answered. Contrary to the director's worry, she was smiling. The director was telling her that it was fine for her to act like a man. No, he was practically begging her to act like one. That was exactly what Raeun wanted to hear. Because I've been a man most of my life, director. Not even Director Yoon could possibly know that Raeun was a professional gender bender actress. Today was Kang Rae-hyuk's moving day. Raeun and Yiseo visited his home to check if he had moved in safely, as well as to give him a housewarming gift in addition. Since it was only 5 minutes away by car, it was no trouble to visit. Welcome, Rae-hyuk greeted. Hello, Rae-hyuk appa. Raeun and I prepared this housewarming gift for you, Yiseo greeted back. Oh, thanks. You're the best, Yiseo. Raeun narrowed her eyes. Did you even hear what Yiseo just said? She said Raeun and I dot. Did she? Raeun had to fight the momentary impulse to kick Rae-hyuk in the shin because her friend was watching them. Rae-hyuk checked what the girls had gotten for him. Aren't these tissues? He asked. Tissues were one of the top housewarming gifts that one could get for someone. Yiseo said while pointing at Raeun. Raeun said that we definitely needed to get you tissues, so we got you some high-quality ones. I certainly do need tissues, but you didn't have to buy me this much. There was a huge amount, but Raeun spoke in a tone that implied it was better that way. You're gonna need tons of tissues anyway, aren't you? You won't be bothered by anyone now that you're living alone. Yiseo tilted her head. Won't be bothered? What do you mean? Unlike Yiseo, Rae-hyuk realized exactly what his little sister was implying. What the hell are you saying in front of your friend? What? It's not like I said anything wrong. How do you know so much about men? He had felt this when living with Raeun, but he had always been fascinated by it. There was no way Raeun wouldn't know. Although she was an actress with top-tier looks and figure, she was a bona fide man on the inside. Yiseo let Haek know as they entered the living room. Raeun is actually going to be starring in a gender-bender film. Then, is she the protagonist? Yes. She's going to be playing a middle-aged man who'd entered a woman's body. Haek got some drinks from the kitchen and asked about the gender-bender film while sitting across from Raeun and Yiseo. When does the filming start? Raeun answered, the 15th of next month. The news will be out tomorrow. The movie had not been talked about among the public because its production had not been announced in a press conference. Neither Haek nor Yiseo were aware that she would be starring in a film like this until she told them herself. Yiseo looked toward Raeun. I'm sure it'll be hard for a woman to act like a man. I'm a bit worried. However, Haek thought otherwise. No, I actually think that movie was made for her. He sometimes thought his little sister felt more like a little brother to him. That was how similar to a man Raeun's actions were. She had gotten a lot more ladylike since so much time had passed since she had become a woman, but Haek could still see traces of a man in her actions. I guess I've gotta go watch it when it's released, Haek mentioned. The movie hadn't started being filmed yet, but there was no doubt in Haek's mind that there was no woman more suited to be the protagonist of a gender-bender movie than Raeun. The day of the first shoot of director Yoon's next work, One of a Kind of Girl, had arrived. Since it was the first day, a strange sense of awkwardness and anxiety filled the air of the studio. Not only was this Raeun's first movie shoot, it was as a protagonist. The air is definitely different from drama shoots. Drama and movie shoots were different just from the rhythm of shoots. Dramas were filmed each week to meet a certain quota, but movies filmed to extract the best result possible within a set duration. In the case of director Yoon, he set the filming duration much longer than other directors. That goes to show how strictly he assesses the actors' performances. The movie One of a Kind of Girl had not been foreseen to succeed, but Raeun had already confirmed that the future did not go exactly as how she expected it to. A hit could become a flop, and vice versa. Raeun was thinking of making director Yoon's new movie into a hit with her own power. Because of this, she was full of spirit despite the shoot only having begun. Raeun did not have much screen time during the initial portion of the film, because it would be focused mainly on the male form of the protagonist Min Jute. She had little scenes to shoot for today, and they were also extremely short. All she needed to do was to wake up at a hospital and be surprised that she had turned into a woman. Until her turn came up, she observed the script reading of Woo Kang-hyun, the male actor playing the male Min Jute. Team leader? Didn't I tell you that you needed to submit the report regarding the Philippines case by today? Do you seriously expect me to believe that you forgot? Woo Kang-hyun, like Yeo Song-won, was the kind of person who instilled emotion into their script reading. Lines could only be properly exchanged in such a situation if the partner also matched their level of immersion. Raeun did not rehearse her lines with anyone because she was only given solo scenes for today. After 10 minutes of script reading, everyone focused on preparing to film right away. Kang-hyun belatedly noticed Raeun looking at them from behind the camera. Huh? Is that you, Raeun? Hello, Sunbi. This is our first time meeting again since the film meeting, isn't it? It sure is. But why are you so early? Raeun's scenes were scheduled to be filmed in the late afternoon, so she was 3 hours early. Raeun smiled and responded, it's my first time in a movie shoot, so I thought I'd come early to get used to the mood here. Right. I guess drama shoots are pretty different from movie shoots. Unlike Raeun who only had drama experience, Kang-hyun mainly starred in movies. Feel free to ask me anytime if you have any questions. I'll help you to the best of my ability. Thank you, Sunbi. Kang-hyun had worked with director Yoon for almost 7 years, so Raeun would be able to see what sort of performance director Yoon expected from his actors by observing Kang-hyun's performance. Now then, I should take a seat somewhere and watch. One of the privileges of being an actor was that they could watch movie shoots from front row seats. The initial portion of One of a Kind of Girl was simple. Min Jute, a 32-year-old ordinary salaryman, drove home in a great mood after finishing his duties for the day. He then turned the car around after realizing that he forgot something at the company, but got into an accident and met his death. He then opened his eyes to see that his original body was nowhere to be seen, and had been replaced by the body of a woman who he had never seen before. Kang-hyun grabbed the steering wheel to film the car crash scene. Director Yoon concisely explained how the shoot would progress through a megaphone. We'll film you driving first, and then we'll put some special makeup on you and move on to the scene where you're passing out in the stunt car we've prepared. The staff members diligently prepared for the scenes. Raeun quickly scanned the stunt car. It could be because the production had received plenty of support, but this is pretty expensive for a stunt car. It was not a domestic, but a foreign car. The character Min Jute was set to be a car fanatic, and he especially liked foreign cars. It was not like he drove foreign cars because he had lots of money, but he was paying it fully in installments. He was set to be a character with great passion for cars. I'm not as passionate as Min Jute, but I'm a lover of cars myself. Raeun kept comparing herself with the character Min Jute, likely because he was a protagonist of a gender-bender movie. It was finally her turn after this scene. I guess I'll do some vocal warm ups first. She was already excited for the shoot. It was finally Raeun's turn. She wore a hospital gown and laid down on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. She needed to act like a man who had just become a woman. In terms of acting difficulty, it was by no means low. Before the clap of the slate, Raeun recalled the previous scenes that were filmed. Each scene had an average of 3 reattempts. Despite not calling an NG cut, director Yoon repeated the scenes over and over again, asking the actors to try one more time until he was shown a better performance. The actors who were not yet used to the director's methods showed signs of exhaustion right from the first day. In that case, how would Ra-Yeon fare? Ready, action. Ra-Yeon slowly opened her eyes. She recalled the moment when she herself first became a high school girl. What the hell? What happened to my body? N/O/vel/B//n.C//om. She touched her thin neck, plump breasts, slender waist, and lastly, her nether region. It's gone. Director Yoon was astonished as he watched Ra-Yeon's performance through the monitor. He then said to Ra-Yeon after the scene was over, "Your acting is so realistic, Ra-Yeon." He was surprised by how perfect it was. Unlike the other actors, Ra-Yeon had managed to get Director Yoon's okay in just one attempt. This was the power of experience. Ra-Yeon's performance as if she had actually been possessed by a man continued to scene #12-1, where she was on the subway. She openly lifted up her skirt in the waiting room. People that she didn't know would have rebuked her in shock if they saw her doing such a thing, but she could because she was wearing insurance known as bloomers. Ra-Yeon asked the stylist who was standing by, "We have to make it so people can't tell I'm wearing bloomers, right?" "Yes. Then I guess I should pull them up more." The bloomers were already fairly short, but Ra-Yeon's pale thighs were fully visible once she pulled them up. They were no different from panties in terms of the level of exposure, but she felt more comfortable knowing that she was at least wearing pants. She wasn't embarrassed because they weren't panties. She let her skirt down and looked at her front, side and rear views in the full-length mirror. Someone knocked on the waiting room door in the meantime. "Are you finished, Miss Kong?" "Yes. I'll be right out." Ra-Yeon headed to the filming site with the stylist. The site today was special. It was inside a subway. They had to finish their early morning shoot as soon as possible before the time for the first train to depart arrived. Ra-Yeon was as beautiful as always despite it being so early in the morning. Everything was ready as soon as she sat down on the subway seat. "Let's start right away." The extras immersed themselves into their performance as soon as the director gave the signal. Ra-Yeon yawned to act like she was tired and slowly closed her eyes. The gazes of the people in front of her holding the handrails shifted to her. The camera panned downward from Ra-Yeon's head to match the flow of their gazes. The extras expressed surprise. Gasp. Ra-Yeon's legs were slowly spreading. It had only been 5 days since the character Min Ju-tae had become a woman. Obviously, there was no way that she had made a habit yet of keeping her legs closed while sitting. Ra-Yeon's legs only spread wider as she fell deeper into her slumber. The person sitting next to her gasped in surprise and used his legs to push Ra-Yeon's together. Phew, the man sitting next to her sighed in relief. At that moment, Ra-Yeon woke up. The people gawking at her hurriedly turned their gazes elsewhere while pretending nothing happened. "When did I doze off?" she said while looking around and rubbing her eyes. People expected her to close her legs now that she was awake, but Ra-Yeon did not act according to their expectations. She kept her legs spread, testing the endurance of people around her who were desperately trying not to look. She had worn bloomers just in case because there was a possibility that her panties were visible at just the right angle. Director Yoon gave the okay as they approached the end of the scene. "Okay, that was great. Let's move on to the next scene." The makeup artists fixed Ra-Yeon's makeup and hair as soon as the scene was finished. In the meantime, Director Yoon once again gave Ra-Yeon a thumbs up. "Your performance was amazing, Ra-Yeon. I'd think you really did have the soul of a middle-aged man if I didn't know any better." He was exactly on the mark. Ra-Yeon wanted to say that he was correct, but decided to say something else instead with a smile. "Thank you very much, Director." Director Yoon couldn't be any happier with Ra-Yeon's performance that seemed like she was possessed by a man, because her performance had actually been based on her experiences. Nov.L.B//JNN. Was acting this easy? She felt like she was in her ideal element. The shoot was progressing at a much faster pace than what Director Yoon and the other production staff had expected, thanks to Ra-Yeon's dazzling performance. Hence, Ra-Yeon was able to enjoy a more leisurely time during the shoot. She had a day off yet again. It was a waste of precious time to just laze around at home, so she decided to go to her company and do some work like an actual chairwoman should. Her company had become so big in such a short period of time. However, an unforeseen problem had arisen because of it. The workplace was far too small now. As they continued to hire more employees as the amount of work grew, the workspace that had felt so spacious at first had become extremely tiny. Hence, Lavanche had to move their base of operations after only a year of having moved to where they currently were. Thankfully, they were able to quickly secure a place. Ra-Yeon had purchased a building last year, and she decided to use the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors as her company's place of business. There was only a week left until they would move to their new workplace. "Can I talk to you for a second, Chairwoman Kong?" Park Seol-hun took her to his office as soon as he saw her. Director Do Ha-young and Ma Young-jun were already inside. "What's the matter?" Ra-Yeon asked. She had to speak formally because Ha-young was also present. She thought there was some sort of issue with the company. Seol-hun explained, "It's nothing bad. It's just about the new product that we decided to push as our flagship product. We were talking about having you model for it this time as well, but what?" From what Seol-hun had said, it did not seem like a problem. She was the chairwoman of Lavanche, so she did not see what was possibly wrong with advertising her own product herself. However, Director Du provided a contrasting opinion. It's fine for you to model for the products yourself, chairwoman. But I was thinking it would be a minus for us in the long run if we continued to have just you as our model. She was not wrong. However much of a top star actress Rain was, the impact that people would feel when seeing her were bound to dull if she appeared too much. It did not seem like a bad idea to go for a different model. However, there was also a problem with that suggestion. Seo-hun took the baton back from Ha-young and articulated their concern in detail. It's fine to leave the modeling to someone else, but it would be best to leave it to someone with as much or higher brand value as you. Using a mediocre model would be too much of a drop in quality that you first set. I guess you're right, Rain strongly agreed. That's why we've been pondering over who. And even if we send them a modeling offer, there's no guarantee that they'll accept. There was a possibility that Lavanche would have to endure great losses, which was why Seo-hun hurriedly asked for Rain's thoughts. Rain got straight to the point. How about Rita Sunbi? Rita was far more popular than Rain. Not only that, having her model for Lavanche would be a massive plus to the company since she was viewed so positively by the public. However, Young-jun pointed out, that'd be great for us, but what reason does such a superstar like her have to model for our company? Even Young-jun, someone who didn't know much about the entertainment industry, could guess how low the probability was for Rita to choose Lavanche out of all the other massive conglomerates that were likely swarming her with offers. Seo-hun and Ha-young agreed with him. Only Rain thought otherwise. I can finalize a contract with her right now with just one phone call. Seo-hun looked like he didn't believe her in the slightest. You're gonna finalize a contract with not just any celebrity, but the top songstress in Korea? You're being way too unrealistic. Rain snorted. This guy thinks I'm talking out of my ass. Her personality didn't allow her to take this lying down. Give me a minute, she said as she looked through her contacts for Rita's number. You're close enough with Rita to call her? Seo-hun asked. Because Rain was in the middle of a call, Ha-young answered in her place. They're in the same agency and have worked together before. Oh, then I guess they at least exchanged numbers. They were thinking Rain and Rita were simply acquaintances who knew each other's numbers. Moments later. Hello, it's me, Sunbi. Oh my god. Rain, I can't believe you called me first. My, are pigs flying outside? I wonder. Rain decided to prove the level of her connections to Seo-hun as well as to flaunt her dignity as a chairwoman. My company is planning on releasing a new set of female sportswear, but we haven't been able to find a model for it. Then I'll do it. Rita answered instantly before Rain even had a chance to ask her if she'd do it. Without even hearing the conditions. Who cares about conditions when my precious junior is asking me for a favor? Rita's love for Rain was still going strong despite 2 years having passed. Thank you, Sunbi. I'll let our agency know in advance that my company will get in touch with them regarding the contract details. Okay. And Rain, if you have time, why don't we go get something to eat with just the two of? Beep. Rain hung up before Rita said any more, because she had a feeling that she shouldn't accept whatever Rita asked of her. She then glanced at the dumbfounded Seo-hun and expressed, that settles it, right? Please take care of drawing up the contract yourself. Oh, and don't skimp out on the conditions. It'd be rude to offer bad conditions to someone who's willing to help, don't you think? Why yeah, of course. Seo-hun always wondered what planet Rain was from whenever he saw her. He was at least certain that she wasn't an ordinary person like he was. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Despite having come to the studio early in the morning for the movie shoot, Kang Rain's face was as exuberant as it could be. Woo Kang-hyun, the actor playing the male Min Ju-tae, was fascinated as he saw her. You're so full of energy every time I see you. I wonder if it's because you're young. Aren't you still pretty young yourself, Sunbi? Even if I'm on the young side, I can't compare to a 21-year-old. Youth certainly had more merit than anything else in the world. Kang-hyun had also been acting since he was young like Rain, so he could understand her blaze of passion. Actors your age all love starring in movies and dramas. I was exactly the same, Kang-hyun mentioned. However, he was sorely mistaken. Rain was not blazing with passion because she loved starring in movies and dramas, but because she found acting like a man to her heart's content in the studio so comfortable. Even now, she was sitting cross-legged while standing by for her scene, just like when she used to be a man. The other staff members misunderstood her actions to be to immerse herself into the role even off camera, but it was nothing of the sort. A place where she could be praised for acting like a man was nothing short of heaven. I wish I could work on a gender bender production next time as well. Rain wondered why gender bender was not a mainstream trope. If it was popular, then she could have starred in a bunch of them and be comfortable in the process. It would have been 2 birds with 1 stone. She found it to be one hell of a shame. Rain had satisfied the meticulous director Yoon with single takes yet again today. The shoot finished early as usual, and she thanked the director and the other staff members for their hard work before heading out. There was one last person she needed to greet. Vice President Park Hee-woo of TP Entertainment was looking at her in satisfaction. I really enjoyed watching your performance. I knew my eyes hadn't deceived me. Once Hee-woo watched Rain acting in front of the camera, she became certain that her decision to choose Rain as the protagonist had not been wrong. I hope the movie releases soon. I'm sure it'll be a huge hit. Rayan smiled from how certain He-woo was. She focused on her smile to thoroughly hide her emotions, and also expressed that she felt the same way. I'll try my best to live up to your expectations, Vice President. You're already doing well enough. I don't usually come to the studio to watch the shoots since I might unknowingly pressure the director and the actors, but that hasn't been the case for this movie. I want to come often to watch you act from up close. I think that's how much I've taken a liking to you. He-woo expressed how much of a fan she was of Rayan while laughing. When Rayan first met He-woo, she thought that He-woo was simply giving her lip service to give a good impression. But it looks like she's being genuine. Rayan could tell whether He-woo was telling the truth or not since she used to be Rayan's older sister, and her words just now were the truth. In any case, I leave our film in your good hands, Rayan. Okay. Please don't worry, Vice President. The success of One of a Kind of Girl would not only be good for He-woo, but for Rayan's career as well. She was going to put her all into this film not for her older sister, but for herself. But before that, I have to give attention to my company too. Rita's promotion photo shoot was scheduled for next week. She decided to be at the studio as well since she was the one who recruited her. Both acting and business were things that she couldn't afford to neglect. Snap, snap. The photographer rapidly clicked the camera shutter. Rita casually posed in black leggings, white high-top sneakers, and a tracksuit top. Rayan hid her astonishment as she watched Rita in the middle of the photo shoot. That's a pro for you. She could instantly tell how much Rita was used to doing things like this just from her poses. The photographer was so impressed that nothing but praises were coming out of his mouth. Very good, Miss Rita. Please look this way. That expression just now was great. Could you do it again? Okay. Snap. Despite the photo shoot having been going on for almost 3 hours, Rita stood in front of the camera without a hint of fatigue. She then took a 10-minute break. Let's move on to the next outfit. Rayan approached Rita with a drink that she had prepared in advance as Rita got ready to change. Good work, Sunbi. Oh, did you get this for me, Rayan? Yes. I saw a cafe on the way here, so I bought something for you. You like Americanos, right? Anything that you buy for me is delicious. Thanks. Rita's love and affection toward Rayan were still going strong. She drank it through a straw while being careful not to spill it on her clothes. Rayan sat across from her and asked if she found the shoot tiring in any way. However, Rita's answer was already decided. This is nothing. You have no idea how much they slave me in music video shoots. Rita was such a veteran singer that she didn't find a simple photo shoot in any way difficult. I heard from Chief Young that you were going to pause your appearances on TV and take a break. Is that true? Rayan asked. It's more working on my new album than taking a break. Just like how Rayan continued to find work through movies or dramas, Rita continued to appear on TV through her albums. After all, she was a singer. My fans have been howling about when my next album is gonna come out. I thought I should at least release one before the end of the year, and I kinda wanna make a new song too, Rita expressed. Please let me know if you need my help with a music video shoot like last time. Oh my, can I really? Yes. But please remove scenes where we roll around in bed together like last time. Rayan had first found out about Rita's preferences at that moment. She couldn't even remember how bewildered she had been. However, she had gotten somewhat used to it that such things had become nothing but memories that they'd sometimes mention. Don't worry. I don't want my forehead to get injured anymore either, Rita replied. She was met with Rayan's forehead flick every time she approached her, and this defense system was naturally still active. However, it did not apply if Rayan herself approached Rita. Oh, come to think of it, I couldn't finish what I was going to say during our call last time. Rayan looked at Rita in anxiety from whatever she was about to say. I was asking you to have a meal with me, but you just hung up. Shouldn't you at least buy me something to eat when I'm working this hard? Rayan was lost for words in front of the grumbling Rita. She had taken the promotional shoot as hostage. Well, it's not like I didn't expect it. Rayan had no choice but to accept in such a situation. It was a fact that Rita was working hard for her. Okay, I'll treat you to something. Do you have something you'd like to eat? Rayan asked. Yup, I do. Rita even suggested a restaurant as if she knew Rayan would ask such a question. There's a Chinese restaurant called Miran Pavilion. Let's go eat there. The mother of a junior I know owns the place, so we might as well help out with their sales. If she's your junior, then is she also a singer? She was a singer, but then switched to acting. She hasn't been getting much work lately, so she's been helping out at her mother's restaurant. Really? It was obvious, but not all celebrities had great things going for them. Some even struggled financially. The junior who Rita was referring to could be one of them. Rayan couldn't refuse since Rita seemed to treasure this junior of hers. Okay, let's go together. When are you free? Rayan asked. Right after the shoot. Today. Yup. Rayan checked her wristwatch. It was currently 4:10 p.m. There's not much time left until dinner time. Don't worry, Rita said as she got up from her seat with a smile that exuded confidence. I'll be done before then. Rayan realized from Rita's confidence how she was able to rise to become a top star. Yeah, a star should at least have this level of confidence. Although Rita was obsessed with Rayan, she definitely possessed many other qualities that Rayan could learn from. Like Rita had declared, the shoot finished at 6 p.m. They went straight to Miran Pavilion without Rita even removing her makeup. Only after heading deep into an alleyway could they barely see the signboard. I don't think they'll get many customers in such a location, Raen expressed. You're right. Not many customers come here. There were barely any customers despite a celebrity working as a part-timer there. It likely was not good enough as an advertisement for the restaurant since she was likely nowhere as near as popular as Rita. A young woman greeted the two as they entered the restaurant. Sunbi, I didn't think you'd actually come. Raen's big eyes widened further. An attractive woman with short hair was standing in front of her. The first thing Raen felt when she first laid eyes on the woman was familiarity. The woman had not even introduced herself, but why does she look so familiar? She was an extremely beautiful woman, but she possessed something that Raen couldn't put her finger on besides beauty. Rita introduced the woman to Raen. Her name is Lee Siah-Chen. She's the junior that I mentioned. Raen forced her astonishment down as soon as she heard the name. The singer and actress Lee Siah-Chen was very special to Raen back when she used to be a man. She used to be my dream girl. She figured out the reason for the familiarity. Very often, people would name celebrities when they were asked who their ideal type of partner was, and Kang Raen used to be one of them. Back when she was still a he, there was only one person who fit that description, even after 1, 5, or even 10 years. Lee Siah-Chen. She had well-defined facial features, a slender body, a pretty face, and many more charms to her. What Raen loved the most about Siah-Chen was her smile, her perfect teeth that showed when she smiled, and her laugh that made anyone who heard it happy. There was a time when Raen had completely fallen for her charms, to the point that she wanted to marry a woman like Siah-Chen. However, a woman like that wouldn't appear before her eyes so easily. That's probably why I've been single all my life. Raen almost laughed self-mockingly while thinking of her life that she had spent with no particular relationship with any woman. However, she did her best to maintain her composure since such an action would be extremely disrespectful in front of Siah-Chen in their first meeting. It's nice to meet you. My name is Kang Raen. Hello, Sunbi. Raen was momentarily surprised by the word Sunbi, but she was indeed older than Siah-Chen and had debuted earlier than her. Although she was only older by a few months, she was still her senior. Raen felt extremely weird being called Sunbi by her dream girl. Siah-Chen continued, I really enjoyed your drama. I'd been captivated by how pretty you were in it, but you're even prettier in person. Siah-Chen's eyes were fixed on Raen. It was possible that she also had a preference for beautiful people like Rita. Meanwhile, Raen felt extremely troubled that her dream girl was staring at her so fixedly. Please sit here. I'll bring you the menu right away. Rita and Raen took their seats in the corner of the restaurant as Siah-Chen instructed. Raen scanned the restaurant interior and noticed it was a very small restaurant with only 6 tables. There were no signs that customers had come. We must be their first customers. Despite it being dinner time, the restaurant's business was far from being good. Rita knew exactly the circumstances of this restaurant, so she said to Raen, let's eat as much as we can here today. Raen hadn't been able to eat what she had wanted because she needed to maintain her figure for the movie shoots. Her personal trainer would have been furious if she had heard Rita, but it's fine as long as I don't get caught. The culprits just needed to stay quiet. Also, Raen couldn't help herself when Siah-Chen would be serving her food. I can't pass up on this opportunity. She decided to overeat for once in a while. Raen was met with unexpectedness as she ate. She had expected the food to be mediocre since there weren't many customers, but it's way more delicious than I'd expected. The food fit Raen's tastes perfectly. Rita also considered this place a must-visit restaurant. Yeah, the food's really good here. Why are there so few customers, then? The food was good, and the part-timer Lee Siah-Chen was extremely pretty. Raen couldn't understand when there were so many positive factors for the place to be bustling with customers. However, there was a clear reason. It's probably because it's in a bad location, Rita mentioned. Raen strongly agreed with her. It was extremely difficult for a customer to find the place unless they were actively searching for it. The only thing the restaurant could rely on was the customer's word of mouth, but that took far too much time. And there's no guarantee that would work out well either. It was unfortunate. However, there was something even more unfortunate. Rita called Siah-Chen over while they were having their meal. Siah-Chen, come take a seat, she said as she gestured to the seat next to her. Siah-Chen gently sat next to Rita after getting their approval. She was even prettier up close, as expected of Raen's ideal type for over 10 years of her life. Rita seemed to be trying to create an opportunity for Raen and Siah-Chen to get acquainted with each other now that they were here. Raen, I told you before that Siah-Chen used to be a singer and then switched over to acting, right? Yes, you did. Siah-Chen would become a relatively famous actress in the future. However, she would experience years of being unknown by the public. Raen knew very well that Siah-Chen would be unknown for a very long time because she was her fan. There was a clear reason why she wasn't able to rise to stardom. She entered the wrong agencies. 1 or 2 things would go wrong in every single agency that she contracted with. Hence, she would waste her time for a very long time because her agencies wouldn't give her their support. The same went for the agency that she was currently in. She really should transfer to a different agency before it's too late. Raen would be able to support Siah-Chen the best she could if she transferred to GNF Entertainment. Chief Young would take good care of her if Raen put in a few good words to him. However, it was too abrupt to bring up such a topic during their very first meeting. They were not close enough yet. I need an opportunity. Raen wanted to help Siah-Chen because Siah-Chen was her ideal type of girl. At that moment, Rita opened her mouth first. Have you thought about what we talked about last time? Siah-Chen looked over at Raen before answering Rita's question. Rita reassured her, it's okay. Raen isn't a blabbermouth. Rather, she's extremely tight-lipped. Raen didn't know what was about to be discussed, but she decided to just go with it. Siah-Chen smiled as she saw Raen nodding. You're referring to our discussion regarding me transferring to your agency, right? Yup, exactly. Raen's ears perked up. That was exactly what she had wanted to talk about. She had never expected Rita to have already talked about it with Siah-Chen. I personally think you have talent. You'll succeed in whatever you set your mind to, whether it be singing or acting, but the problem is that you're too sentimental. Raen tilted her head in confusion. The reason why Siah-Chen hadn't been able to rise in popularity was sentimentality? Agencies are your partners, they're not your family that'll stick with you forever. Try to keep as much of your private feelings out of your workplace. That's why you keep signing with shady agencies. Raen had finally realized what Rita meant. Siah-Chen continued to hesitate despite her senior's assertive recommendation. Raen also did not want to watch as her dream girl signed with yet another shady agency. It's very rare, but I'll have to take Rita Sunby's side this time. She decided to provide cover fire. If you come to GNF, Rita Sunby will be there, and I'll also help you out the best I can. It's not a bad place, so I hope you really think it through. Siah-Chen couldn't help but be swayed when not one, but two people were trying their best to persuade her. She was weak to sentiments, hence, she couldn't ignore her bond with Rita, whom she had known and been close to for a very long time. I think Siah-Chen will transfer over to our agency. Siah-Chen said that she would think about it, but Rita was certain. Raen asked while grabbing the steering wheel, but why are you trying so hard to bring her over to us, Sunby? Raen was curious about why Rita's level of passion was far higher than when she was trying to bring Han-Gyo over to their agency, despite them both being her juniors. Rita told her something that was not known to the public with a bitter smile. You could tell Siah-Chen lives with just her mother and little brother, right? Raen had found out during their conversation that Siah-Chen's father had passed away when she was little, and had grown up in difficult conditions because of it. Rita calmly continued while looking out the car window, that's how I was raised too. She had been paying special attention to Siah-Chen because of their similar family background. The environment that we grew up in was so surprisingly similar that I kept getting concerned for her. That's why I suggested she move over to GNF now that I have too. Rita thought that Siah-Chen would receive good support if she transferred to GNF since the agency was home to many actors. Rita expressed to Raen who was driving, thanks for helping me, Raen. What did I help with? You helped me persuade Siah-Chen. Raen slightly smiled. I should be the one thanking you. You? Why? Unlike Rita, this was the first time Raen had met Siah-Chen, so there was no reason for her to feel thankful. However, Rita had no idea about Raen's past life. She would understand if she knew that Raen used to be one of Siah-Chen's greatest fans. It was a bad idea to mention her past life, so Raen answered, just cause. Raen visited the GNF building early in the morning because she had business there. She met a familiar face as she was waiting for Shin Yu-bin, who went to the bathroom. Good morning, Sunby. Raen's dream girl, Lee Siah-Chen, came up and affectionately greeted her. Oh, what are you doing here, Siah-Chen? I came to discuss some things with Chief Young and to sign the contract. Things had gone exactly as Rita had expected. You've made a great decision, Raen expressed. I'll be in your care from now on, Sunby. Oh, and here. Siah-Chen handed Raen a small bag. What's this? Raen asked. They're cookies that I made. Oh, really? Raen opened the bag and tasted the cookies. Crunch. The sweetness brought the insides of Raen's mouth delight. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Siah-Chen asked with a worried face, how does it taste? It was obvious. It's super delicious. There was no way that the cookies made by her dream girl weren't delicious. Raen thought, I'm so glad I became a celebrity. If she hadn't become one, then she would never have met Siah-Chen in person like this. The warm spring passed and the scorching heat of summer slowly arrived. Raen, who transitioned from long-sleeved shirts and pants to t-shirts and hot pants, fanned herself with her hands to shoo the heat away under the sweltering sun. It's so hot. The summer felt hotter and hotter as time went on. As Raen was waiting for her turn to arrive on set, the stylist who had been cooling Raen off with a mini fan told Raen what she had just heard on the news. Today's apparently the hottest it's been in 15 years. No wonder it felt so hot. They just had to have an outdoor shoot on a scorching hot day like this. And not just that, they were scheduled to shoot the worst possible scene on such a day. Scene #32-1. It was supposed to be a chilly day in autumn, according to the script. Hence, Raen needed to wear thick clothes despite it being so hot. Because the film was going to be released during the winter, they needed to have such scenes on a day like this to stay on schedule. A staff member came to Raen to let her know of her scene. Director Yoon said it'll be your turn after this, so you can go get changed. Okay, thank you. The pain of scorching heat struck her as soon as she put on a jacket. However, there was one thing she found to be fortunate. I sweat way less than when I was a man. If she was put in the same situation back when she was a man, she would have been sweating twice as much. Her makeup would have become a mess, and the director would have called an NG cut due to her face glistening with sweat. In other words, she would have faced a much harder time than she was right now. Rain stood in front of the camera. Director Yoon in sunglasses exclaimed through the megaphone, Rain, this scene will be the last outdoor shoot of the day, so we'll leave it to you. In other words, he was hoping for her to finish the scene quickly so they could all escape from the heat. Rain said with confidence, yes, you can leave it to me. All the staff members felt reassured from just that one phrase. Scene #32-1, roll cameras, ready, action. Rain pulled up the collars of her jacket after the clap of the slate. BRR, so cold. It needn't even be mentioned how difficult it was to act cold in sweltering heat. Rain had been realizing lately the extremist of conditions in which actors needed to perform. There's a reason why movie tickets are so expensive. She used to complain about how expensive they used to be, but such thoughts had completely disappeared. One needed to experience it to know how hard something was. The camera followed after Rain. After the scene was over. Okay, let's move on to the next scene. They moved on to scene #32-2 immediately. The shoot was progressing at lightning speed. Other actors would have had to retake the scene at least 2 to 3 more times, but that was not the case for Rain. Most of her scenes ended with just a single take. Due to this, the staff members had recently started to call her the goddess of early leaves. Rain was planning on gracing the hard-working staff with early leave from work yet again. Rain had finished with almost all the outdoor shoots scheduled for the time being. She was heading home in Shin Yubin's car when she heard the car radio playing in the background. A heatwave warning has been issued since this morning. We ask the elderly and children to stay inside as much as possible. Also, Yubin clicked her tongue as she heard the news. No wonder it's been so hot since morning today. Rain's stylist Ryu Ha-yeon also nodded in agreement. Seriously, it's been so hot even at night and early mornings lately. Right, Rain? Rain also agreed with the two, but at least we managed to finish the majority of the outdoor shoots before the heatwave warning was issued. Yeah, what a relief. I know a stylist who works at another set, and apparently, a few extras there collapsed and had to be sent to the hospital. Really? Yeah, it's complete chaos there. Compared to them, we're pretty well off. It had all been thanks to Rain's hard work. It was obvious, but Rain possessed an overwhelming amount of screen time compared to the other actors of One of a Kind of Girl because she was the protagonist. Shooting was progressing much faster than expected because NG cuts were barely being called in her performances. Yubin told Rain what she had heard from the staff members while stopped by a traffic light. The staff members had been saying how fascinated they were by you. By me? Why? It's not easy for a woman to act like a man. We're different genders, after all. But the staff members, especially the male ones, apparently get goosebumps whenever they watch you act. They wonder how you know things that only men would. Men had unique gestures and postures shared among them during times when they lazed around at home, went to the bathroom, and more. It was by no means easy for an actress to naturally exhibit such things while acting because they were akin to habits that had been trained for decades. However, Rain had been masterfully adding them into her performance. Do you know what the staff members said? They said you might be a cross-dressing man. Her performance must really have given them goosebumps if they were spreading such rumors. Ha-yeon sitting next to Rain snickered. How is that possible? We three even took a shower together, she remarked. I guess it just goes to show how amazing of an actress Rain is, Yubin expressed. Rain was reminded of the shoot that they had in the countryside. They had been in a tourist attraction, so there were less rooms available than expected. Hence, Rain had ended up sharing a room with Yubin and Ha-yeon, and also ended up showering together with them because there wasn't enough time. It was very difficult to experience showering with two women as a man. It had truly been a sight for sore eyes, but it had also been awkward in many ways. Rain laughed awkwardly at Ha-yeon's remark. That aside, I guess my little brother would be having a terrible time right about now in such scorching weather, Ha-yeon said. Rain somewhat knew about Ha-yeon's little brother. He enlisted 2 months ago, right? Yup. My mom and I cried so much when he did. We hugged him and bawled our eyes out. It was difficult to send him off to such a place when he's never worked a day in his life. I guess 2 months have already passed. Ha-yeon teared up a little, having been reminded of that day. Rain handed her some tissues. Don't worry too much. I was worried too at first, but he'll get used to it soon enough. People would think you'd actually gone to the army if they heard you. I guess so. Rain actually had, but didn't feel the need to correct her. I wonder how Sang-woon's doing. After talking about the army, Choi Sang-woon popped up in her head. She could already tell what he'd be doing right about now. He's probably weeding. Rain could vividly see the fields filled with weeds without even being there. Rain went to the fitness center to exercise at night on her day off from shooting, because she had been negligent on it lately. It was 9 p.m. She could see several people who had come to exercise after finishing a day's work. Rain connected her earphones to her smartphone and ran on the treadmill. Her long hair swayed in tandem with her motions. She used to seriously consider cutting her hair short because it was bothersome when exercising, but the fact that the original Kang Rayan kept her hair at this length because of the words that her mother left her, came to mind every time she did. 4 years had already passed as she idled time away like this, and now she didn't feel it was uncomfortable in particular. Rather, it would be more uncomfortable if she cut it. As she was immersed into her cardio workout, a call came from an unknown number. There was no way she would receive a spam call at this time of day. She could immediately tell who had called her as soon as she checked the number. Hello. It's me, Rayan. Are you free to talk right now? It was Sang-woon's voice. Yeah, but is it fine for you to be calling at this time of day? Isn't it time for the evening roll call around now? Yeah, it's okay. I'm a corporal now. My seniors don't bother me for using the phone anymore. Sang-woon was a corporal already. Time flew by extremely fast. But how did you know it was time for the evening roll call? Sang-woon had not told her, so he was rather fascinated that Rayan already knew. She made a decent excuse as always. One of my male friends told me. When's your next leave? It's still a long time away. Just this month, I have an artillery training test, a march, and after that. Rayan interjected before Sang-woon could finish. Guerrilla training, right. Rayan knew absolutely everything there could be about the army. Sang-woon sighed. It's the final one, so I'll have to endure it. Yeah, don't get hurt, and good luck. Okay, I'll call you again when my next leave is scheduled. Got it. Rayan hung up and increased the treadmill speed again. Guerrilla training? Huh. The two hells of military training were cold weather training and guerrilla training. Rayan was likely the only civilian woman who had gone through both. Ugh, I'm getting goosebumps. She felt cold just from recalling the training despite the weather being hot. But at least I won't have to go to the army in this life. Someone else called her as she was about to get back into focusing on exercise. It was from Seo Yejun this time. Hey, Yejun. Hi, Nuna. Were you in the middle of a workout? Yeah, but I can still talk. What's up? Like Rayan had last year, Yejun had also safely passed through the final hurdle of his teens, that was the SATs, and had become a university student. However, that was only for a moment. I'm going to take time off school after my first semester. What? Why? Rayan asked, wondering if something had happened. Yejun. No, every man in Korea had this one very important matter to attend to. Because I'm going to do my military service. Nov. L. B//JNN. A second of Rayan's acquaintances had become an army recruit. Kang Rayan deeply sighed as Seo Yejun mentioned his enlistment, as if she had been the one who had received the notice of enlistment. Yejun had mentioned a few times before that he wanted to complete his military service quickly. He had to go sooner or later, so he decided to just get it over with because he felt like he would just waste more time if he kept pushing it back. Yejun already had a job at Rayan's company waiting for him, so it would be more effective to go to the army as soon as possible and get used to the workplace as he went to school once he came back. Rayan had also concurred with the idea. You've made a difficult decision, she expressed. She could hear Yejun's awkward laugh from the other end of the call. What did your parents say? They also agreed that I should just get it over with since there was no avoiding it. They're hoping I'll grow up quickly since I'm going early. You sure do grow up when you're in the army. Except that one grew up as in, they bulked up physically rather than mentally. When's your enlistment date? It's about a month away. What? Just 1 month. It was far too sudden. The date was already settled long ago, but you've been so busy that I've just been keeping it to myself. It was Yejun's form of consideration. However, he did not need to be that considerate of Rayan. You should have just told me when you were going. Even if I'm busy, I'm not busy enough for you to keep things like that from me. I'm sorry, Nuna. It's fine. What's done is done. Unless Rayan was given the chance to fill out the return application form again, time could no longer be rewound. Although, she had no idea whether or not such an opportunity would come. Eat and play as much as you want for the next month. You'll sorely regret it for about a year if you don't because you can't be bothered to. Rayan was speaking from experience. However, Yejun thought she was just repeating what her male acquaintances had told her. I'll enjoy the next month to my heart's content. That was the best possible thing a man could do before his enlistment. The outdoor shoots of one-of-a-kind of girl resumed after the heat wave let up. Her heat index went through the roof whenever she wore long-sleeved shirts and pants during the heat wave, but she could somewhat handle it now that the weather had gotten slightly cooler. Rayan glared at the camera in great annoyance. Her eyes reflected bloodlust that could kill. Hey, what did you just say to me? She recited her line. A bunch of high schoolers that had been bullying one person surrounded Rayan. Why don't you just move on along? Lady, you should have just gone about your way while we were still being nice. Why did you have to pick a fight with us? Keek, seriously. Rayan recalled a memory as she looked at the extras playing thugs. She had experienced the same thing with Choi Wangcheol and his posse back when she first became a high school girl. She could easily get immersed in the role because she had experienced something similar. The scene ended and the staff got ready to shoot an action scene. Rayan went over the moves with the thug extras before the cameras started rolling. Action scenes were Rayan's specialty. She was blazing with enthusiasm from being able to do some action after a long time. You just need to dodge downward when I swing my fist like this. Understood? Rayan remarked. Yes, the male actor replied while nodding. Rayan strongly swung her fist like she had announced when the cameras started rolling. The actor hurriedly ducked as he watched Raeun's fist flying toward him in real time. I would have been hit if I was any later. Raeun was moving with the resolve to hit her acting partners despite it being just a performance. This raised the quality of the action, but the other actors couldn't put as much speed and weight into their punches or kicks due to their fear of actually hitting Raeun. On the other hand, Raeun was confident. She had never hit anyone by mistake during action scenes, including the rehearsals. She could be fully trusted in such scenes. The actors looked at her with respect after carrying out the highly realistic action scene. I seriously thought you were gonna hit me, Miss Kong. Raeun took the hand of the male actor on the ground and helped him up. Come on, there's no way I would actually hit you. If this was not a performance but a real-life situation, Raeun would have pummeled them for sure. The thug extras could only be grateful that they were only acting. Raeun had finished with yet another fruitful shoot and immediately headed home because she had nothing else to do. Thank you very much. Have a safe trip home, she expressed. Shin Yubin and Ryu Ha-yeon also praised Raeun for her hard work and told her to go get some rest. It was 9 p.m. She focused on the mouth-watering smell that was coming from the kitchen once she got home. Yiseo greeted her in an apron. Welcome back. I was preparing a late-night snack for you to enjoy. You're just in time. You made this for me. Of course. Raeun was so glad to have such a thoughtful roommate. Not just that, it was her favorite, meat. But I'm not sure if you can eat this, Yiseo muttered to herself with a bitter smile. Raeun had been on a diet recently. Yiseo was feeling regretful after making it, wondering if she had been a bother to Raeun's dietary routine. It's okay. It's not like I'm gonna instantly gain fat just from eating this, Raeun reassured. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wouldn't your trainer get mad? It's fine as long as I don't get caught. I didn't get caught last time either, so it'll be okay. She had already pretended not to have overeaten once before on the day that she went to the Chinese restaurant that Lia Siah's family owned. She changed and took a seat at the table next to Yiseo. This would go great with soju. Raeun craved soju even more after tasting the meat, but she needed to keep herself away from alcohol since she herself had declared abstinence. Even if I give up on my diet, I can't give up on my abstinence. She had no idea what she'd do if she did. Yiseo said while they were eating. Raeun, I'm gonna go to Nonsan next Tuesday. By Nonsan, you mean? There was only one thing that came to Raeun's mind. It was something that reflexively came up to the minds of all Korean men when Nonsan was mentioned. The training center. Raeun asked. Yeah, Yijun's enlistment date is next week. Is it time already? Raeun checked the calendar app on her smartphone to check Yijun's enlistment date. It was next Tuesday on the 12th, just like Yiseo had said. Time flew by so quickly. There was still a month remaining when Raeun had first heard it from Yijun, but now there were only 5 days left. One's own military service passes by like a snail, but that of others fly by like a jet. Raeun asked in addition, are your parents driving you guys there? No, they have other important business to take care of, so I'll probably have to send him off by myself. Who's gonna drive you, then? No one. Yijun and I are just gonna take the bus. Yiseo did not have her driver's license yet, so she could not drive Yijun there. However, Raeun could not tolerate them having a hard time going by bus when someone like Yijun, who she considered a little brother, was going off to do his military service. Next Tuesday, right? Raeun asked. Yeah, that's perfect. I happen to have a day off on that day, so I'll give you guys a ride. Raeun offered to take them there herself, but Yiseo said, no, it's fine. I can't make you drive all the way to Nonsan on your precious day off when you must be exhausted. I don't mind. I'll just consider it as going for a leisurely drive. And I should at least send Yijun off when he's helped me so much, don't you think? I guess that's true. Yijun always stepped up to help Raeun whenever she needed it because he liked her romantically. I couldn't be there to send Sang-woon off. Hence, it felt wrong to miss Yijun's send-off as well. She was planning on giving him any form of advice that she could. Okay, I'll let Yijun know. He'll be so happy. It was completely obvious. On the day of Yijun's enlistment, Raeun and Yiseo headed by car to where he was waiting for them. Raeun asked while blinking perplexedly once she saw him, what the hell? Why haven't you cut your hair yet? I'm thinking of just having it cut somewhere around the area there. I was planning on getting it cut yesterday, but I felt like I wouldn't be able to sleep if I did. Yijun already had a hard time sleeping yesterday because today was his last day in society for a long time, but he might not have been able to sleep at all if his hair had been all gone. He wanted to at least have a good night's sleep since today was his first day in the army. Raeun found it a shame since she was hoping to see Yijun's buzz cut. The hair salons near the training center won't be as good as the ones around here, would they? Yiseo wondered. However, Raeun answered, it's okay. There are people who give haircuts in the army, but they're complete amateurs. No matter how good your hair looks when you go in, you'll look just like the rest when your first military leave comes around, so it won't really matter. As expected of the army expert, Yiseo had recently started to call Raeun an army expert. Not just her, but a few in the TV industry that she knew had called her an active-duty high school girl back when she was in her teens. They now called her an active-duty university girl, but the dignity that came with her unnatural knowledge regarding the army despite being a woman had not disappeared one bit. Raeun asked Yijun before departing, let me know if you want anything to eat on the way there. We can stop by a service area. Okay, Nuna. I'll be in your care until I enlist. Yay, leave it to me. The party made up of a reservist, a conscript and a civilian headed together to Nonsan Training Center. One Seoul and Nonsan is 154 kilometers away. There was no traffic jam on the highway because it was a weekday morning. They had set off early just in case, but we're here way earlier than expected, Kang Rayan remarked. Seo Yiseo and Seo Yijun nodded in agreement. Since Yijun said he'd get his haircut at a salon around the training center. What should we do for lunch? Do you want to go get your haircut before or after lunch? Rayan let Yijun choose. He did not ponder for long. I'll get it after lunch, he expressed. Why? Because I don't think I'll have the stomach for lunch if I get a haircut before it. Rayan could sympathize. She had gotten her hair buzzed the day before her enlistment date. She still regretted the day despite the long amount of time that had already passed. She had gotten so depressed that she would be going to the army as soon as she cut her hair that even the most delicious foods tasted like nothing. The emotions from that day were coming back to her. Then let's eat somewhere else other than the restaurants near the training center. The restaurants near that area are terrible, Rayan said. This was yet another life hack from someone who had been to the army. Yijun nodded without a word, possibly because he had heard the exact same things from his university upperclassmen who had been to the army. His final meal of choice was unexpectedly simple. Let's go eat a hamburger. Hamburger? Not anything like beef, chicken, or even pizza. I've had my fill of those kinds of foods since last week. I'd been thinking, and I realized I haven't had any hamburgers. Since Yijun was today's protagonist, Rayan decided to respect his decision. They walked to a restaurant after parking the car near the place, but we're terribly sorry, our tables are full, the employee said. They had no other choice but to have their meals to go. As Yiseo and Yijun were about to search online for a place to eat in the vicinity, Rayan expressed to them that there was no need to and turned the steering wheel. I know a good place, so let's go eat there. Like Rayan had said, there had been a small park in the vicinity. They sat on the bench and had an early lunch. The park was secluded, likely because it was such a small park and people might not have realized that there even was a park here. Yiseo asked Rayan in astonishment, how did you know there was a place like this here? It was a place that she had found herself before she had returned to the past. Since she couldn't be honest, she made an excuse. I happened to see it on the drive here and /o/vel/b//jn.c//om. Rayan managed to play it off as having a good eye. The three managed to have a nice lunch without anyone bothering them thanks to her. The time had finally come for Yijun to get his haircut. Rayan put on sunglasses, a mask, and even a hat in fear that people would recognize her. The eyes of men were still on her because she could not hide the beauty that emanated from her entire body, but thankfully no one had yet to recognize her. The men were likely thinking there was no way that a popular actress would be at a small hair salon right in front of the training center. Rayan and Yiseo took as many pictures of Yijun as they could before his turn for a haircut arrived. Yiseo asked while giggling, smile a bit, Yijun. Why the long face? Would you be able to smile in my shoes, sis? He was not wrong. His turn had finally come. The hairdresser shaved Yijun's head with a hair clipper without even asking if there was a certain style that he wanted. Rayan and Yiseo tried their best to hold in their laughter while on the long highway. Meanwhile, Yijun wanted to die. His long locks of hair were nowhere to be found, and all that was left of it was hair so buzzed that his scalp was clearly visible. Rayan took out a hand mirror that she had prepared and gave it to Yijun, who was brushing the remaining hairs that were stuck on his head. Take a look. Yijun said concisely, it looks terrible. However, Rayan expressed otherwise, I think it looks rather good on you, actually. Short hair suited Yijun rather nicely, possibly because he had a nicely shaped head. Although, the man himself wasn't able to accept it. Rayan and Yiseo headed to the Nonsan Training Center entrance with Yijun. There were so many people that they started to recognize Rayan one by one. She hid her displeasure and responded with a smile to people who came up to ask her if she was Kang Rayan. The training center stirred up due to the sudden appearance of a top actress. Now that it had come to this, I don't give a shit anymore. Her sunglasses aside, she took her mask off because it was too stuffy. Thank God I put on makeup. She had never put on makeup in her high school days even when she had plans to hang out with friends. But now, she was so famous that she needed to put on at least the basic amount even when going to the convenience store. She was beautiful even without makeup, but there was still a stark difference between when she had makeup on and when she didn't. Even the eyes of soldiers on duty at the training center were glued on Rayan because she was even more famous than idol girl group members. As they walked past the street vendors laid out in front of the training center, they heard a conversation coming from a group of men near them. Hey, Seo-hun. Don't you know you need to buy a gun before you enlist? A gun? Is it mandatory to buy one? Obviously, man. Geez, what would you do without me? Yijun naturally turned toward Rayan. Do I also have to buy one, Nuna? Rayan snickered from the men's conversation. Don't be fooled. It's all bullshit. Not only were they not sold anywhere, it would be a massive problem if they actually were sold. Someone caught Rayan's attention as she entered the training center. A man was filming something on a camera. It certainly did not look like he was here as one of the enlisting soldiers. The man also belatedly noticed Rayan. Huh? Could you be Rayan? The man walked toward her with certainty as soon as he saw her. Good afternoon. I'm Program Director Ju Sung-won. We'd once greeted each other in a hallway. Do you perhaps remember? Oh, Director Ju. Yes, I remember. From what Ian remembered, he was a variety program director. Head staff members that were part of what was commonly called the Director Ju division had come with Director Ju and were filming the training center and writing things down. Director Ju asked Ian as he looked at Yi-jun, "You must be here because of an acquaintance." "Yes. And you, Director, do you have a shoot planned here?" Ian asked. "No, you could say that we're investigating the site. Actually, I had something I wanted to ask you." As Director Ju was about to continue, an announcement played from the drill ground. "The enlistment ceremony will begin at 1400 hours. We ask all conscripts scheduled to be enlisted and their family and acquaintances to gather at the drill ground." "Ian, it sounds like we have to go," Yi-seo said. Ian lightly nodded. Director Ju decided to leave their conversation for another time since Ian seemed busy. "Could you spare me some of your time after the ceremony?" "It won't take long, I promise you," the director asked. "I understand." Ian was also curious about what he was going to say. The conscripts that were about to be enlisted were arranged into rows and columns. Yi-seo teared up as she watched from behind, which she then was confused as to why she was crying. "I think it's because I'm watching my little brother getting enlisted into the army," she deciphered. Ian offered her a handkerchief in silence. Her reaction was completely understandable. It was not like Yi-seo and Yi-jun were on bad terms. Rather, they were rather close. Complete opposite to me and my Nuna. The enlistment ceremony began at last. They sang the national anthem, took the oath of enlistment, and lastly, "Squadron, about turn." The conscripts awkwardly turned around as per the drillmaster's command. "Salute to the parents who birthed and raised you." "Yes, sir." The sons raised their hands in salute as a final goodbye to their family. The parents, families, and acquaintances bawled their eyes out in response. Yi-seo was one of them. Ian comforted her as she was shaking in tears. Yi-seo met eyes with Yi-jun in salute. He was biting his lips to restrain his emotions from exploding. Seeing that, Ian was reminded of past memories. She wondered if she had also been like that during her enlistment. Ian smiled bitterly and waved at Yi-jun. "Good luck on your service." And just like that, Yi-jun, who Ian considered a kind little brother, became a soldier. Ian headed to the parking lot with Yi-seo after sending Yi-jun off. Rather than people scrambling to leave the parking lot, their lingering feelings kept them from leaving the training center after parting from their loving sons, brothers, friends, or lovers. Yi-seo could not take her eyes off the training center either. Since Ian had something to discuss with Director Ju Sung-won, she told Yi-seo to wait here for a little bit and went back to where the director had been. "Director Ju. Oh, Ian? Did you send off your acquaintance?" "Yes. I had to comfort my friend since she was crying so much." On the other hand, Ian was perfectly fine. Yi-jun wasn't her real brother, but she had still been very close to him. However, she was able to keep herself together not because she didn't care for him, but because she was confident that he'd be fine in the army. "You said you had something you'd like to ask me, didn't you?" "Yes, I did." Director Ju explained why he was here along with what he wanted to ask her. "I've actually been planning an army variety show, and..." An ominous feeling was welling up within her. "And I've been thinking of making a female soldier special, so I was hoping you'd participate in it if possible." Her ominous feeling had been right on the mark. Kang Ian's face almost froze from the mention of an army variety show. No matter what anyone said to her, even if they were to curse right at her face, she did her best to not show displeasure. It was a habit that she had picked up during her days as a bodyguard. There was more information that leaked from one's facial expressions than one expected. One of a bodyguard's most crucial roles was to keep as much information as possible hidden from people who come to the scene to harm the client in some way. The moment that they exposed information through their face, it could negatively affect the client's safety. However, Ian had come to realize today that there existed such things that couldn't be helped. She had never expected to receive a casting offer for an army variety show after coming to Nonsan Training Center to send off someone she considered a little brother. Program director Ju Sung-won was greatly bewildered from seeing Ian's frozen face because he had never expected her to react so negatively. "I'm not asking you to appear as a guest right now. We will of course adjust the schedule so that it will have no impediments to your film shooting schedule. We're thinking of making you the protagonist of the female soldier special." Ian had not shown such a response because of the shooting schedule or the protagonist role. "You're telling me to go back to the army." If Director Ju knew that Ian was a man in her past life and that she was a reservist who had already been back from serving time in the military, he would immediately realize the discourtesy that he had shown her. However, there was no way that he would know of such things. The army variety show that he made would become a huge hit in the ratings. That was the case in her past life. But even if she knew the program was guaranteed to be a hit, it didn't mean that she needed to appear in it. "I'm sorry, Director. I don't think I can," Ian expressed. She refused because she had no particular attachments to TV shows, and working as an actress was more than enough for her. She had the spirit of someone who was more than satisfied with what she had. However, Director Ju tried to persuade her even more, unwilling to let such a great opportunity slide. "Ian, I know you're scared because you don't know what the army is like, but you don't need to worry. As someone who was honorably discharged as a sergeant, military service isn't as exhausting and difficult as you think. It's where people live, so it's not like it's hell." Director Ju continued to blabber bullshit that wouldn't work on Raen. As someone who had also been honorably discharged as a sergeant, Raen couldn't be won over by sugarcoating. She continued to refuse as if she would contract a terminal disease if she appeared on the Army variety show. I'll have to talk it over with my agency, so I won't be able to give you an answer right this instant. Bringing up her agency always worked to put an end to conversations like this. I understand. Of course you'd need to discuss it with your agency. I'm sorry for being too hasty, Director Ju expressed. That was how much he wanted Raen to appear on his show. It was understandable, since there were many rumors in the entertainment industry that Raen was abnormally knowledgeable about the army. She knew about roll calls, how to use a K2 rifle, and even details that only men would know about. Not only that, she was overflowing with enough charisma for even women to fall for her. With all this considered, there was no way Director Ju wouldn't want Raen to appear on the Female Soldier special. She was an army variety show specialist, but there was one huge problem. I won't do it. Over my dead body. It was that she herself would rather die than to go on such a show. The film shoots of One of a Kind of Girl was entering its intermediate stage. There were several comedic points in the initial stage regarding the protagonist Min Ju-tae's weird actions because she had not gotten used to a woman's body yet. However, she would then acknowledge the fact that she was a woman in the intermediate stage, and experience inner conflict of the fact. She had a man's soul, yet a woman's body. She was a man, but others saw and treated her like a woman. Min Ju-tae's concerns would grow more and more due to this, which Raen also sympathized with. Especially when people would ask me if I've ever thought of getting a boyfriend. That was the worst of the bunch. Raen obviously had no intention of getting a boyfriend. There was no way that she had ever thought of dating a man when she herself used to be one. There was absolutely no way in hell. However, what terrified her most was that she actually might in the future. Sigh, I have no idea, Raen thought as she sighed deeply. However, okay, that sigh was a great addition, Raen. It really gave off the feeling that Min Ju-tae was in deep conflict. It was fantastic, Director Yoon praised non-stop. Raen would have been happy under normal circumstances, but not so much today. Thank you very much, she said with a weak smile. Director Yoon and the staff members thought she was making such a face because she hadn't been able to fully get out of her immersion into her character. There were instances when actors with deep levels of immersion acted as if they had been possessed by their character despite the shoot having been finished. The production staff thought the same thing was happening with Raen. This was something that only those who had reached the pinnacle of acting could do. However, the problem was that she was not acting, but fully in reality. Director Yoon asked Raen as soon as the shoot was over, Raen, you know that we're going to be taking a 2-month break from shooting after the end of this month, right? Oh, yes. I heard from my manager. The shoots had been progressing much quicker than scheduled thanks to Raen's fantastic acting. The production team could go on to finish all the shoots earlier than scheduled, but Director Yoon decided to use the extra time they were given to refine the detailed portions of the film to improve the film's quality. You've given us so many fantastic scenes that I'd thought of a lot more scenes that I want to refine than I'd expected. That's why I'm thinking of extending the shooting runtime more than what we'd originally planned. There weren't many actors who were able to inspire directors, especially if the director was Yoon Tae-yoon. To me, it's no exaggeration to say that you're one of a kind of actress, he expressed. Director Yoon had been inspired by Raen every time he watched her act. He seemed to be the one learning from her about the true essence of films instead of the other way around. Rest well for 2 months, and we'll see you once you're fully recharged, he remarked. Yes, director. Oh, and feel free to appear in whatever you'd like during the next 2 months. We don't restrict our cast from appearing in TV shows while in the middle of the shooting period. Raen thanked the director again. 2 months certainly wasn't short. What should I do in these 2 months? She thought about going on a trip by herself. I'd never once had any time to enjoy leisure by myself since becoming a high school girl. It was possible now that she had a driver's license. It seemed like a good idea to get some fresh air somewhere by herself. Raen's first objective was to go on a trip, but something had come to interfere with it. Chief Young approached Raen, who had come to the GNF building. Raen. Perfect, I was looking for you. Why, you're going to be taking a 2-month break from film shoots, right? Yes, that's right. Shin Yubin seemed to have told him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What are you gonna do during the break? Chief Young asked. I'm thinking of going on a trip. For the whole 2 months. Not that long. A day or two for a trip was enough. 2 months was far too long and exhausting. That's perfect, then. Would you like to appear in a variety show? Raen recalled her displeasing experience in Nonsan Training Center as soon as Chief Young mentioned a variety show. Were you contacted by program director Ju Sung-won? She asked. Yup. Raen reflexively sighed. Director Ju mentioned he met you at Nonsan Training Center, Chief Young remarked. We did. He went off about if I had any interest in appearing as a guest in an army variety show, Raen mentioned. She then asked Chief Young straightforwardly, did Director Ju contact you because of that? Chief Young nodded uncomfortably, exactly. There was no other reason Director Ju would contact Chief Young for. It was obvious. From your reaction, it doesn't seem like you want to do it. Yes, you've deduced correctly, Raen admitted. But why? I thought you'd want to appear in an army variety show. What possibly gave you that idea? She asked back. Well, because you're so knowledgeable about the army. You always excitedly talk about it whenever the subject comes up. Ian had nothing to say regarding that. The army, football, and the times they played football in the army were always discussed when men gathered together. Such a habit had been so ingrained in Ian's mind that she unconsciously participated in talks about the army whenever it came up. Habits were indeed terrifying. Aren't you so knowledgeable because you have that much interest in it? That's why I thought you'd agree to appear without question if an offer came for an army variety show, Chief Young expressed. It made sense, but there was a huge difference between talking about it and experiencing it oneself. Even if it was a show, it did not change the fact that she would have to go through a terrible time in the army. Rather, she would likely be forced to do things that normally weren't done exactly because it was a show. That was why Ian had planned on refusing once again, but an anomaly arose. Director Ju's program is receiving massive support, so I'm sure you can expect a handsome appearance fee. You know who Congressman Han-Gyo is, right? Ian did not know why Han-Gyo would come up in such a conversation, but she decided to nod and get an answer from Chief Young. Yes, I do. He apparently pulled some strings to help Director Ju produce this program. Why would he do that? Why would Han-Gyo use his authority for the production of a variety program? There was something Ian was not aware of. Apparently, Director Ju is the congressman's nephew. It had been thanks to one of the most broken cheat abilities in Korea, blood ties. Even when Ian had worked under Han-Gyo and had returned to the past, she did not know absolutely everything. There definitely were things that even she didn't know, and one of the main things was program director Ju Sung-won's relationship with Han-Gyo. Ian was so shocked that she was lost for words for a few moments. Chief Young said as if he knew she would react that way. You didn't know Director Ju was Congressman Kim's nephew, did you? No, not at all. If Ian didn't know, then it also meant that it doesn't seem like many people know about their blood ties in this industry. The thing about secrets was that the more people knew, the more likely it was for it to be leaked, especially in the entertainment industry. Not only that, there was no way that not a single article was posted about it when a highly recognized program director like Ju Sung-won and a top-tier politician like Han-Gyo were involved. If absolutely no articles regarding it were released, it either meant that there were extremely few people who knew, or the press is being controlled. Either was possible. Now that I've found out their relationship, I can't really unhear it. It seemed like Ju Sung-won would become a big help to her plans if she used him right. An enemy on the inside was far scarier than one on the outside. Enemies on the outside were easy to deal with since they were clearly visible. However, enemies on the inside were not so easily identifiable. There was nothing more terrifying than when an ally who you trusted turned on you. That's what happened to me, too. It seemed like she needed to plant some spies. And to do that, I'll need to get closer to Director Ju. She just needed to appear on one special. Yeah, I survived 2 years of that hell. I can handle a few days. She came to a very difficult decision. Chief Young, I'll appear on Director Ju's variety program. She absolutely hated the idea, but it couldn't be helped. She had to make a sacrifice for the greater good. Enduring a little displeasure was nothing for the bigger picture. The 2-month break of the shoots of One of a Kind of Girl commenced. On the second day of the break, Ian, Chief Young, and her manager Shin Yubin headed to the broadcasting station where Director Ju was waiting for them. His face was far brighter than when she had met him last time, likely because she decided to accept his offer. I couldn't sleep properly for 3 days straight from joy after receiving the call about your decision to appear on my program, Ian. Ian also couldn't sleep, although for a completely different reason, but there was no way for Director Ju to know that. He explained how the shooting would go. We're gonna be shooting at a military base on the front lines for 3 days and 2 nights. It still hasn't been decided which base we'll be going to, but it'll be one with good facilities. That's a relief, Ian expressed. The new barracks were far better than the old ones. She had spent 6 months in the old barracks, and the rest of her military service in the new barracks. Hence, she knew the difference between them better than anyone. Which position will we be assigned to? Ian asked. They would either be artillery, engineers or infantry. It would depend on which base they were sent to, but there likely was a position that the production team had in mind. Becoming artillery or engineers was highly unlikely, so infantry seemed the most plausible. Most likely infantry, Director Ju replied. It was exactly as Ian had thought. I say front lines, but you won't be anywhere near the GOP and GP. Oh, do you know what those mean, Ian? Director Ju thought Ian wouldn't know about things like this, even if she was extremely knowledgeable about the army. However, he had made a great miscalculation. GOP is short for General Outpost, if I'm not mistaken. And GP is short for Guard Post, which is located at the DMZ. It's where soldiers stand guard over the border like what civilians commonly think soldiers do, right? The director never expected Ian to even know what the abbreviations were short for. People who had been to the army couldn't help but be surprised by how extensively knowledgeable Ian was. On the other hand, Yubin had no idea what Ian was talking about. Director Ju laughed awkwardly. You know far more about the army than I'd expected, Ian. She had no other choice but to be so knowledgeable, since she had served in the front lines. She had been forced to take interviews for the GOP and GP units back when she was just a new recruit. Hence, she knew fairly well about the front lines. And here is the list of people who will appear together with you on the Female Soldiers Special. Take a look, the director said. There were a total of 7 members including herself, and she knew one of them very well, Han-Gyo. Raeun's same-age friend had decided to appear together with her in Director Ju's army variety show. Raeun already knew that Gaae would be one of the members, since Gaae had received an offer right after her. Because of this, Gaae had called Raeun to consult her if she'd be fine in an army variety show. Raeun had strongly recommended her to appear since she believed someone like Gaae with strong grit would be able to survive the army. Although, Raeun had no idea that she would be joining Gaae at the time. Why the hell did it end up this way? Because of this, she had not been surprised even after seeing a familiar name on the list. Well, we're gonna be spending 3 days and 2 nights together, so it's good to have at least one person with me that I'm close to. The program was planned to be shot like a reality show, so all 7 participants were going to spend the 3 days together. Hence, she felt more comfortable knowing that she knew at least one person among them. She confirmed the shooting schedule, the other participating members, and now for the most important part. We're gonna have to get a military uniform tailor-made for you in advance. Raeun sighed as soon as the director mentioned a military uniform. It had been a while since she had felt such despair. The last time was when she found out she had become a high school girl. Do I have to wear a military uniform? She asked just in case. Yes, of course, the director answered. She had expected as much. You can let our writer know of your sizes, and we'll have a military uniform ready for you to wear on the day of the shoot. Raeun felt dizzy just from having this meeting. An article regarding the female soldier special of the army variety show On Duty, All Clear, had been officially released. Several female top stars were on the cast list, but Raeun received the most attention out of them. The public was highly anticipating what she would show them on the special. The day before the shoot, Raeun received a mission from the production team. They wanted her to film herself the day before the enlistment with the minicam that they provided her. Well, I'd expected as much. Her roommate Seo Yiseo filmed for her. She asked worriedly as she watched Raeun pack her suitcase. That's it? You're not taking anything else? Raeun had packed severely lightly despite going out for 3 days and 2 nights. I'll only be wearing a military uniform. And there aren't many things they let you use once you're in there, so there's no need to bring tons of stuff. She was talking from experience. Click. Raeun closed her suitcase. She now had only one thing left to do. I'm gonna sleep early. Already? Yiseo asked. I'm gonna be going through hell starting tomorrow, so I've gotta get as much sleep as I can get. In the army, one's entire life was controlled 24/7. She wouldn't even be able to sleep when she wanted to, so it was best to get as much as she could beforehand. Raeun turned off the lights and went into her room. Despite laying down in her bed early, I can't sleep. Her eyes weren't closing very easily. The shoot location was so far that Raeun needed to get up early. She got into her manager's car with the suitcase. She felt heavier than usual. Seeing this, Yubin couldn't help but be worried for Raeun. From what I hear, a few celebrities were hurt on the program. Call a staff member as soon as you feel something's wrong. It's better than getting hurt, she stated. I will. Raeun didn't need to be told that. There was nothing worse than getting hurt in the army. It really hit home that she was heading to a military base as she was getting further and further away from the downtown area. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. She received a text from Gaae. Raeun, did you sleep well last night? I couldn't get a wink of sleep, crying face. It was understandable. Raeun knew exactly what they would be doing since she had already experienced it all before, but Gaae knew absolutely nothing. Not only did she not have experience, she also did not have any male acquaintances who had gone to the army, so she couldn't gather much information. I'll trust only in you, Raeun. Because of this, Gaae's hopes were solely on her. Raeun also had no intention of leaving Gaae, since they were friends. I guess I'll have to carry this special somehow. The main reason why Raeun decided to appear on this show was Director Ju. She needed to get closer to him first, and to do that, she needed to put him in her debt. From what she remembered, the female soldier special of On Duty, All Clear, recorded low ratings and bad reviews from audiences, resulting in being called the worst episode of the program. However, that was before Raeun had returned to the past. Now that I'm in it, I can't let that happen. Her plan was to get Director Ju to treat her like a VIP once she single-handedly saved this boring special. But that means I have to put in just as much effort. There was a wise saying in the army, one must never stand out. Once they broke this rule, they could kiss their peaceful army life goodbye because there was no way the first sergeant would leave them be, even if they wanted to rest. However, that would not be the case if it was just a show. I'll do my best to stand out. There were times in life, like this moment, when one had no choice but to do something that they absolutely hated. 1 DMZ, demilitarized zone, is an area in which treaties or agreements between nations, military powers, or contending groups forbid military installations, activities, or personnel. As for the Korean DMZ, it is a strip of land running across the Korean peninsula near the 38th parallel north, and where a border barrier separates North and South Korea. I see the staff over there, Shin Yubin said while pointing to the right as they were almost at the filming location. Kang Raeun and Ryu Hayeon turned their heads. The production team was busily setting up the equipment. The opening shoot was planned to be in front of a Korean restaurant at the garrison area instead of the military base. Because it was a garrison area, tons of soldiers could be seen on the street. Not just soldiers, but vehicles such as the Retna, 2.5-ton and 5-ton 6x6 military trucks, and even the K9 Thunder and KH-179. Things that were rarely seen in the cities were all over the streets. Rayan sighed every time they caught her eyes that she had lost count. Unlike Rayan, Ha-yeon would have it the easiest during this shoot. Yubin was exhausted after driving all the way to the front lines, and Rayan needn't even be mentioned. However, as a stylist, all Ha-yeon needed to do was to pay close attention to the military uniform, the only outfit that Rayan would be wearing. Not just that, the uniform itself was prepared by the production team, so Ha-yeon had nothing in particular to do. Rayan asked while glancing at Ha-yeon, "You're looking rather happy." "No, Rayan. I may look like this, but you have no idea how worried I am for you." However, her expression and eyes betrayed her words. This was why one shouldn't lie half-assedly to an actor. Rayan, Yubin and Ha-yeon headed to the filming location as soon as they got out of the car. The pedestrians who had come in hopes of seeing Rayan cheered. The region was so close to the front lines that the people rarely saw celebrities, so Rayan's appearance was enough to cause a huge commotion. Rayan nodded and waved at the people who were cheering for her. She was bright on the outside, but she was burning to a crisp on the inside. There was no way that she'd be happy when she was going to appear in a variety show related to the army that she hated so much. The staff members realized that Rayan was here after hearing the audience's cheers, and greeted her. "Good morning, Miss Kong. The program director is further inside, so you just need to go that way." "Thank you," Rayan replied. She was able to meet Director Ju Sung-won without issues thanks to the staff members. He greeted Rayan and her party as soon as he saw them. "Thank you for coming all this way. You're the first to arrive." "Am I?" No wonder she couldn't see any other celebrity cars. She recalled the names of the other celebrities who would be appearing on the female soldier special with her. As for actresses like herself, there were Jang Yoo-ha and Seo Tae-yeon. As for singers, there were Han-Gyo and Choi Hyun. Additionally, there was the model Jo In-hai and Min Bo-yeon, who had been reborn as a sports star through participating in the Olympics as a track and field athlete. These 7 women would spend the next 3 days and 2 nights as sisters in arms. Since Rayan had arrived early, she decided to look into the infantry base that she would be in the care of for the next few days. She didn't know if she should be regretful or thankful, but it was not the base that she had served in the past. As she was getting the details about which base this was and how the shoot would progress, she saw a familiar car pulling up. Rayan. It was her same-age friend and singer, Han-Gyo. She had become a popular singer on the fast track to success after making her solo debut thanks to Rayan's foresight. Due to this, Gyo couldn't help but be excited to see Rayan. After quickly greeting the staff members, Gyo pointed at the stack of papers that Rayan was holding. "What are those?" she asked. "Information about the base that we'll be spending the next 3 days in. Can I read it too?" "Sure." They printed it out for the cast to read anyway. As the two were sitting together chummily and chatting it up, the other cast members started to appear, starting from Jang Yoo-ha, the 32-year-old and the oldest of the cast. Rayan had never met any of them other than Gyo, but Gyo was acting very familiar to everyone besides Min Bo-yeon, calling them Uni. Everyone except Jang Yoo-ha was in their 20s, and Rayan and Gyo were the youngest as 21-year-olds. Jo In-hai, the second oldest, said while looking at Rayan and Gyo, "Then are you two the youngest?" "Yes, Uni," Gyo answered while nodding. Min Bo-yeon, at 22-year-old, was the closest to them in age, as well as the one whom Rayan expected to shine the brightest during the female soldier special. I guess she'd do well since she was apparently trained in the Olympic village since she was a middle schooler. She had athlete-level stamina, strength, and reflexes. In terms of physical prowess alone, she could be even more exceptional than Rayan. However, the army wasn't something one could get through with physical abilities alone. The most important things are your mentality, and your wits. Although, those things only applied when one was in the army for real. Director Ju gathered the cast before starting the shoot. "Okay, we're about to start. Have everyone eaten?" he asked. The female cast answered in order. "I did, but not much." "Me too. I couldn't really stomach any food because I was so nervous." Director Ju turned to look at Rayan. "What about you, Rayan?" "I ate as much as I possibly could." Even if it was only for 3 days, Rayan had experienced firsthand how stressful it was to not be able to eat what she wanted. Hence, she had eaten as much as possible of what she would not be allowed to during her time here. Her diet did not matter since she did not have film shoots scheduled for a while, and she'd lose weight even if she wanted to, since she'd be going through hell for the next 3 days. Because of this, she had removed her limiter just for today and ate as much as possible. Director Ju smiled widely, liking Rayan's response. "Cameras will start rolling in 10 minutes, so please take that time to prepare yourselves. Oh, and we'll be confiscating your smartphones once we start, so take care of any important business while you still can." Rayan wondered whether to use her special skill, not submitting phone on purpose, but she decided not to since this was a TV program. 10 minutes zipped past them in a flash. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. "Okay, let's begin," Director Ju remarked. The female cast members got into position. 3, 2, 1. Cue. The 3-day hell had begun. The opening shoot ended simply with the cast members introducing themselves to each other in front of the Korean restaurant. After that, they got on the large bus that the production team had prepared for them. They took their seats at the very back of the bus. While they were having light chats, they could see the army green entrance signboard in the distance. Jang Yoo-ha, who witnessed it first, reacted excitedly, "Oh my, that must be the place. The base is a lot bigger than I'd expected." The other cast members showed great interest in the military base visible from the windows. Raeun almost unconsciously swore. Her least favorite color was army green. "The black, brown, and green are still fresh in my mind, for fuck's sake." She couldn't help but want to swear whenever the army came up in discussions. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the guardhouse greeted them while standing fully in attention, perhaps because this was going to be aired on TV. They only do stuff like this when an officer of at least regimental commander rank visits the base. Broadcasts were perhaps more terrifying than army officers, because they were showing the audience the state of their base. Even the tiniest scandal would cause the commander of the corresponding base to be immediately summoned by their superiors. The soldiers maintained extreme military diligence while confirming entrees' identities to prevent such a thing from happening. The doors of the bus opened and a man in a uniform entered. The captain of the guards caused the female cast members to tense up, all except for Raeun. After a few moments, identities confirmed. They may pass. A senior soldier removed the barricade. The cast members sighed in relief only after the bus started moving again. The bus drove through the drill ground and stopped where the staff members were gathered. At the same time, a lieutenant wearing a hat deep down into his head entered the bus and exclaimed, "Get off the bus right now." The female cast flinched from the lieutenant's powerful voice. Even Min Bo-yeon, who was used to dorm life, couldn't help but be overwhelmed. The Olympic Village was clearly different from the army. Not just that, the army was a place where many societally questionable things occurred. Hence, they could not help but be scared. The cast hurriedly got off the bus. As the lieutenant was staring at them, he suddenly pointed at Raeun. "Trainee, marker." Most people would be confused if they were designated as a marker. The lieutenant aimed for this and designated Raeun without telling her anything. However, he had designated the wrong person. "Marker," Raeun exclaimed while lifting her right arm. The other cast had no clue about the reason for Raeun's actions, but the lieutenant, the soldiers, and the male staff members who had been to the army couldn't help but be surprised by her. The lieutenant who had been planning on flustering Raeun had become the flustered one instead. However, becoming flustered here was a problem. Their objective was to beat the cast down. Fall in single file. The lieutenant wondered if Raeun would be able to understand this as well. He was testing the cast? No, Raeun before he knew it. Raeun snorted in her head and said to her fellow cast members, "You just need to line up in one line to my side, so don't rush." Really? Okay. The cast managed to clear the lieutenant's second test thanks to Raeun's lead. The lieutenant's pupils shook greatly because of Raeun's unexpectedly valiant fight. One Kia Retina is a small mini SUV based on military jeeps. The name is a portmanteau of return to nature. 2. The K9 Thunder is a South Korean 155mm self-propelled howitzer, and the KH-179, Korean howitzer First 79 is a South Korean 155mm 39 caliber towed howitzer. 3. A soldier designated as the marker marks the position in which the formation is regulated. The army officers and the staff members felt like they had been taught a lesson by Kang Raeun. I don't know why they're so shocked over something like this. Unlike them, Raeun could not understand their reactions. If she had been a man, following such commands would have been perfectly normal. However, she was currently a woman. It was obvious that people would be fascinated by how she, who had obviously never been to the army, was perfectly following the lieutenant's commands. Ahem, the lieutenant coughed and shifted his gaze toward the staff members. Director Ju sent a hand signal to keep it going. The lieutenant nodded and moved on. "I sincerely welcome your enlistment. I am Lieutenant Kim Yongdae, and I will be in charge of managing your every move." The female cast was already dispirited by the lieutenant's powerful voice despite his normal manner of speech. It seemed like they had been properly beaten down, all except for one person. "I will do my very best to turn you all into fine soldiers during the next 3 days, so I hope you will do exactly as I say as well." "Understood." "Yes, sir. He will do his best. In other words, he'll put us through the ringer." There were things that only soldiers understood. Raeun knew the gist of what the lieutenant was saying because she was also once a soldier. They first needed to go through a declaration ceremony to be officially admitted to the base, but there was something that had to be done first. "We will give all of you military uniforms. You have 10 minutes to change into them and to come back here." "Say it back to me." "How many minutes?" "T10. The female cast had faces of incomprehension as to how they could possibly change in 10 minutes. However, the word mercy did not exist in the lieutenant's dictionary. "Begin." A second trial had begun right after they had safely passed the first. The women arrived at their changing location. Jang Yoo-ha gasped in shock as she entered the old barracks nearest to the drill ground. "What's with this place? No way, we're not gonna be spending the next 3 days in a place like this, are we?" The yellow elevated wooden floors were stretched out left and right of them, and worn-down wooden army lockers were set up on the walls. A metal wire was hanging above for towels or clothes to be hung up to dry. The women couldn't believe the terrible environment they were in. Jo In-hai also got scared by Yoo-ha's remark. "There's no way the production team would make us stay in a place like this, right?" She was desperately hoping it would not be the case. Rayan resolved their concerns. They mentioned the new barracks, so we probably won't be staying here. What's the new barracks? Do you remember the 4-story building that we saw on our way here? That's the new barracks. This is the old barracks, so we'll only be changing clothes here. Oh, I see. They felt like they could trust whatever Rayan said for some reason. But Rayan, how do I wear this? In-hai asked. She showed great interest in the uniform, like a model would. The military uniform that they received was a new model of uniform with a digital pattern of camouflage. The hat was also a beret. Choi Hyun said while tucking the shirt into her pants, having learned it from somewhere beforehand. I saw my oppa doing it like this. The active-duty university girl Kang Rayan could not let that slide. That's only for reservist uniforms. You keep it untucked for new uniform models. Really? No wonder they looked different. It was not over yet. Rayan, how do I wear these combat boots? Can we just wear this military beret like we wear normal berets? What's this dangling piece of fabric on the shoulder? Rayan was being barraged with questions. Her face was getting stiffer by the second. I knew I shouldn't have appeared on this damn show. Regret belatedly swept over her. The female cast was able to change within 10 minutes. That was believed to be impossible, all thanks to Rayan. The instructor and staff members expected them to come back well after 10 minutes, but their expectations had been way off the mark. The women had come back after 9 minutes and 22 seconds. The instructor was even more confused than before. He had been giving them difficult missions to come up with an excuse to grill them, but he didn't understand how they were doing so well. The shoot had to go on since time was limited, so they proceeded to the next stage. We have to choose a representative to make the assignment declaration for the ceremony, so if anyone would like to volunteer, raise your hand. There obviously wasn't anyone. Even Rayan, who had taken a very active role until now, didn't raise her hand. It wasn't like she couldn't do it. I just don't want to. She knew that she needed to carry this special, but she instinctively did not want to do it. No one wants to do it. The instructor continued to pressure them. One person had to be sacrificed for the declaration ceremony to proceed. In that case, I will select someone myself. At this moment, Director Ju prayed in his mind for the instructor not to choose Rayan. It had become clear that Rayan didn't have just superficial knowledge about the army. The cast would get through the ceremony without a hitch if she was chosen as the representative. However, the instructor made a decision completely against the director's hopes. Trainee Kang Rayan. There was only one reason the instructor chose Rayan despite having been beaten by her twice. It was a form of revenge. He still did not know how wide her knowledge of the army was. He simply knew her as a popular actress that had been appearing on various channels whenever he turned on the TV lately. He also obviously didn't know that Rayan had been honorably discharged as a sergeant. Meanwhile, Rayan exclaimed while holding in her curses, Trainee number 7, Kang Rayan. This was the rank and name that she would be shouting for the next 3 days. She had become number 7 after deciding based on age. It was lucky number 7, but such things had no effect in the army. The fact that she was dragged into the army was a misfortune in and of itself. I will leave the declaration to you, Trainee number 7. Can you handle it? N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Rayan lightly sighed and raised her voice. Yes, sir. I will do my best. She had lied yet again. The battalion commander was watching in secret as the instructor and adjutant worked with the female cast to prepare for the declaration ceremony. Sir? Yes, sir. Rayan's military salute was flawless. The ends of her fingers were perfectly situated at the edge of her eyebrow, and her palm was not visible as she stood at attention. The soldiers were impressed. Not just that. Sir, I, Trainee number 7 Kang Rayan, declare that I and 6 others have received orders to be assigned to the 3292nd Infantry Corps of Division 19 as of September 11, 2012. To the battalion commander, salute. Sir? Yes, sir. The other cast members saluted in response. Rayan had perfectly recited the declaration without a single error as an actress and a reservist should. The camera captured the instructor and assistant instructor's pupils shaking. Even male celebrities commonly made several mistakes when reciting the declaration while filming, but Rayan was already reciting it perfectly during the rehearsal. The instructor couldn't help but be lost for words, and the same went for the battalion commander watching from the back. Rayan and her fellow trainees got the okay from their very first attempt. Director Ju sighed deeply and said to the commander, "Let's just start the ceremony right now, sir." The cast had finally been given their first break after getting through the declaration ceremony without a hitch. Rayan was relieved as soon as she entered the barracks. It's clean. They each had their own beds, so they would be able to rest comfortably. However, there are tons of cameras installed. Rayan could see cameras everywhere she looked. As she was counting the number of cameras, Yuha flopped down onto the bed. Sigh. I'm exhausted. I shouldn't have agreed to this special. The cast was already full of regrets, but they were at least fortunate that they had Rayan with them. If they hadn't, they would still be at the drill ground, endlessly rehearsing the declaration under the sweltering sun. The actress Seo Tae-yeon turned toward Rayan and expressed, "We were only able to rest early thanks to Rayan. Thank God we have you here. Seriously. Did you see the staff members' faces earlier? I'm sure they were thinking, this isn't what was supposed to happen, seeing that was so satisfying. They sure underestimated us. Yuha remarked as the women were giggling. We're not the amazing ones, Rayan is. She couldn't be more right. Meanwhile, Hyun, the most curious of the bunch, found something while looking around the barracks. What's this? As soon as she removed the army green cloth from the object, she unconsciously screamed. Eunice, look at this. It's a gun. Oh my god. Is this a real gun? Rayan recognized the exact model as soon as she looked at the rifles hanging on the gun stand. It was the standard rifle of the Korean military, the K2. I'm getting army PTSD all over again. She got goosebumps all over her body. The women's attention was focused on the rifles. Taeyeon asked Rayan, is it okay to store guns here? Shouldn't it be stored at a safe place since it's dangerous? Rayan answered, soldiers need to carry their firearms with them everywhere unless they're instructed to hang them up on the gun stand. The instructor will teach us about that later. Soldiers needed to take this rifle with them everywhere, even to the bathroom or going to eat. It had to be treasured as if it was a part of one's body, no, even more than one's own life at times. Is there anything you don't know, Rayan? I'd think you'd actually been to the army if I didn't know any better. Rayan herself was the only one who knew that was actually the case. The women went back to enjoying their break. However, they fell into a state of panic due to the sudden siren. Take a look at the images on this website, to see what the old and new Korean military barracks look like. The first image is the new, and the second is the old. While the cast of the female soldier special was enjoying their break in the barracks, the production team of On Duty, All Clear, and the officers of the 3,292nd Infantry Corps had a strategy meeting. The cast members should have been on the verge of crying as they were grilled on the drill ground right about now, but they were enjoying their break in the air-conditioned barracks instead. There was just one reason for this anomaly. It seems Miss Kong knows much more about army culture than we'd expected, the battalion commander remarked. Director Ju and the other staff members reluctantly agreed. They had heard many rumors that Rayan was much more well-informed about the army than the average woman, but they had not expected her to be knowledgeable to such an abnormal extent. We have to admit we've made a severe miscalculation. This is quite. The production team could not hide their confusion. The adjutant who was present in the emergency meeting asked, could Miss Kong have started her acting career after enlisting in the army as a female soldier? No, that isn't the case. It's also impossible age-wise. Rayan was 21 years old. Even if she had enlisted right after graduating from high school, she would have only been in service for 1 year. It was impossible. The battalion commander guffawed as the production team shut down the idea. Lieutenant Kim here had prepared so much to be one hell of an instructor. He must be disappointed that things aren't going as he'd expected. No, sir. I'm not disappointed. It seems I've underestimated the trainees. The lieutenant had expected that the cast would obviously have no idea about what kind of place the army was, since they were women. The only things they would know should have been things that their male acquaintances who had been to the army told them, but such things would not be very helpful. The production team and army officers had expected the participants to completely lose their composure with just a little scare, so they had never expected them to do this well. Just then, Lieutenant Kim Yongdae's eyes glinted. There's still something we can try. They had a secret weapon that would make anyone, even Kong Rayan, scared out of their wits. How about we do a fast-paced drill? This was the root of the siren. An announcement declaring fast pace played from the orderly room along with the siren. The soldiers who had done nothing wrong were forced to exclaim, fast pace, all of a sudden, all because of Lieutenant Kim's abrupt fast pace operation. Lieutenant Kim came out of the orderly room and shouted at the soldiers preparing their military gear, who told you to move like slugs in such an emergency situation? Get your goddamn shit together. Should I tell the first sergeant to confiscate your free time and fill them with cleaning shifts? And no, sir. People from the broadcasting station are watching, so move your asses. Understood? Yes, sir. The army was good at showing off, if anything else. Since people from the station were filming them, they needed to move even faster than how they were trained. Not only that, the program On Duty, All Clear, was one that high-ranking officers of the army regularly watched. The moment they did or said anything troubling that was to be shown to the audience, no one knew what sort of punishment from the superiors would be waiting for them. Hence, Lieutenant Kim was thinking of engraving into the female cast's minds the true essence of the army. I'm sure they'll be bewildered now that fast pace has been declared. Even soldiers lost their composure in such situations, so there was no way that the female participants who had only entered the army today wouldn't. Lieutenant Kim confidently walked to the female cast's barracks. His steps felt extremely light, possibly because he was looking forward to grilling them. He couldn't wait to unleash his powerful voice as he arrived at the third barracks where the women were in. What the hell are you doing in an emergency situa? As he was about to swing open the door with a roar, he came across Rayan who was about to come out to the hallway through the barracks door. Sir, Rayan said. Lieutenant Kim almost exclaimed, this is it, but managed to suppress it. Gotcha, he thought. He then raised his voice, can't you see we're in an emergency? Where do you think you're going, trainee? Rayan was not the least bit flustered from Lieutenant Kim's roar. Rather, she proudly said to him, I was about to go get the key to the gun locker from the orderly room. The key to the gun locker. Lieutenant Kim stared at Rayan dumbfoundedly due to the unexpected answer. Rayan continued as if it was the obvious thing to do. Fast pace was declared, so shouldn't we first take out the firearms? It was correct to first take one's personal firearm in such a situation. This wasn't all Ian had in mind. I also told my squad members to pack all of their personal belongings and military gear into duffel bags while I went to get the key. I was also thinking of guard post deployment, but we hadn't been told which post we needed to go to, so we'd been standing by. Lieutenant Kim thought he was dreaming with every second that Ian was talking. She possessed the ability to direct her fellow squad members, proficiency in handling situations, and the most important trait for a soldier to have, the ability to brief an officer without shaking. The lieutenant was lost for words as he looked at Ian, who possessed everything necessary as a soldier. She was an S-tier squad leader. Lieutenant Kim had lost 3 times in a row to Ian and her military temperament. After being trained in basic close order drills, the female soldiers had to go through PRI training, which new recruits feared most. PRI, short for Preliminary Rifle Instruction, was to teach recruits the fundamentals of rifle firing. However, contrary to its simple-sounding name, it was known among soldiers to be brutal enough to cause bleeding, muscle knots, and make one's teeth grind. Ian also thought the same. Aim at the 200-meter target. The trainees laid down prone as Lieutenant Kim shouted. It had only been 20 minutes since they had begun the PRI repetition training, but the members were already wailing. What's the point of this training? Is training like this even useful? I have no idea. Jo In-hai and Jang Yoo-ha expressed the most dissatisfaction with the training. As they were complaining about how the nails that they had worked hard to polish were being ruined, Lieutenant Kim raised his voice. Who the hell told you to talk among yourselves during training? Sorry, sir, the 2 women said as they got back into position. The trainees were endlessly going back and forth from the low ready position to lying prone. Only 2 of the 7 still had some leeway to keep going. One was obviously the only active duty former high school girl Kang Ian, and the other was Min Bo-yeon, who had trained her stamina to death in the Olympic Village ever since she was little. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Ian stole a glance at Bo-yeon. She's holding on pretty well. I guess she has the endurance for it. Yoo-ha, Han-Gyo, In-hai, Seo Tae-yeon and Choi Hyun were almost on the verge of collapsing. 50 minutes had passed since the PRI training started. We will take a 10-minute break and then go into zero shooting training. Squad, remove covers. The cast tilted their heads in confusion. See covers. I'm not taking off my clothes. Lieutenant Kim sighed deeply as the women were reacting sensitively. By covers, I mean your helmets. I'm telling you to take them off. Understood? Oh, why yes, sir. The helmet had sweatbands, but wearing them for such a long period of time would cause sweat to continue forming from the forehead. It felt as if they were flying through the air when they took off their helmets as their heads were heating up. Yoo-ha said while looking back and forth at Ian and Bo-yeon during the break. It looks like Ian and Bo-yeon are the aces of this squad. I agree, Uni. They looked like they could still go on for twice as long. Ian doesn't even surprise me anymore, but Bo-yeon was unexpected. How did you manage to get through that so easily? Do you have some sort of know-how? Bo-yeon smiled bitterly. There's no such thing. I can just handle it since I've been training since I was little. What about your knees and elbows? Don't they hurt? I'm fine. They'd already been scraped to no end during my time in the Olympic Village, so this is nothing to me. That's amazing. Bo-yeon expressed awkwardness as the older women praised her. Maybe Bo-yeon will get the highest score among us during the shooting training. Oh yeah, they said something about giving the one who comes in first place a prize. Bo-yeon was superior in terms of physical capabilities, but physical prowess isn't everything in the army. The army demanded a variety of abilities from the soldiers, and the most valuable one was obviously experience. The one who's done it before is always bound to be better. A reservist was not to be underestimated. One could take a K9 Thunder to the middle of Seoul and ask any reservist soldier to fire it. Most of them would be able to without question. However, Bo-yeon did not know of Ian's secret, and said to her while blatantly aiming for the first place spot, I'll be taking first place this time, Ian. She seemed to be quite obsessed with being first, possibly because she was an athlete. Ian did not give her an answer, she simply smiled. They moved on to live fire exercises after the zero shooting training. The majority of the female cast members displayed poor shooting accuracy due to their fear of holding and firing a real gun for the first time. On the other hand, Bo-yeon was fairly calm. Check target. Checking target. The trainees laid down their K2 rifles and walked over to the target as per the supervisor's command. Bo-yeon smiled as soon as she saw her target, and lifted the sheet up in front of the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 18 out of 20 on the mark. The other cast members only had 7 or 8 out of 20. However, Bo-yeon's triumphant attitude did not last very long. Trainee Kang Ian, perfect. All 20 of her shots had hit the mark. Not just that, all of them were accurately grouped into one area of the target. Bo-yeon was completely dumbfounded by Ian's perfect score. Meanwhile, the battalion commander, who had been watching the shooting competition between the women from the back, secretly asked Lieutenant Kim, "Why don't we ask Miss Kang if she'd like to enlist as a female soldier after the shoot is over?" He was being dead serious. One fast pace is the exercise term for DEFCON 2, Defense Readiness Condition. It is the next step to nuclear war, where armed forces must be ready to deploy and engage within 6 hours. Some people might know it as Preliminary Marksmanship Instruction, PMI, or Basic Rifle Marksmanship, BRM, but it is referred to as PRI in the Korean Army. The female cast couldn't help but be exhausted after the enlistment ceremony, the fast-paced drill with zero prior arrangement, and the rifle training. Flop? They managed to drag themselves back to the barracks and collapsed on their beds. Even Kang Rayan and Min Bo-yeon with near-bottomless stamina were exhausted from the extremely difficult schedule. Rayan almost cursed out loud as soon as she laid down on her bed because she was far too familiar with the military barracks ceiling. For fuck's sake. I can't believe I'm back in the army. She had spouted all sorts of profanities back when she went through mobilization drills as a reservist. However, not only was this not a mobilization drill, the training was very hardcore since it was going to be broadcasted. She felt like they were being trained harder than what was written on the field manual. Someone knocked on the barracks door while they were lying down. Thinking it was Lieutenant Kim, the cast quickly got up from their beds. Are you all resting up well? However, contrary to their worries, it was program director Ju Sung-won. The women exclaimed as soon as they saw him. Director Ju, this is different from what you said. You said this would be a 3-day army camp. They had all been fooled by such words and agreed to appear on duty, all clear. However, none of them had expected to experience fast pace and live fire exercises, which even soldiers would have trouble with, in just one day. Director Ju looked extremely apologetic. I'm so sorry. You were all doing so well that the army officers were wanting to raise the difficulty of the tests. Then why didn't you stop them from doing so, Director? Jang Yoo-ha asked sharply, as the eldest one here should. Director Ju simply smiled in response. I knew it. You were in on it, too. The complaints continued. Director Ju apologized again and let them know of tomorrow's agenda. It won't be as difficult tomorrow. Really? Yes. We're just going to be doing some simple individual combat. Rayan's eyebrows twitched violently from the mention of individual combat. Director Ju did not notice her reaction and continued his explanation in delight. You all don't know what that is, do you? No, we don't. They had all heard of it before, but did not seem to know what sort of training it was. Director Ju made an expression that screamed they fell for it, and continued. Well, you know what the army crawl is, right? Of course. That's all you're going to be doing. You won't have to endlessly go up and down like you'd done during PRI training. You're just gonna be lying down, so it'll be much easier. The women's eyes sparkled, having been deceived by Director Ju's words. Meanwhile, Rayan was cursing Director Ju and his ancestors in her head. She had never expected him to disguise individual combat as a piece of cake. He has no conscience. He was related to Congressman Kim Han-Gyo for sure. Blood could not be deceived. They weren't even able to sleep properly. They had to keep night watches in 7 shifts for exactly 7 people. Rayan was put on the 3rd shift. She went to the orderly room in her military uniform and reported with a perfect salute before going in. Trainee Kang Rayan has come to report the roll call. 7 out of 7 are present, 0 exemptions. That is all. The orderly officer was impressed by her flawless report. The first sergeant slightly glanced at the cameras and then whispered to Rayan. If it's all right with you, could I get your autograph later? An autograph? Yes. My son is a huge fan of you, Trainee Kang Rayan, the first sergeant requested with a light laugh. The assistant instructors who were on night watch with the first sergeant also looked at Rayan in hopes of getting her autograph as well. Rayan was one of the most popular female celebrities among soldiers, on par with popular girl idol groups. Her dramas always had the highest weekend ratings in every military base. Before that, a schedule happened to catch her gaze. It had all the training that the women would receive neatly organized, plus the names of instructors and assistant instructors in charge of each training. Will you be joining our individual combat training tomorrow, First Sergeant? Rayan asked. Yes. There were a lot of officers who said they couldn't handle appearing on TV, so I ended up being one of the instructors. The first sergeant seemed to have stood in front of a camera a multitude of times during his army life, since he did not look very pressured. I see. That's how it is, huh? The corners of Rayan's mouth curled up, forming a meaningful smile. In that case, could we talk for a little bit where there aren't any cameras, First Sergeant? It was time for her to counterattack. The second day of the Army variety show shoot had arrived. The female cast wasn't able to keep themselves together in their very first morning in the army, but Rayan was expertly going through the morning roll call. How many years has it been since I've done military morning calisthenics? She thought she had already forgotten how to do it, but only her mind had forgotten it. The memories were still ingrained into her body. Next was a morning run. Lieutenant Kim's attitude was unchanging despite the women's complaints. Squad, run, forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rayan was matching her steps to the calls before she knew it. The fact that she was doing this unconsciously gave her goosebumps. They managed to finish the regular military morning routine and headed to the cafeteria after quickly washing their faces. Thank you for the meal. During their meal, Han-Gyo asked Rayan, who was sitting across from her, I saw a video of soldiers in the Marine Corps eating with their torsos perpendicular to the floor. Do they not do that anymore in the army? That was abolished long ago. Rayan had also never eaten perpendicular to the floor during her military service. Her friends who had served in the Marine Corps mentioned that they had once or twice, but never regularly. That aside, aren't they being too generous just because it's gonna air on TV? The morning meals in the army that Rayan remembered were nothing like this. She remembered being given only kimchi, edible seaweed, soybean paste soup and milk, but they had been given some very special service today. Even officers don't get a menu like this. As expected of the army, the master of showing off. The women had eaten like royalty, but it only meant that they would be put through an equivalent level of hell. The 7 women had changed into individual load-bearing equipment and gathered at the drill ground. We will be moving to the individual combat ground, so follow me in a straight line. Understood? Why yes, sir. Squad, forward. The cast's first form of shock was that they had to march there instead of by car. They were shocked for a second time once they arrived at the individual combat ground. Excuse me. Nov. L. B //JNN. Seo Tae-yeon was so bewildered that she called Lieutenant Kim without mentioning her name and rank. Lieutenant Kim roared as if he was waiting for it, who just said excuse me. I am sorry, sir. Trainee number 3 has a question. What is it? Lieutenant Kim responded in a way that implied he would punish her if she asked a stupid question. However, Tae-yeon had to ask despite this. I only see rocks. Are you saying that we have to crawl up from here? Director Ju had talked about today's training last night as if it would be a piece of cake, but it looked like they would be covered in blood rather than whipping cream. Raeon was unmoved since she had already resolved herself the moment Director Ju mentioned individual combat, but that was not the case for the other trainees. Lieutenant Kim answered trainee number 3, Seo Tae-yeon, do you seriously call that a question? A soldier must do whatever it takes to fulfill their mission, even if they have to crawl on rocks or mud. In other words, he was saying that they did indeed have to crawl up the hill on these rocks. The women looked like they were about to cry as Lieutenant Kim confirmed their suspicions, and looked around to vent their rage at Director Ju. But he's long gone. Raeon smirked as if she had already expected it. Even his tendency to hide in a hole whenever things got dicey was also exactly like Kim Han-Gyo. The hellish individual combat training had begun. The women became teary-eyed every time sharp rocks poked their knees and elbows. 5 of the 7 cast members had streaks of tears on their faces during the hour that they had trained for. Simply speaking, everyone except Raeon and Boyeon had cried a river. Boyeon seemed to be showing great attention to Raeon while she was crawling next to her. She's probably wanting to be the best of us to get as much screen time as possible. Boyeon was trying to become a media sensation now that she had retired as a track and field athlete. Hence, every single shot was like gold to her. Raeon understood Boyeon's circumstances very well, but that doesn't mean I have to yield to her. Raeon had her own objective for appearing on this special, so she couldn't afford to yield the spotlight to Boyeon. Next up, flank crawls. They would have to go through the obstacle course as soon as they got through this course. It should be around time. Raeon crawled past the steel wires, ran up the mountain hill and made stabbing motions at the enemy target in front of her with her rifle. The enemy base had been occupied. Now then, let's go back down and start over. Lieutenant Kim ordered the trainees. He emphasized that they needed to shout, training is combat, individual combat, while going down. Lieutenant Kim. However, the first sergeant who had been on watch duty last night appeared while wearing an instructor armband. You're here, First Sergeant, the lieutenant replied. You look tired, sir. Take a short break while I give the trainees a lesson on the meaning and history of individual combat. Pardon? But adding things like this to the show gives meaning to the training, doesn't it? Even if the lieutenant was higher in rank, the first sergeant had far more experience. Lieutenant Kim reluctantly left. In the meantime, the first sergeant signaled to the female cast to take a seat as if he had been waiting for this moment. I'll chatter for about 40 minutes, so please listen comfortably. Haha. The first sergeant and Raeon exchanged glances. Raeon lightly nodded. We'll be in your care, First Sergeant. It was time for the piece of cake that they were promised. One individual combat is training for recruits to accurately and effectively traverse through various terrain. It mainly involves rushing and crawling. 2. The flank crawl is a type of crawl done in the Korean military where one crawls on their side. It is usually used in tight spaces such as pipes, as long as the rifle's length is longer than the pipe's diameter. The first sergeant's stomach looked like it was protruding out more because he was wearing individual load-bearing equipment, but what stood out more than his stomach was his masterful non-stop chattering. It may not look like it, but our base is overflowing with history and tradition. Even during the Korean War, this base and its soldiers bravely defended this base to the very end. To go into detail about what happened at the time, the first sergeant's briefing, which had been expected to go no more than an hour, had gone well past 1 hour and was approaching 2. It was more appropriate to call it regular chatter than a briefing. Lieutenant Kim was getting more and more restless as the first sergeant's chattering continued. The lieutenant wasn't the only one. Lieutenant, Director Ju said while shooting the lieutenant a gaze. He was telling him to do something. The lieutenant lightly nodded. Ahem. First Sergeant. Lieutenant Kim got the first sergeant's attention while coughing. Yes, Lieutenant. It's time to resume the training. Why don't we have the trainees go back down? In other words, they were about to go for a second round of individual combat. The trainees unconsciously trembled. Their knees and elbows were still numb, they couldn't handle yet another hellish crawl. At that moment, the first sergeant and Kang Raeon exchanged glances again. Raeon shook his head. Fat chance. Raeon still wanted to rest more. They quickly exchanged opinions with just their eyes. I'll go on for just 10 more minutes, the first sergeant remarked. 10 minutes. I haven't gotten to the highlight yet. You know me, Lieutenant. I won't be able to sleep at night if I stop here. The first sergeant had a nickname, Chatterman. He had to see the end of it once he started rolling. The lieutenant sighed deeply. If the battalion commander were here, even just the company commander would be able to put an end to the first sergeant's chatter. However, Lieutenant Kim had been helped by the first sergeant countless times. If the first sergeant hadn't looked out for him when he was first transferred to this battalion, he would have been slaved to no end by the battalion and company commanders. His army life had been more or less without problems thanks to the first sergeant. Because of this debt, the lieutenant couldn't refuse the first sergeant's request. It was far easier to persuade the production team than the first sergeant. Understood. You won't be given any more than exactly 10 minutes. Raean snickered in her head as she watched Lieutenant Kim turn back. Raean had safely completed the hellish individual combat training and went to the shower room with the other female participants. She had gotten more or less used to showering naked with other women since she had been a woman for 4 years. Raean let herself be enveloped by the warm water from the shower head and closed her eyes to enjoy this small form of joy. One of the most enjoyable things for Raean was taking a shower immediately after breaking a sweat, because it felt like the warm water washed away her fatigue along with her sweat. Han-Gyo said in astonishment during their shower, "I never thought there'd be a women's shower room in the army. Isn't it fascinating?" "Come to think of it, I guess so," the others agreed. Most people would think only men joined the army, but that was no longer the case. There are tons of female soldiers now, so women's bathrooms are being made all around military bases, the army expert Raean explained. She had been doubtful of the need for women's shower rooms back when she was doing her military service, but now she had completely changed her mind. Of course there should be. She wouldn't be able to enjoy such small forms of joy if they didn't exist. During their shower, the women chatted about things that they couldn't in front of the instructor and assistant instructors. Jang Yoo-ha seemed to have more things to say about Raean than anything else. That aside, we'd have been in huge trouble if it weren't for Raean today. Right. I couldn't agree more. I heard the first sergeant bought us time to rest because Raean agreed to give him an autograph during her night watch. Oh my, really? No wonder he did something like that when he couldn't wait to put us through hell just yesterday. I knew something was up. If there was one thing Raean realized during her service, it was that their true enemy wasn't the North Korean forces, but the officers. However, if they could bring the officers to their side, army life will be a lot easier. Because Raean had already experienced such things in her past life, she was able to create opportunities like this without needing to be told to. Maybe I should have let Ijun know about stuff like this. She was suddenly feeling regretful. It had now been 3 days since she had enlisted in the army. Morning roll call began like any other day, but the women were far brighter than yesterday. Even during military morning calisthenics or running while singing the war song that they hated so much, their smiles did not leave their faces. Lieutenant Kim, who was leading the run, couldn't help but smile as he saw their faces. They were obviously happy since today was the discharge day that they had been dreaming of. The women finished the morning routine and went to the cafeteria to have their final army breakfast. "I'm gonna go straight to a fast food restaurant as soon as I get out of here," Yoo-ha declared. The younger women also stepped up to declare that they would follow the eldest. Raean also decided to join them. She wanted to purify her digestive system that had been contaminated with army food with a hamburger and coke. They finished their breakfast and went back to their barracks. They organized all the supplies they were provided to use for the last 3 days, and neatened the army locker and beds they had used. The long-awaited discharge ceremony came at last. Raean, who had been the leader of this squad for the last 3 days, once again acted as the representative to declare that they had received orders to be discharged to the battalion commander. The battalion commander nodded in satisfaction. The company commander, the instructor, and assistant instructors were honestly shocked by how well you had handled army life. I'm very happy to see that you have received better training than even the soldiers currently deployed in this base. Even the battalion and company commanders, commonly known as Master Killjoys, did not reserve their compliments toward the female participants. The discharge ceremony went by without a hitch, and the women took time to say their goodbyes to the instructors and assistant instructors who had taken care of them for the last 3 days. It was their first time seeing the merciless Lieutenant Kim Young-dae, who had been called the fearsome instructor by the cast, with a smile on his face. "You have all worked so hard for the past 3 days. And I'd like for you all to know that all the suffering that I'd put you through was not personal in any way whatsoever." Yoo-ha and Jo In-hai cried as they witnessed his warm heart for the very first time. The shame of parting, and all the suffering and sorrow that they had faced until now had manifested into tears. Contrary to the 2 eldest women, Gae asked Lieutenant Kim teasingly with a bright expression, "In that case, instructor, is there someone among us that you like?" Lieutenant Kim's mouth twitched. It looked like he was wondering whether or not to say it. Certain that he would cave with just a little bit more, the cast pressured him. "Instructor, you may never see us again after we're discharged today." Exactly. If there's anyone you like among us, you'd better ask them for a hug while you still can. The chance to hug a female celebrity was by no means a common occurrence. As long as Lieutenant Kim was a man, he definitely had a type of woman that he liked. His gaze slid over in order from Yoo-ha, In-hai, Seo Tae-yeon, Min Bo-yeon, Choi Hyun, and then stopped at Gae. However, the one he chose was not Gae, but Raean standing right next to her. I'm trainee Kang Raeyeon's fan. Lieutenant Kim was one of Raeyeon's biggest fans. He had been her fan ever since her debut in The Devil's Touch, and was even a member of Club Allegiance, Raeyeon's fan club. He also had a badge that signified he was a member. Raeyeon had thought that Lieutenant Kim was her enemy ever since she first enlisted, but she was feeling slightly charitable now that he was naming himself as one of her fans. Raeyeon spread her arms out. Seeing that, Lieutenant Kim's eyes shook so much that it was clearly visible despite him wearing sunglasses. The instructor and trainee gently hugged each other. The lieutenant showed a nervous side of him that he had never shown to Raeyeon. Thank you very much, trainee Kang Raeyeon. As your fan, I will continue to root for you to continue on your prosperous career. Thank you, instructor. Let's meet again if our paths ever cross. Yes, ma'am. Their roles had reversed now that she had been discharged. Raeyeon ate all kinds of food that she wasn't able to eat during her shoot for On Duty. All clear. Female soldier special. As soon as she safely came back home, she was nagged to no end by her personal trainer who had been in charge of her diet. After the hellish filming in the army had come to an end, Raeyeon was contacted by the production team that the female soldier special would be released in a week. Raeyeon decided to watch it along with Seo Yiseo. Yiseo felt some familiarity for some reason as she watched Raeyeon being put through the ringer in a military uniform. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Aren't you looking a bit too professional compared to everyone else? Someone who had experienced it before was obviously better at it. There was no trainee more experienced than Raeyeon, who had been honorably discharged as a sergeant. Boyeon did well enough to be her rival, but Raeyeon had far more solo screen time. Various online communities were filled with discussions about Raeyeon as soon as the special aired. Seeing how she was getting all the attention, it felt like she had been rewarded for the 3 days in hell. Chief Young called her as she was in relief. Yes, Chief Young. Hey, Raeyeon. I got a call from Director Ju. Raeyeon wondered if the director had called to express his gratitude for carrying the special, but he's gonna be making a part 2 of the female soldier special because it did so well, and he requested me to ask you if you'd be willing to appear on it. Do you want to? Her answer was already decided. I'd rather die. Prices of the stock that was Kang Raeyeon skyrocketed to heights beyond words after the On Duty, All Clear, female soldier special. It wasn't a rising curve, but a perpendicular ascent. Because of this, GNF put the plan to make Raeyeon the agency's next-generation representative actress into action, and Chief Young was the one who benefited most from this. I'm getting royalty treatment these days thanks to you, Raeyeon. He was in such a great mood that he couldn't stop smiling as soon as he saw Raeyeon. It was understandable, since the one who had found her and brought her into GNF was none other than Chief Young. He used to be called a has-been because he had been falling behind his competitors, but now he was getting the best treatment there was in the agency thanks to the most beautiful of pearls that was Kang Raeyeon. Raeyeon's manager Shin Yubin was also in a fantastic mood. I've been getting tons of casting offer calls for commercials, variety programs, and lots more. I carry around 3 battery packs, no joke. Yubin had to take every single casting offer call that came her way while Raeyeon was in the middle of one of a kind of girl shoots, to the point that Yubin was busier than Raeyeon on some days. Her popularity was about to pierce the heavens. No, it was no exaggeration to say that it already had. However, Raeyeon herself was simply drinking the Americano that Yubin had bought in silence. She had already expected the audience to act this way, because she already knew why the female soldier special had been so criticized in her past life. It's because they were way too bad. Raeyeon obviously knew that being bad made the show entertaining. However, there was a limit. Being way too bad annoyed the audience rather than entertaining them. This applied to web novels, webtoons, movies, dramas, and many other forms of content. The perfect amount of dissatisfaction intensified the audience's curiosity about how the story would be resolved, as well as their level of catharsis when it was resolved. However, excessive dissatisfaction only exhausted the audience. Some amounts of satisfaction were necessary. Since the other members acted as the dissatisfaction and Raeyeon took on the role of satisfying the audience, it perfectly balanced the 2 components and exponentially raised the level of the show's entertainment. That was why the female soldier special was so well received by the audience. As long as one figures out the cause of their failure, the rest is easy. Raeyeon's plan had worked magnificently. However, Chief Young and Yubin, who had no idea what Raeyeon was thinking, were only engrossed in the result that followed. Yubin asked Raeyeon, a lot of good commercial offers came in. You'll do them, right? Of course. She was not bound by any restrictions about not being able to appear in commercials or other TV programs while one of a kind of girl. Shoots were still going. She wouldn't have been able to participate in the female soldier special if she had been. From what Raeyeon had experienced as a celebrity so far, commercials are the best. She could understand why celebrities went crazy over commercial offers. Just 1 day of shooting was able to pull in enormous amounts of money. Not only that, they could periodically let their faces be known to the public through commercial exposure, and acquire other incentives based on sales, although it depended case by case. One needed to know to strike while the iron was still hot, but in this idiom, Raeyeon was a furnace that heated the iron whenever she wanted. Didn't you say there was a different offer other than commercials? Raeyeon asked. She had heard the gist of things from Yubin on their ride here. Yubin nodded and mentioned the offer that she had stopped herself from talking about before. There was also a modeling offer. From where? Rayan asked. She expected it to have been from a public institution or something. She was close, but wrong. Army headquarters. Rayan had refused part 2 of the female soldier special with her life, but now an offer to model for the army had come her way. The moment she heard that the modeling offer came from the army headquarters, she only had negative impressions of it. However, it did not seem like a bad idea after thinking through it carefully. Not just that, I don't have to suffer like I did during the special. All she needed to do was to wear a military uniform and take some pictures. That aside, Rayan was also aiming for something else. It's almost Armed Forces Day. There was going to be an event held on October 1st for Armed Forces Day. If Rayan were to accept the modeling offer from the army headquarters, she would also be invited to the event. The Armed Forces Day event held many meanings, but the one she was interested in the most was that many distinguished political figures attend it. Political figures rarely attended events like the drama awards or joint concerts. However, it was a different story for an event with great meaning in the public sense, and the Armed Forces Day event was one of them. Rayan was a celebrity, but had no deep relations with the political sphere. The only person she knew was Congresswoman Han-Gyo. Hence, she was planning on using this opportunity to get acquainted with the political figures. The gears inside her head were going full overdrive, and she finally came to a decision. Okay, I'll do that too. Really? Yes. Chief Young and Yubin looked at Rayan in surprise. It was obvious that they would react this way. I thought you'd refuse for sure, Chief Young remarked. Me too, Yubin agreed. Rayan knew very much about the army, which explained her sheer dislike for it. Considering this fact about her, they obviously thought she would say no, but she had agreed instead. However, Rayan had a condition. Please tell them that I'll do it if they let me participate in the Armed Forces Day event. That won't be too difficult. Okay, I'll let them know, Chief Young replied. Please. Now that she had worked hard to carry the female soldier special, it was time for her to get back to constructing her plan for revenge. The army was ecstatic to hear that Rayan agreed to the modeling offer. They couldn't not be, since she who was all the rage lately had decided to put a military uniform back on. Rayan had thought that she would never have to wear a military uniform ever again, but she sighed as she looked down at the uniform that had the name tag Kong Rayan stitched on it. Goddamn army. She almost cursed out loud, but couldn't help but suppress it since Yiseo was right next to her. Yiseo gave her opinion as she scanned the new military uniform that the army headquarters had sent her. It looks better than the one you wore in the female soldier special, doesn't it? I guess so. It was obvious, since the one that she wore during the special was made with the intention that the trainees would be put through the ringer. This uniform was made for modeling purposes, so it couldn't be any more different just from the appearance. How does it fit? Have you tried it on yet? Yiseo asked. Not yet? Try it on. I'm curious too. Rayan sighed deeply. She decided to wear the full set along with the combat boots and beret since she was going out of her way to wear them. They did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest since they were made to fit her perfectly. They felt nice to move in, and it accentuated her figure well. However, there was just one problem. I feel like all the energy leaves my body whenever I wear a military uniform for some reason. She often felt like this, especially during her mobilization drills and reservist training in her past life. She wondered if military uniforms had energy-absorbing features installed in them. Yiseo scanned Rayan's entire body in satisfaction. It looks great on you. The uniform suits you way better than it does Yijun. Come to think of it, you said you went to visit him last week, didn't you? Yeah, he wants to see you so much. Rayan only had to be in the army for 3 days, but that wasn't the case for Seo Yijun. He could only be discharged after spending almost 2 years there. How is he? Rayan asked. He's doing well. He said he'd been super worried at first, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle, apparently. All his superiors are nice to him, too. Of course they'd be, Rayan thought as she stared at Yiseo. Yijun's superiors would know that he had a pretty older sister, which was why they were being so nice to him. Looks like he'll have an easy service thanks to his sister. There wasn't much that connections could get a soldier. Just the fact that they had a pretty older or younger sister, or an acquaintance was a great asset to have based on the situation. It was October 1st, the day of the Armed Forces Day event. Rayan attended the event as the official model of the army. She went through a short rehearsal in her military uniform before the event began. Miss Kong, you just need to climb up the stage from here, recite the short speech, and come back down the stage the same way. Did you get that? Yes. Then let's do a rehearsal. You don't have to go through the entire speech. Just read the first 3 sentences. They had to do things quickly because there wasn't much time. They needed to prepare everything as quickly as possible since very distinguished political figures and even the president himself would attend this event. Rayan climbed up to the stage. She saluted and then recited the first 3 sentences of the speech like the director had told her and climbed back down. That was great. Next up, the military band rehearsal. Multiple sedans were pulling up from a distance while the rehearsal was in progress. Rayan paid close attention to the people getting out of the cars. The political figures that she was aiming for were appearing one by one. Even Han-Gyo had come to the event. He seemed to be in a good mood, because he was laughing while chatting with others. She was staring daggers at him while sharpening the blade that was revenge in her head. Yeah, laugh while you still can. Nov. L. B //JNN. since he would be stabbed in the back by Raen someday. One Armed Forces Day is an annual Korean event usually celebrated on October 1st to commemorate the service of men and women. Kim Han-Gyo had attended the Armed Forces Day event and was discussing recent news with important political figures that he had met at the venue. Mr. Secretary, did you get home safely after the last dinner party? I would have liked to stay with you to the end, but I guess I've become too old for it. You didn't have to push yourself to stay. I'm sorry for pressuring you like that, Congressman. It's no trouble, haha. I stayed for long simply because I enjoyed the atmosphere of everyone enjoying their drinks while laughing and chattering, so you don't have to be sorry. Why don't we have a drink together again when we're both free? I'd love to. It was important to attend official events even if one didn't want to, because socializing like this would naturally lead to scheduling a subsequent meetup. Han-Gyo was very famous for having a wide circle of acquaintances because of his unique sense of affability. If he found someone to be useful to him, he approached them first without reservation despite having no relation to them. That was how Han-Gyo had been gradually spreading his influence. He made clear designations between friend and foe. He didn't even say a word to people who he had designated as a foe, and one of them was, ahem. Chairman Ji Sung-jiam of Dudam Group turned his gaze elsewhere while coughing. He naturally caught Raen's attention. Oh ho, would you look at that? She didn't know why, but the relationship between Chairman Ji and Han-Gyo had broken far earlier than she had expected. Her advice seemed to have influenced the chairman more than she had thought it would. Raen approached Chairman Ji to greet him first. Hello, Chairman. It's been a while. Chairman Ji brightened as he saw Raen. I heard you were going to be participating in the Armed Forces Day event, Raen. You look great even in a military uniform. Look great, my ass. She wanted nothing more than to tear this dim uniform off of her right this instant, but she decided to suppress the urge since she didn't want to be reprimanded for indecency in an official event. In exchange, she smiled brightly and accepted the chairman's compliment. Thank you very much, Chairman. Is Sunbi not with you? She was talking about Ji Han-sok. He still wants to keep the fact that I'm his grandfather a secret, so he didn't come on purpose, the chairman remarked. Very few knew about Han-sok's relationship with Dudam Group. They were only aware that Han-sok was a third-generation chaebol. Raen changed the subject. It looks like something bad happened with Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. You could say that. He did not go into detail. Raen didn't really care about the details either, since the process of their break in friendship was of no importance to her. Oh my, is that you, Raen? As Raen and Chairman Ji were chatting, Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon greeted Raen. It had also been a long time since Raen had met the Congresswoman, the chairman included. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The Congresswoman shot compliments in rapid fire at Raen regarding her military uniform. My, how does a military uniform look so good on you? I'd think you were a real female soldier if I didn't know any better. It didn't really feel like a compliment to Raen, it was quite mysterious. Chairman Ji added to the Congresswoman's compliment while laughing. She's far too beautiful to be a female soldier, don't you think? You couldn't be more right, the Congresswoman replied. They naturally started conversing with each other. From what Raen remembered, Congresswoman Hong and Chairman Ji had no relation with each other. She decided to take this opportunity to acquaint them with each other. Congresswoman, this is Chairman Ji Sung-jiam of Dudam Group. Oh my, hello. I've heard so much about you. I believe this is our first time meeting. Chairman Ji glanced at Raen. His eyes reflected his desire for Raen to introduce her to him as well. Not even Chairman Ji knew the faces of every single member of the National Assembly. There were over 200 active members, and adding in former members and influential figures of the financial world, there were too many people to keep track of. Not just that, Congresswoman Hong was not yet a highly reputable member of her party. My name is Hong Oh-yeon, Chairman. She introduced herself before Raen had a chance to. Chairman Ji slightly nodded while looking at the Congresswoman. I've heard many things about you from here and there. I've heard you're especially popular among the young congressmen. I'd also been quite surprised because of my popularity with young people. It might be because we share the same energy. I think I'd get along pretty well with you as well, Chairman. Chairman Ji continued to laugh. He seemed to have gotten in a good mood from what Congresswoman Hong had said. Raen's scattered connections were uniting as one. She was planning on using this chance to increase her influence. And the day will come when I'll devour Kim Han-Gyo. One could say that was Raen's ultimate goal. Raen greeted the young congressmen who were following Congresswoman Hong around. A few figures who would be able to be of great help to Raen's revenge were among them. Congresswoman Hong has a lot more connections than I'd thought. She was a great speaker, was sociable, and most importantly, she has no enemies. Han-Gyo clearly distinguished people between those who were on his side, and those who were not. On the other hand, Hong Oh-yeon was the type of person to make as few enemies as possible. That was terrifying in and of itself, but it made things just as difficult to manage her connections. However, it did not matter, because I can fill what she's lacking. Raen decided to make her moves with Congresswoman Hong as her main focus. Other than that, she hadn't experienced anything else of great significance during the Armed Forces Day event. She had met with Han-Gyo face to face and talked with him. He expressed his appeal to Raen by telling her that he had been her fan for a while. He must want me as one of his allies too, she interpreted. Well, I'll have to wait and see. They had no time to have a long conversation at the time. They didn't even have a minute, so all they could do was to greet each other. Rain put all her strength into managing her expression during her conversation with Han-Gyo. She wanted nothing more than to stab him in the stomach, but she managed to suppress the urge. Good job holding it in, she complimented herself. After getting through the Armed Forces Day event with great difficulty, Rain took off her top as soon as she got back in Shin Yubin's car. Yubin exclaimed in shock from the driver's seat, Rain, what are you doing? I'm changing my clothes. What if people see? The windows are tinted. I also closed the curtains, so it's fine. Sigh. For God's sake. Rain was a girl, so her manager wanted her to change while being attentive to people's gazes. Rain did not usually change in a hurry in the car like this. She usually took her time to change in the changing room or at home unless it needed to be done quickly. However, it was different in the case of military uniforms. She felt like she was coming back to life as soon as she took off the uniform. Much better. Rain yeeted the beret. She never knew a t-shirt and jeans could feel so comfortable. She asked Yubin after changing, I don't have anything else on my schedule today, right? Yup. Do you want to go home? Yes, please. Rain wanted nothing more than to rest after going through the Armed Forces Day event in a military uniform. Rain sat comfortably at home while reading through the script of One of a Kind of Girl. They would be shooting the scene tomorrow where the character Min Jute experienced an identity crisis after becoming a woman. She had the mind of a man, but the body of a woman. There was a description written in the script of the character being torn about what she should do, now that she was taking more and more interest in men. This was also the only part that Rain couldn't sympathize with in the entire One of a Kind of Girl plot. It's not like she has to marry and have kids with a man just because she became a woman. Why is she so torn about this? Couldn't she just be alone while doing the things that she wanted? At least, that was what Rain thought. This difference could be originating from the difference in personality and beliefs of Jute and Rain. Well, there are tons of different kinds of people in the world. Rain decided to empathize with her character as best she could. Do I have to go on a date with a man, like Jute? Even if she did, it seemed best to do it with someone she knew. However, there was a problem. They're all in the middle of their military service right now. Seo Ye-jun and Choi Sang-woon were in the army. Jae-woon was on his world tour, so it seemed a bit inconsiderate to contact him. She didn't want to call her older brother either. The only person left who could bring out the feeling of having a date was Han-sok Sunbi, I guess. Not only that, Han-sok could give her a lot of feedback since he was a fellow actor. Alright, I've chosen. She picked up her smartphone and contacted Han-sok. There wasn't anything particularly special about the date. They just had a meal together, watched a movie, and had some coffee. So, do you think you've empathized with your character a little? Han-sok asked. Rain answered instantly, no. Han-sok laughed. You don't need to think about it so hard. Rather than forcing yourself to accept your character's emotions, try to interpret them in your own way. That will prove to be much better in making your performance more natural. Interpreting it in her own way. The quality of feedback from a fellow actor was certainly not bad at all. Feel free to ask me anything you want whenever, Han-sok stated. Okay, Sunbi. Rain could get feedback from Han-sok, and Han-sok could enjoy dates with Rain. It was good for both of them. Rain had 2 more dates with Han-sok. She still did not understand, but she was getting a feel for how Jute was feeling. I think saying the line like this will bring the emotion to life. She was alone in her room, writing things on the script with a pen. But then, she suddenly got a call from Yubin. Kekong Rain? What the hell have you done? Rain was bewildered by Yubin's pressing. What did I do? Search up your name on the internet right now? She decided to do as Yubin said. At that moment, she doubted her eyes. Has Kong Rain and Ji Han-sok's relationship developed into lovers? Exclusive news? Pictures of their dates captured. What the F? A scandal article of Rain and Han-sok was being shared all over the internet. The scandal article was published out of nowhere. Kong Rain's smartphone was being bombarded with calls and texts. If her smartphone was a living organism, then it would have been groggy with all the blows it had received. That was how much chaos this article had ensued. I should at least let my agency know, if no one else. She called Shin Yubin back, but the person you are trying to reach is currently in another call. Please leave a message after the. Yubin seemed to be just as hectic as Rain was, to the point that she couldn't even be reached. I guess I have no choice. She would have to call again later. In the meantime, she decided to figure out the cause of such an article being published. To be honest, it was obvious, it couldn't be anything else. It's because I asked Han-sok Sunbi for mock dates. One couldn't escape people's gazes in a city. This not only applied to cities in Korea, but any city in the entire world. Even if they managed to escape gazes, CCTVs were installed everywhere in this day and age. Hence, it was almost impossible to get away from attention. Because of this, a certain reporter had caught Rain and Ji Han-sok enjoying their date together. An enlarged picture of them walking closely side by side had been pasted right on the article. That picture wasn't the only one. 3 pictures. All with different outfits. Rain had 5 dates with Han-sok, and 3 of them had been discovered by the reporter. How quick-wit. It was at least fortunate that Rain and Han-sok had not done anything couple-like during their dates. Even if it was for the sake of her acting, she had no intention of doing anything of the sort with Han-sok. The pictures looked like nothing more than close acquaintances going out to have a meal together, but the reporters and the public were filtering out such information and were seriously thinking they were actually dating. It was especially so for people who were hoping they actually were. This is what's so scary about dramas. If two protagonists of the drama that the fans obsessed over actually became a thing, they couldn't help but get highly interested. Arian's head hurt. It was understandable, since she was swept into a dating scandal just from 3 pictures. But well, it's nothing hard to deal with. They weren't going out, and the uproar would die down as soon as she put out a statement that Han-Sok was only coaching her to help her empathize with the character that she was currently playing. It was a very simple solution, but it just pisses me off. She was involved in a dating scandal with a man. Han-Sok was no doubt a very good person. It was true that Arian had first approached Han-Sok solely with the intention of getting close to the chairman of Dudam Group, but she had slowly come to realize that he was a good person. But just because he's a good person doesn't mean I want to go out with him. She had mixed feelings. At that moment, is this how Min Jute feels? Albeit for just an instant, Arian could empathize with her character Jute. To think I'd actually be helped by a tabloid article. She was experiencing all kinds of things in life. GNF Entertainment was flipped upside down as soon as the scandal article was published. Arian was summoned to the agency and was made to receive a scolding of sorts from Chief Young. Arian, are you and Han-Sok really dating? Be honest with me. There was some anger mixed in his words. He was likely angry because he was sad that it had been kept a secret from him. Arian sighed. We're not. I told Miss Manager the whole story. Did you not hear from her? From Yubin? Chief Young asked as he turned to Yubin. She smiled awkwardly and mentioned, you were being called all over the place, so I had no chance to tell you until Arian arrived. Chief Young. Arian was now the representative actress of GNF. It was obvious that a single scandal article regarding her would bring chaos to the entire agency. Then you guys really aren't dating. Yes. Sunbi was only helping me do better on my performance for One of a Kind of Girl. We had absolutely no romantic intentions in any way. Arian had only felt this wronged a few times in her life. A dating scandal with a man. You've gotta be kidding me. However, there were some people among the public who were supporting their relationship, calling them a perfect couple. Who knew how many among them would still support the relationship if they found out Arian used to be a man? Chief Young sighed in relief. Then I guess we should put out a statement right away. Yes, that sounds. A call came through Arian's phone as she was talking. She said to Chief Young and Yubin as she checked who it was, it's from Han-Sok Sunbi. I'm sorry, Arian. That was the first thing Arian heard as soon as she picked up the call. She tilted her head from the unexpected apology. There's nothing that you have to be sorry for, Sunbi. There is. The scandal article is all my fault. Scandals were sometimes fatal for an actress's career. Due to this, Han-Sok fell into a state of panic when he first saw the dating scandal article that had been posted of him and Arian. He felt like he had greatly damaged Arian's future, which was why he had called to apologize. However, Arian had no intention of blaming Han-Sok for this mess. The reporter who published the article is the one who's at fault. You did absolutely nothing wrong, Sunbi. Rather, he was the one who got swept into this mess because he decided to help her. We're going to be releasing a statement right away, so please wait just a little bit. Okay. We're also going to make a statement on our end saying that it's completely groundless. Understood, Sunbi. Arian hung up and summarized their conversation to Chief Young and Yubin. Sunbi's agency is going to make a statement as well. Really? Then I guess we should get ready to. Yubin, ask Deputy General Manager Kim and Department Manager Choi to come to Director Yu's office. I'll let Director Yu know myself, Chief Young remarked. Yes, Chief Young, Yubin replied. Arian, you sit tight and don't worry about anything. We'll take care of the rest. Chief Young and Yubin sped out of the meeting room. Arian was told that she didn't have to do anything, but she had no intention of doing so. She pulled out her smartphone again and called someone. Hello, it's me, Mr. Arian called Ma Yongjun and gave him an order. I'd like you to teach a lesson to that piece of garbage of a reporter who published that scandalous article about me, so he can never write something like that ever again. That's our specialty. That's right. Take care of it in a way that there won't be any backbiting. Do you understand? Don't worry. We'll take care of it. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Arian had resolved the empathizing problem with her character Min Jute thanks to the scandal, but she would pay back what she had been given. Only then would such an incident never happen again. Han-Sok finished his call with Arian and let his agency members sitting across from him know what Arian had said. She said her agency is going to release a statement soon. Really? Then I guess we should get ready to release our own statement as well? Team Leader Kim. Contact GNF so we can match the timing of our release. Understood. Han-Sok was also being called a fast-rising prospect on PAR with Arian in his own agency, so the entire agency was moving to suppress the scandal in its early phase before it got any bigger. Han-Sok smiled bitterly while looking at the employees busily talking among themselves. His manager noticed his strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong, Han-Sok?" The manager wondered if something had gone wrong, but Han-Sok shook his head. "No, it's nothing. If there was one word that could express how he was feeling right now, it would be disappointment. How great would it be if the dating scandal between Arian and me was true? With just one dating scandal, he was dreaming about marrying and having kids with Rayan, and even being surrounded by their grandkids. Rayan's surroundings had been extremely noisy because of the dating scandal, but she was able to get back to her normal life because it was quickly resolved. Even the staff members of One of a Kind of Girl, who used to ask her if she really was going out with Han-Seok, were quiet today because articles saying that the dating scandal was not true were uploaded in bulk last night. Thank God they're not being annoying. Rayan lightly laughed in her head. She checked the text that Youngjun had sent her before going into the shoot. Call me when you have time. It was fairly short. Only she and Yubin were in the waiting room at the moment. Rayan purposefully asked Yubin, Miss Manager, I'm sorry, but could you get me some water? The heels haven't arrived yet, so I have no shoes to wear. Okay. Give me 1 second, I'll go get some right away. Thank you. After chasing out, having her leave the waiting room, Rayan immediately called Youngjun. Is it done? Yeah. I'm sure you took measures so that I wouldn't be suspected, right? I made it look like one of your Sasang fans hired us, so you won't be suspected. Perfect. I knew I could count on you, but I thought you two really were dating. I guess I was wrong. Are you two really not dating? Why? Do you doubt me? To tell you the truth, I made a bet with a few of my men about whether or not the dating scandal was true. That's why I'm making sure. You. Rayan couldn't be more flabbergasted by how he used her as the subject of a bet. What did you bet on, mister? She asked. Youngjun sounded slightly flustered for a moment and said with a voice one tone lower, that it was true. There was one more person that needed to be taught a lesson. One a Sasang fan is an obsessive fan who stalks or engages in other behavior constituting an invasion of the privacy of Korean celebrities or public figures. It had been a while since Kang Rayan visited Lavanche. Seeing her, Park Seo-hun waved and greeted her brightly. Seeing his bright smile put Rayan in a bad mood. What's with you today, mister? You usually look at me like you stepped on shit whenever I visit the company. You know why, Seo-hun stated. Rayan had last seen Seo-hun at the beginning of last month. The gears in her head turned to figure out what had happened during that time. Just one thing popped into her head, the dating scandal between her and Ji Han-seok. Rayan gave Seo-hun a death glare. Do you want a beating in front of your employees, mister? Seo-hun laughed awkwardly. Jokes aside, he needed to get to the main point before Rayan got even angrier. Rayan asked Seo-hun and director Do Ha-young as she took her seat in the meeting room, where's old man Ma Young-jun? There were three key individuals leading Lavanche. Park Seo-hun managed the overall state of the company, Do Ha-young managed everything else, and Ma Young-jun handled logistics management and odd jobs. Rayan needed all three of them to be present when she visited so that they could issue her orders down to their respective divisions. Ha-young answered, he is absent because he had other business to attend to. What business? Rayan asked. Employee management, or so I've heard. Rayan sighed. That mister's playing hooky. The excuse couldn't sound more bullshit. Even if it was true, there was no way that employee management was more important than Rayan's summons. Having thought of something, Seo-hun told Rayan of what he had seen last time. He hasn't been looking too good ever since your call with him. I believe he said something about you having figured something out. Rayan realized what Youngjun meant immediately. He had realized how dissatisfied Rayan was from how he and his men were betting on whether or not the scandal regarding her was true. He had a bad feeling that Rayan would show him no mercy the next time they met, so he had decided to run. Hence, he was the only one of the three key individuals absent. However, there was one thing that Youngjun still did not know about Rayan. This'll only put him in even more of a pickle. Youngjun was probably thinking Rayan's anger would have somewhat subsided the next time he saw her. However, Rayan was the goddess of revenge. Revenge was her entire being. Next time I see him, he'll get twice the scolding I'd planned on. Seo-hun and Ha-young felt fear for some reason as Rayan smacked her lips. Rayan was driven home from Lavanche by her chauffeur Lim Seok-jun. Her business was expanding by the day as she had expected, and there didn't seem to be any major problems to deal with. In exchange, Seo-hun had asked her when she would employ Seo Yi-jun, the aspiring fashion designer whom she had her eyes on ever since high school. He's in the middle of his military service right now, but I should ask him what he'll do once he's out. She had to get an answer from him regarding whether he'd return to school right away, or get a job at her company. Yi-jun had a lot of talent in fashion design, to the point that Seo-hun, Ha-young, and Lavanche's design team expressed their desire to raise him after seeing his portfolio. Hence, Rayan was planning on taking him before he was fished out by her competitors. If I call him now, I'm sure he won't be able to answer. She was better off calling him during free time. As she was about to go about a different business on her smartphone, a call came from Seo Yi-seo. Hello, Rayan answered. It's me, Rayan. I completely forgot to tell you something yesterday. Tell me what? Yi-seo had gone back to her parents' home due to personal business 2 days ago, so they had to call each other like this if they had something to tell each other. I got a call from Yi-jun last night. His leave is scheduled next week, so I was wondering if us three could meet up if you have time. To Yi-jun, Rayan was a close friend of his older sister, as well as his crush. There was no way that he wouldn't want to see her. Perfect timing. She had wanted to ask Yi-jun something anyway. What time and day next week? He'll be out starting Tuesday. He'll be hanging out with friends on Thursday, so he said any other day works. Okay. I'll call my manager to check my schedule and call you back once I find out when I'm available. Alright, thanks. Rayan ended the call and unconsciously giggled. Yi-jun is way better than that old man Ma Youngjun. Youngjun was busy running away from her, but Yi-jun was doing whatever it took to meet Rayan during his short 5-day break. Although they were in different circumstances, it was funny to her regardless. Meanwhile, Seokjun tilted his head in confusion while driving. Is something the matter, chairwoman? No, it's nothing. Don't pay any mind to it. Rayan decided to call Yubin to check her schedule. It was the first day of Yi-jun's leave. Yiseo chuckled as she looked at her little brother who came home in his military uniform with a single strip that symbolizes he was a private. My friends with little brothers who went to the army all said they were unrecognizable when they came back, but how are you the exact same? You know my skin doesn't tan well even after being out in the sun for a long time. Yiseo was the same, since they were siblings. Where's mom and dad? Yi-jun asked. They're both working at the cafe. Really? Then I guess I should head there after changing. You haven't forgotten we're having dinner with Rayan today, right? Yiseo mentioned. Obviously. There was no way he could forget. The chance to see Rayan again was the only thing keeping him going through his service. It would be a huge problem if he had forgotten. I have to take care of some other business before then, so you can spend some time together with Rayan until I'm done, Yiseo said. When will you be joining us? Since we decided on 6 p.m. I'll be there by 7 p.m., at the very latest. Okay. Yi-jun's heart was already racing from the fact that he'd be able to spend time alone with Rayan for 1 whole hour. Yi-jun had promised to meet Rayan in front of Starlight Road. They were originally planning on meeting somewhere near Rayan and Yiseo's home, but they had changed locations to the relatively deserted Starlight Road since there had been a lot of eyes on Rayan since the scandal incident. As Yi-jun was checking the time after every minute, he heard a woman's voice that was sweet enough to melt his ears. Hey, Yi-jun. It was Rayan. She scanned him from head to toe after walking straight up to him. I think you've gotten taller in the time I haven't seen you, she remarked. Really? I'm not too sure since I haven't measured it. Choi Sang-woon had changed significantly from before and after his enlistment, but Yi-jun had not changed that much. How's army life? Nov. L. B /JNN. It's not too bad. None of my superiors bully me. That's because Yiseo's pretty. Superiors don't bully anyone with pretty older sisters. Rayan knew the minds of men, no, soldiers very well because she herself used to be one. Yi-jun then made a surprise remark, you're prettier, Nuna. Rayan lightly giggled. Does the army train soldiers on pick-up lines these days? Of course not. Seeing Rayan's smile, Yi-jun felt like all his physical and mental stress accumulated before his leave was melting away like snow. They couldn't keep talking outside, so they decided to chat in Starlight Road until Yiseo arrived. The two of them were the only customers, so Rayan was able to rest easy. She pointed at Yi-jun's head as soon as they took their seats. Take off your hat. Why? Why else? Because I want to see your head, Rayan expressed with a wide smile. On the other hand, Yi-jun sighed deeply. He had put on a hat to hide the air of a soldier that he gave off, but he couldn't refuse Rayan's request. His short, pressed-down hair revealed itself to Rayan as he took off his hat. It looks like the soldier in charge of hairdressing at your base is pretty skilled. It looks way better than your hair from before you first entered the training center, Rayan said. Corporal Kim apparently worked at a barber shop before he enlisted. It certainly is nice to have a superior like that at your base. Rayan also had a hairdresser subordinate back in her days of military service, so she had made use of him right up until she was discharged. But of course, she had taken care of him as much as he had helped her. Yi-jun took a sip of coffee and brought up a sensitive topic. Nuna, I have a question. He had wanted to ask this once he went on his leave. Your dating scandal with that Ji Han-sok person. It's really not true, right? Rayan, who had one end of a straw in her mouth, looked at Yi-jun as if she had expected it. I was wondering why you weren't asking that. Rayan more or less knew that Yi-jun saw her as more than just a Nuna. He was romantically interested in her, so she had expected him to ask a question regarding the scandal. It's completely groundless. There's nothing between me and Han-sok Sunbi. We're simply in a senior-junior relationship, so don't get any weird misunderstandings. Really? Yes, really. You're being so annoying. There had been tons of people besides Yi-jun who had repeatedly asked Rayan about the dating scandal. She had to clear things up over and over again, enough to make her sick of it. Yi-jun was rather relieved to see her angry. Seeing your reaction, it looks like you're telling the truth, he remarked. He smiled brightly now that his worries had been cleared. However, Rayan sighed deeply from how the people around her were acting so sensitively from just one dating scandal. He'd explode if I ever get married. Although, she had no plans to do such a thing. Rayan woke up very early in the morning when the sun hadn't even come up yet. Ugh, I'm so tired. She felt like fatigue was sweeping over her as soon as she yawned. She came out of her room and looked at Yiseo's empty room. Yiseo had no choice but to go work at Starlight Road for the time being because the part-timer had suddenly quit due to personal circumstances. Hence, Yiseo was currently back at her parents' place, and Rayan had ended up having this spacious home all to herself. She was never one to get lonely, but I don't really like it when it's this quiet. A relatively noisy home with the warmth of life around it was far better than a cold and silent one. I guess it'll be like this until the beginning of next month. Ra could also call her older brother over if she got bored since Ra Hayek, no matter how much he grumbled, rushed to her side at any time of day if she asked. She washed up and went out to the living room. Just in time, a call came from Shin Yu-bin. Ra, we're almost at your house. Are you ready? Yes. Let me know what time you'll arrive and I'll be down by then. She decided to dry her hair until then. Her hair was so long that it took quite a long time to dry. Well, they'll do my hair once I'm at the set anyway. However, it was better to go with clean hair. She dried her hair somewhat, packed her things and got on the elevator. The car that Ra rode around in was parked near the entrance in front of the elevator. Yubin popped out from the driver's seat window and waved at Ra. Over here, Ra. Ra confirmed where they were and walked over to them. She got on the back seat as she greeted Yubin good morning. The moment she sat down, her stylist Ryu Hayan took out a portable hairdryer. I packed this just in case you weren't able to fully dry your hair. I did well, right? Ra smiled at Hayan, who was looking at her as if she wanted to be praised. The three of them had worked together for so long that they were like bread and butter at this point. Ra took out the script from her bag. She used to get dizzy from reading books or looking at her smartphone in the car for too long, but she had gotten used to it because such things were a daily occurrence for an actress. I guess I'll be working together with Mr. Wang Seungbyum starting today. Wang Seungbyum was an actor who debuted 2 years ago, and he was given the lead role of Min Ju-tae's love interest. He had risen up to take on a lead role in a movie in just 2 years. It's not easy to do. It meant that not only was he talented, his agency was giving him their full support. Ra had also watched the dramas and movies he had starred in. He's fairly good-looking and tall. He's quite popular with the ladies, if I remember right. He gave off a different feel from Ji Han-sok and Jae Woon. If she had to make a comparison, I guess he's similar to Yi-jun. However, she might only be thinking this because Seungbyum was her junior. Well, I'll know once I see him for myself. There was no need to ponder over such things before even meeting the person. There was nothing more surefire for grasping someone's nature than seeing them with one's own eyes. The staff members greeted Ra first as she arrived at the set. Nowadays, it felt as if she was meeting work colleagues. Well, it's not completely out of the ballpark. They had spent the majority of this year working together. If this was the army, the so-called camaraderie that the superiors stressed over so much might have formed among them. As Ra was about to go through her script while getting her makeup and hair done, a man quietly approached her. Good morning, Sunbi. Wang Seungbyum, the one whom she would be working with today, greeted her while bowing at a 90-degree angle. Ra greeted him back. Good morning. I saw you on the set last time, but we were both so busy that I couldn't find the time to say hello. The entire studio was so busy that they did not even have the time to chat with each other like this, so Ra still did not know what kind of man Seungbyum was. First impression-wise, he's not bad. He was so handsome that just looking at him was able to leave a good impression on people. Seungbyum asked with sparkling eyes, if it's alright with you, could I join you in your script reading? Right now? My makeup isn't done yet, so that would be a bit difficult. Let's do it face-to-face once it's all done. Oh, yes. I understand. Seungbyum maintained his cheerful tone despite being turned down, and left her be. Ra held in her laughter as she watched him disappear through the reflection of the mirror in front of her. He's pretty cute. It might have been because he was her junior, but Ra wanted to give him a seal of approval in terms of first impressions regardless. Seungbyum exceeded Ra's expectations during the script reading as well. Jae Ju-tae, I like you? This time, I'm not lying. If Seungbyum's character Na Dujin were to be described with one phrase, it was bashful young man. The scene that the two of them had to act out today was Dujin confessing to Ju-tae for the first time. Seungbyum was expressing his anxiety very well by not just stuttering, but having his eyes tremble as well. Ra was reminded of someone while looking at Seungbyum reading his script as if they were shooting the scene. Yeo Songwon Sunbi also read her script like this. Come to think of it, Songwon and Seungbyum were in the same agency. He must have been influenced by her. Instilling this much emotion during the script reading would be good practice for when the scene was shot for real. However, there were also some disadvantages. Instilling emotion also meant that one was consuming energy. Practicing hard was pointless if one couldn't display their full potential during the real thing. The most important thing for an actor was the performance they displayed on camera. Since her reading partner was so immersed in his performance, Ra couldn't hold back either. Are you confessing to me right now? That's right. What the hell's with the sudden confession? Ra clicked her tongue to express bafflement in her performance. Meanwhile, director Yoon was watching the two actors' passionate reading in satisfaction. There was likely no film director who would not like their actors working so hard for their film. We're about to start shooting, so please get ready, you two, he remarked. Yes, director. They ended the script reading here. They would now be doing the most important thing, the shooting of the actual scene. Roll cameras, ready, action, director Yoon exclaimed. Seungbyum was one who needed to start off the scene. Ju. He stuttered Ju-tae's name too many times and for too long. Ra knew very well that the character Na Dujin was supposed to be bashful. But isn't this a bit too much? The character wasn't supposed to be this excessively bashful. Not only that, Seungbyum wasn't like this during their script reading either. Ra felt something was off, but director Yoon declared an NG cut first. The director's expression displayed that he had expected such a thing to happen. He exclaimed through the megaphone, "Didn't I tell you last time, Seungbyum? There isn't anyone here who's out to get you, so you can take it slow. I am so sorry." The director was talking as if he had already expected Seungbyum to make a mistake. Not just him, but the camera director, the lighting team, prop team, and most of the other staff members all had the same reaction. Their deep sighs filled the entire studio. Rayan did not understand why they were acting like this at the time, but she had come to realize it after 7 more NG cuts for the exact same mistake. "Mr. Wang," Rayan decided to ask him straight up, "are you camera shy?" Rayan did not like beating around the bush. She would do so if the situation called for it, but she usually told the person straight up if she found something that she did not like or found infuriating about them. The same went for Seungbyum's case. He nodded with an apologetic face. "Yes. I'm so sorry, Sunbi." It was an absurd response. How was the shoot supposed to progress if the actor was camera shy? It was something that she couldn't get her head around. Then how did the shoots progress for all the dramas and movies you've starred in before? She asked. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I'll tell you in Seungbyum's place. Director Yoon interjected before Seungbyum had a chance to respond. "Could I talk to you for a second, Rayan?" Rayan thought that he would talk to her about Seungbyum, so she followed him. There were a lot of things that she needed to hear from him. She took a seat and pressed the director to explain what in the world was going on. Director Yoon lightly sighed and explained, "I'm sure you know since you saw it for yourself, but Seungbyum is extremely camera shy. Then how does he even have an acting career? It's not like he only has flaws." Director Yoon revealed why Seungbyum was on a fast track to becoming a successful actor despite his camera shyness. His performance dwarfs those of any of his co-stars once he gets in the zone. In other words, he needed time to get fully immersed. Once he went through that process, his performance exceeded expectations. It was because of this that Seungbyum had been getting massive roles one after another. From what Rayan had seen during their script reading, there was no doubt that Seungbyum was a skilled actor. "But director, is that process even necessary?" Rayan asked. "The shoot would be over in an instant if it weren't for that, which would be good for everyone. It'd be great if it wasn't, but he apparently needs a lot of time to get used to the studio's atmosphere." Rayan's eyebrows twitched. Unfortunately, she was not a very patient person. "I understand. Then please give me about 20 minutes, director," Rayan said as she looked at Seungbyum repeatedly apologizing to the staff members. "I'll take care of it somehow." Rayan was done being a kind senior. She decided to show Seungbyum a tiny bit of her true personality. "You want me to leave it to you, Rayan?" Director Yoon asked. "Yes," Kang Rayan answered. Her eyes reflected a slight annoyance. There were a few things that she hated, and one of them was someone wasting her time. Hence, Rayan did not like actors who frequently caused NG cuts. Obviously, no actor wanted to cause NG cuts. If the cuts were caused by a sudden honk of a car horn or equipment malfunction, they had to be acknowledged as something that couldn't have been helped. However, Rayan could not understand someone causing NG cuts because they needed time to adjust to the camera. All they needed to do was to display their full potential as soon as the cameras started rolling, like she had mentioned earlier. It's not like he's playing a character who's purposefully hiding his abilities. If something could be done, it was best to give it one's best from the beginning. That was best for oneself, the staff members, and Rayan. Director Yoon fell into deep thought after Rayan's assertion, but not for long. He nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it to you, Rayan." Rayan smiled widely. "You can trust me." The shoot was momentarily halted. As Wang Seungbyum had immersed himself into simulation training in his head while staring at the script, his manager and stylist came up to him. His manager placed their hands on his shoulders and massaged them. "You're doing the best you can, so don't be too nervous, Seungbyum. Nov.L.B//JNN. Yeah, Seungbyum. I'm sure the staff members will be blown away by your performance once you get in the zone, so try to relax." "Okay." Seungbyum's stylist fixed the position of the mini fan so that it would blow on his face. As Rayan watched the manager and stylist from a distance, she thought, "They're babying him." Seungbyum's agency was not that big. Not just that, they did not have many talents that could be raised into stars. Hence, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Seungbyum. He had the face, height, and everything that was necessary to become a popular actor. He could also display exceptional acting performance as soon as he was properly immersed into his role, so they absolutely needed to raise him. But babying him like that will only have the opposite effect. If Rayan had to choose, she preferred teaching her juniors the Spartan way. Back when she was in the army, she used to be called the mad dog of the 2nd platoon because she would devour anyone who crossed her like a mad dog. She was feared by her subordinates, squad mates, and even a few of her superiors. The mad dog slowly walked toward the little lamb, Wang Seungbyum. "Mr. Wang." Seungbyum quickly got up from his seat. "Yes, Sunbi. Could we talk privately for a second?" "Talk. I asked the director to give us 20 minutes, so you don't need to be conscious of the staff members." There was likely no junior brave enough to refuse when their senior was going this far for them. Seungbyum agreed and followed her. Meanwhile, his manager and stylist were thinking that Rayan had asked the director for some time to give Seungbyum some helpful advice. "Miss Kang is so kind. I couldn't agree more. I didn't expect her to be so caring toward her juniors." They were thinking that her heart was just as beautiful as her looks, but they couldn't have been more wrong. Raen forcibly slammed the waiting room door shut, and even locked it so that no one could come in. Seungbyum could not understand why she was doing such things. Sunbi, why did you? Mr. Wang, you're younger than me, aren't you? Raen asked. Pardon? Oh, yes. From what she remembered, Seungbyum was a year younger than her, the same age difference between her and Seo Yi-jun. And you haven't completed your military service yet, right? Yes, that's correct. Then do you mind if I speak casually to you? Seungbyum nodded dumbfoundedly. Thanks, Raen expressed. She sat down, put one leg over the other, and glared at Seungbyum. Her face exuded such an overpowering aura that most people usually tried not to meet her eyes when she glared at them like this. Almost no one had a proper war of nerves against Raen so far. She asked, you said you were camera shy, right? It's not exactly because I'm shy, but, Seungbyum slurred. But what? I only feel at ease once I get used to the atmosphere around the set. I only feel like I can act well once I get in a comfortable mood, I think. That's why I've been causing so many NG cuts. I'm so sorry. Everyone else who had listened to Seungbyum's circumstances until now had said that they understood how he felt with warm eyes. They treated him like a sensitive but very talented actor who needed to be treated with care. However, everyone was equal before Raen. Are you here to screw around, Seungbyum? Pardon, my ass. You think it's okay to waste the staff members' time just to get in the right mood? Raen had made a complete 180. She had looked like a senior who was about to gently give him some kind advice like everyone else, but she couldn't be further from the word gentle. Feeling the heavy air in the waiting room, Seungbyum pulled himself together and shook his head. And no, that wasn't my intention in the slightest. How dare you shout at me? Down. Down. Yeah, sit down. Seungbyum did as Raen said for now and crouched down. Up. Sunbi. Down. Seungbyum was made to continue the cycle of sitting down and standing up. The waiting room had suddenly become an army base. Raen had actually been an assistant instructor for guerrilla training a few times during her service, so she was very proficient in grilling people. On the other hand, Seungbyum, who had zero army experience, could not help but be confused by Raen's change in manner of speech. Do you seriously have to cause that many NG cuts for you to bring out your true skill? Tell me, Raen said. That's what I've been doing until now. Then change the way you do things from now on. I'm not sure if I can. Seungbyum was on the verge of tears, but such an act would not make Raen sympathize with him. If you're not sure, then just do it. Don't say that you can't when you haven't even tried. Nothing is impossible in this world. If you can't do it, keep doing it until you can. You until I can. Yeah, but. Glare? Seungbyum's shoulders flinched as Raen narrowed her eyes again. Why yes, ma'am, I'll do it. Louder. Yes, ma'am. One would think they were in a drill ground if they didn't know any better. The two of them came back to the set. Director Yoon and the staff members tilted their heads in confusion because Seungbyum was full of morale unlike before. Are you okay, Seungbyum? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Raen had not given Seungbyum a single tip on how to act better during the last 20 minutes. She had simply grilled and threatened him for 20 minutes straight. Raen was no ordinary woman. Seungbyum couldn't help but be filled with discipline as his highly strong-minded senior was blatantly pressuring him. Raen lightly patted Seungbyum's back twice. Let's do our best. Okay, Seungbyum. Yes, I understand. Raen was smiling as beautifully as an angel, but Seungbyum knew that the horns and wings of the devil were hiding underneath. One of the most surefire ways to fortify a laid-back individual's spirit was through fear. She had also trained her subordinates this way back when she was the leader of a security team. Her training methods always had the best effects, especially so for naive people like Seungbyum. That was why Raen had asked Director Yoon for 20 whole minutes. The two of them stood in front of the camera again. Before the staff member clapped the slate, Raen pressured Seungbyum with her eyes. You'd better do well. Seungbyum gulped and lightly nodded. Ready, action. He recited his line as if he had been waiting for it. Jae-jute, I like you. This time, I'm not lying. It felt far more realistic than back when they were going through the script together. Not only was he louder, he had accurately enunciated the line so that everyone could clearly hear what he had said. The faces of Director Yoon and the other staff members were dyed in surprise. He's this good already. I thought it'd take 30 more minutes. What in the world happened? Expressions of marvel seeped out from all over the set. They had never expected Seungbyum to acclimate to the set's environment so quickly. His manager and stylist, who knew him far better than the other staff members, were far more surprised. They had wondered for a long time about how to get Seungbyum to bring out his true abilities in a short period of time, but Raen had already accomplished it. Okay, cut. Director Yoon praised Raen and Seungbyum's performance with a thumbs up. That was great. And Seungbyum? Yes. Seungbyum exclaimed despite the cameras not rolling. The director smiled brightly in great satisfaction with Seungbyum's response. I'll be counting on you to be like this in the next shoot as well. Yes, director. This was what Raen's grilling could do to people. Raen was able to finish the shoot early as always thanks to her grilling Seungbyum. She always strived to finish the shoot and go home as early as possible. She got in the car and sank into her seat in satisfaction. Seeing that, Shin Yubin shared what she had heard on set with Raen. Seungbyum's manager wanted me to ask you something. Ask me what? About how to instantly get him into the zone. They had half given up because they couldn't no matter what they did, but you made it happen instantly. They were so surprised. It was understandable. Rayan explained how as simply as she could. Sometimes, the stick is more helpful than the carrot. Having understood despite the short response, Yubin laughed awkwardly. That's so like you. It was truly a Rayan-like approach. Rayan's shoot schedule had finished early yet again thanks to her Spartan training on Wangseungbyum. As time went by, the staff members were losing the feeling that they were in Director Yoon's infamous shoots. Director Yoon's shoots were known to be extremely long compared to those of other directors. Each staff member used to come to the set with the resolve to work overtime, but it had been completely different for the shoots of one-of-a-kind of girl. Even compared to the average duration of a film shoot, it was showing a trend of ending considerably faster. This was all thanks to Rayan. Not only that, the addition of the awakened Seungbyum accelerated the shooting speed even more. Rayan loved nothing more than to end shoots early by extracting only its essence as quickly as possible. She couldn't be happier because everything was going exactly as she wanted, and it was the case for today as well. Thank you for all your hard work. Rayan exclaimed to the staff members. Seungbyum replied with a 90-degree bow. Great job today, Sunbi. You too. Go home and get some rest. I'll see you next week. Understood. Seungbyum was treating Rayan like how a soldier would treat a battalion commander. The only thing missing was a salute. Seeing this, Shin Yubin smiled bitterly. She couldn't help but give Rayan a thumbs up in admiration of her. Rayan quickly left the set and stretched her torso by twisting it to relieve as much of the fatigue accumulated from the shoot as possible. Yubin asked, do you want to go straight home? Yes, but I think I'll have to go right back out in the evening. Why? I promised to go shopping for some clothes with friends. By friends, do you mean Yiseo? Since the two were roommates, Rayan and Seo Yiseo hung out a lot together. However, that was not the case today. No, I'm going to meet Jaerin and Aromi today, Rayan answered. Oh, the glasses girl and the girl with big breasts. Yubin remembered the exact characteristics of the two. Since she was a manager as well as in sales, she met an enormous number of people. Hence, she saved an image of a person along with one of their physical characteristics in her head. She would immediately recall who it was with just that. It was a Shin Yubin exclusive tip. Have fun. Oh, and avoid crowded places. I'm sure there are still tons of paparazzis following you around, Yubin advised. You don't have to worry about that. Huh? Why not? Because I took care of them all. There were countless paparazzi trying to dig into Rayan's private life. She had thought of just ignoring them at first, but decided to take measures since it would be extremely annoying if an article like the dating scandal of her and Ji Hansok were to be published again. Rayan left it to a specialist in such jobs, Ma Youngjun. She told him to pick a fight with and keep harassing any paparazzi that he found. There were a few of them who had quit being paparazzi because they were continuously being harassed by gangsters. Thanks to this, the paparazzi aiming for Rayan had all disappeared. But I should still be careful. Even if the paparazzi presently around her had all disappeared, new paparazzi would flock around her soon enough. It's so hard being a celebrity. It was a hassle being so famous. It had been a while since Rayan had gone shopping with Na Jaerin and Choi Aromi aside. You've changed so much, Jaerin, Rayan remarked. Since it had been so long, Jaerin was like a different person compared to the high school girl image of Jaerin that Rayan had in her head. The biggest change was that she no longer wore glasses. I got laser eye surgery done, Jaerin said. Oh, really? Yeah. It's so nice and comfortable not having to wear glasses. Jaerin looked completely different without glasses. She was the only one in Rayan's group of high school girlfriends who had worn glasses, but she had now moved on from glasses. I guess Miss Manager will have to memorize a different characteristic of Jaerin. Yubin had remembered Jaerin from her glasses, but that had now become obsolete. Jaerin and Aromi had both gotten to the age where they paid great attention to their appearance, so they looked far more beautiful compared to last year. However, no matter how hard they worked, they wouldn't be able to surpass Rayan. Not only was she a celebrity, her looks were on the top tier even among celebrities, she couldn't help but be leagues above ordinary people. But despite this, Jaerin and Aromi were not jealous of Rayan in the slightest. Rather, they were getting vicarious satisfaction as Rayan's beauty grew day by day. Rayan, come here for a sec, Aromi hurriedly called Rayan over. What is it? I want you to try this on. What Aromi had in her hands was a white miniskirt. Like the name suggested, it was an extremely short skirt. Rayan frowned. I don't wear skirts that short. Oh? You wore our school uniform skirt just fine n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. That's because it was our uniform. And it wasn't as short as this. As always, Rayan did not like exposing her skin. What if I wear leggings or black stockings under the skirt? Rayan asked. Skirts like this are meant to show off your legs. There would be no meaning to wearing this if you did what you just said. Sigh. Rayan's resistance to skirts had not subsided despite having been a woman for 4 years. Her lower body felt naked whenever she wore a skirt. She thought about wearing bloomers underneath, but she would be better off just wearing hot pants instead. Because of this, she did not go out of her way to wear skirts. However, she did not completely avoid wearing them. She wore them only when she needed to. She needed a clear objective. Their shopping spree had come to an end. They went to the underground parking lot to go by car to have dinner together. As they were walking to Arayan's car with a bunch of shopping bags in hand, a certain woman recognized Arayan. "Oh my, is that you, chairwoman?" Arayan had worn sunglasses and a mask, but she couldn't fool the eyes of director Do Hyong, who she had worked with for a long time. "What are you doing here, chairwoman?" "I went shopping with my friends and was about to go have dinner with them." "What about you, director? Shouldn't you be at the company?" "I have an important meeting to attend." Just in time, Park Seel-hun and a certain man were walking over to Hyong. Seel-hun and the man were also surprised to see Arayan. Arayan glanced at the man next to Seel-hun and asked, "And who might this be, Mr. Park?" She couldn't be rude to Seel-hun like usual since there were many eyes on them. Seel-hun also replied in the formality that he would normally need to show to his company chairwoman. "Chairwoman Kong, this is Chairman Ju Jae-in of Entree Happy. My name is Ju Jae-in. I had no idea that I would be meeting you in this way, Miss Kong." The clean-cut man extended out his hand, but retrieved it back to his side after realizing that Arayan's hands were full with shopping bags. Arayan knew Ju Jae-in very well. He had jumped into the clothing industry at the early age of his mid-20s, and had become famous enough for it to be no exaggeration to say that he had raised the level of Korea's fashion industry to a whole new level. However, he was not able to keep up with the changing times and could not maintain his former glory to present time. Then, he would slowly go through the process of closing his business and ultimately end up selling it to a different company. I believe he'll be selling his company sometime around this year. Come to think of it, Seel-hun had told her that he was thinking about focusing on taking over Entree Happy. It would be a huge help for Lavanche if they took over Entree Happy. Not only did they have very skilled designers, they would be able to absorb all the distribution and infrastructures that they had built since long ago. It was certainly very appealing for Lavanche, which was still simply a startup. Arayan asked for Ju Jae-in's understanding with the brightest smile she could bring out. "I'm so sorry. I should have been there during the meeting and to have a meal with you, but," she turned toward Jaeorin and Aromi, "I've been so busy buying clothes to wear for shoots with my manager and stylist." Jaeorin and Aromi had become Arayan's impromptu manager and stylist. They had dumbfounded looks on their faces because they couldn't follow the flow of the conversation. "I had planned it for today since I had no other time left on my schedule." "Right, Aromi." Jaeorin had immediately adapted to Arayan's impromptu setting. Aromi was still a little bewildered, but she couldn't handle the pressure coming from Arayan and Jaeorin, and simply nodded in response. Jae-in laughed at how close the three were and said, "You had already made plans, so it's quite alright. I'm happy just from seeing you, Miss Kong. I'm happy to have one of my long-cherished dreams fulfilled." The mention of it being his dream caught Arayan's attention. They went about their separate ways after a short farewell. Arayan texted Seel-hun as soon as she got in the car, to notify her in detail regarding the potential takeover of Entree Happy. The very next day, Arayan visited the Lavanche headquarters at 2 p.m. and heard the gist of what had happened yesterday. The portion of greatest interest was the Entree Happy takeover. To sum it up in one sentence, "We're at a huge disadvantage," Seel-hun stated. "Why? Is it a money issue?" "There's that too, but the number and scale of our competitors is no joke. We don't even stand a chance." Arayan fell into deep thought. Whether or not they could take over Entree Happy would greatly influence the growth speed of Lavanche. "Mister, is there anything you know about Ju Jae-in? For example, any weaknesses?" Arayan asked. "Weaknesses, huh? To tell you the truth, I did discover something during yesterday's meeting." "Really? What?" Before continuing, Seel-hun's eyes were fully fixed on Arayan. "Well, Kong." Arayan tilted her head in confusion as Park Seel-hun's gaze was fixed on her. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're making me uneasy." Her uneasiness was right on the mark. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. "Because Chairman Ju's weakness has to do with you," Seel-hun stated. "Me?" Arayan responded as if Seel-hun was speaking nonsense. "Well, you see." Seel-hun flashed back on his memories of yesterday's meeting to give Arayan a more detailed explanation. Seel-hun met Chairman Ju Jae-in with director Do Hyong. The entire Korean clothing industry was on full alert regarding who would take over Entree Happy. Seel-hun had scheduled a meeting with Chairman Ju exactly because he wanted to participate in the takeover battle as well. "You must be busy lately from having to take so many calls, Chairman Ju," Seel-hun stated. "I sure am." Jae-in was laughing, but it was not genuine. He was an outstanding fashion designer, but his talent in corporate management was not as great as his talent in design. There was no way that he was happy as the chairman of a company when he had ultimately come to the difficult decision to sell his company. "Do you have any plans after selling your company?" Seel-hun asked. He was curious about Director Ju's future aspirations. Jae-in took a moment to think about it. "I haven't thought of anything in detail yet, but I'm thinking of taking a short break." He had been far too busy going back and forth from Korea to overseas. At least, that was what he had thought. He had barely spent a day or two of rest per year. Hence, he was planning on taking this chance to go on a break to recharge. "Then will you be leaving the fashion design scene altogether?" Seel-hun asked. "No. Like I said before, I'm coming back after just a short break. However, it won't be as a company chairman, but most likely as a freelancer." "That's a relief. You're one of the fashion designers that I personally respect the most. I was so worried that you'd retire." Seel-hun was being sincere. Jae-in was able to sense this and lightly laughed. "Thank you. I'm getting invigorated already just from the fact that there's someone who thinks so highly of me. It's not just me, but most likely everyone in the Korean clothing industry respects you. So, please don't beat yourself up too much from this failure. I don't usually tell this to people, but I've actually failed in 6 business ventures. Jae-in's eyes widened. Really? How unexpected. I thought you were someone with massive talent in business because you'd raised Lavanch up to soaring heights in such a short period of time. Seo-hun might not even be alive at this moment if Rae-in had not saved him. Simple regards were now over. It was time to get to the main point at hand. I'm not entirely sure what you think of Lavanch, but if you are willing to give us entree happy, we will do our best to run the company in a way that doesn't greatly deviate from the direction you wished it to take, Seo-hun reassured. It makes me happy to hear you say that. Jae-in smiled weakly. Seo-hun knew very well how much Jae-in loved his company. That was why he had planned to show the chairman the appeal of Lavanch by using that love. However, people from other companies also told me that they'd grow the company while fully preserving the identity of entree happy, Jae-in remarked. I see. Lavanch's competitors also seemed to have come up with the exact same plan as Seo-hun. Now that it had come to this, he needed to create a new weapon that could grab Chairman Ju's attention. However, it was an extremely difficult task to come up with such a weapon on the spot. They had spoken for over an hour without much progress. He and director Do Ha-young exchanged glances as the director checked the time. She was telling him to decide whether or not to take the battle into overtime. Seo-hun nodded, and Ha-young decided to respect his decision. Chairman, it's almost time for dinner, so why don't we have a meal together? I know a good Chinese restaurant, Seo-hun asked. Chinese? That sounds good. Seo-hun and Ha-young had already investigated Jae-in's food preferences, so they had chosen Chinese without hesitation. And like they had expected, Jae-in showed a positive response. On their way to the parking lot, they met someone completely unexpected. Oh my, is that you, chairwoman? They had never thought to meet Rae-in in a place like this. Seo-hun introduced Rae-in to Jae-in. This is Chairman Ju Jae-in of Entree Happy. Jae-in opened his mouth as if he had been waiting for the chance. My name is Ju Jae-in. I had no idea that I would be meeting you in this way, Miss Kong. His tone of voice was far higher than when he had talked with Seo-hun and Ha-young for the past hour. Just like a person's expressions, their tone of voice could give away how they were feeling. Seo-hun instinctively realized from how Jae-in was acting in front of Rae-in. Could he be Rae-in's fan? He was far too ecstatic to just be happy from seeing a celebrity. His hand gestures were also far bigger than before, and most of all, his gaze stood out the most. He continued to only glance at Rae-in as if he had committed a grave sin. It was possible that he couldn't look at Rae-in straight because he liked her for real. This could be. Seo-hun was a businessman. Businessmen needed to be quick-wit. To confirm his suspicions, Seo-hun purposefully brought up Rae-in as soon as they got in the car. What did you think of our chairwoman after seeing her up close? Jae-in responded as if he had not yet gotten over his excitement. She's far more beautiful in person. To be honest with you, I'm a huge fan of Miss Kong. I'm even number 492 in Club Allegiance. Jae-in smiled awkwardly. The member number of Rae-in's fan club, Club Allegiance, was given in the order of entry. The faster one applied to the club, the lower their number was. A triple-digit number meant that he had been a member of Rae-in's fan club since very close to its formation. It was checkmate as soon as Seo-hun found out about Jae-in's member number. Seo-hun remarked with a meaningful smile, I'm sure our chairwoman would love to hear that. He fell into deep thought about how to make good use of this newfound weakness of Chairman Ju. Rae-in was surprised to hear such a thing about Jae-in after getting the entire story from Seo-hun. I didn't think Chairman Ju was the type to be interested in celebrities. He was such a famous fashion designer that he was bound to have met celebrities all the time, so he did not seem like the type to proudly call himself a fan of any particular celebrity. However, Rae-in's expectations of Jae-in seemed to have been very off the mark. Seo-hun said while shrugging, it was checkmate as soon as we found out his member number was in the triple digits. I guess so. Even Rae-in rarely met people who called themselves her fans with member numbers in the triple digits. What exactly about me charmed him enough for him to join my fan club? Rae-in could not understand in the slightest. Seo-hun chuckled from how little awareness she had. Are you seriously asking that? Yeah, you tell me, mister. Seo-hun sighed and recited each and every one of her charms that he could think of while suppressing his embarrassment. The top reason's gotta be your face. You're extremely foul-mouthed, but I gotta admit your face is top tier. Is that a compliment? Anything's a compliment if you end with something nice. Rae-in grasped the public's attention with just her face ever since her debut. Seo-hun could think of a few more of her charms. And then there's your figure. As someone working in the clothing industry, any clothes you wear become a work of art. You could say that you perfect any clothes that you wear. What's with you all of a sudden, mister? It's so unlike you. You asked me to tell you your charms. Even Seo-hun was extremely embarrassed from saying things like this. Lastly, your personality, I guess. Personality? Rae-in asked. You're extremely pretty and feminine on the outside, but the gap that forms from that and your unexpectedly manly and tough actions makes you charming. At least, that's what I've heard people say. Rae-in had never reflected objectively on herself. She had always simply done as she wanted to do, but that had instead been right up the public's alley. Not just that, you have a solid character. There has never been an actress as individualistic as you. Raen also strongly agreed in that sense. Chairman Ju might have also fallen for that side of you. No, I guarantee that he has. He even had that card of yours in his wallet, Seo Hun stated. What card? Raen asked. You know, that photo card with you on it that they gave out to customers who ordered pizza from the chain you modeled for last time. Oh, that. Their sales had once multiplied tenfold because of that. Raen had also gotten a few of them, but now they were probably stuck somewhere in the corners of her home. So, I get that Chairman Ju likes me, but what am I supposed to do? Isn't it obvious? The corners of Seo Hun's mouth soared. You have to seduce him. One of Raen's eyebrows violently twitched. Seo Hun's brand new strategy, also known as, you've heard of the beauty trap, haven't you? It was the worst possible plan from Raen's perspective. The beauty trap, also known as the honeypot, was the 31st stratagem in Wang Jing's 36 stratagems in which enemies were seduced with beautiful women. There was no way Raen did not know of it. Her expression was already getting worse. Seo Hun had already expected her to react like this. Just think about it. Our company will grow by leaps and bounds if we absorb Entree Happy. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. You know that, don't you? She did. It was because she knew all too well that it was a problem. A beauty trap, of all things? Her mind was scrambled as if she was absolutely hammered with alcohol. To be honest, there was no question about what to do. As her company grew, so would her wealth and influence. She had no choice but to do it. This is all for my revenge. In the end, Raen made the difficult decision to harden her resolve. Goddamn motherfucking ass son of a bitch. Fine, I'll fucking do it. She just needed to endure it this one time. Probably. To establish the plan to allure Chairman Ju Jae-in, in other words the beauty trap, Park Seo-hun pulled up a PowerPoint presentation in front of Kang Raen, Do Ha-young, and Ma Young-jun gathered in one place. To win over Chairman Ju, I believe we first need to know his tastes. Raen's forehead contorted. You even investigated something like that. Seo-hun shrugged as if it was obvious despite Raen's glare. What's the easiest way to win over someone of the opposite sex? He asked. Raen answered without hesitation, money. She was a devout believer of materialism. Nothing could begin without money, so the first thing that she thought to prepare for her revenge when she first became a high school girl was money. Seo Hun smiled bitterly. That's not wrong, but our target is Chairman Ju. Would he even budge with money? Selling his company would get him an astronomical amount of money, enough for him to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Not just that, Chairman Ju was not the kind of person who thought having more money was better. All he needed was enough money to sustain him. In exchange for his lack of materialistic greed, his greed for his fashion design was considerably high. Money probably won't have much of an effect, Seo Hun remarked. Raen had no arguments there. That was why Seo Hun had come up with a plan to allure Jae-in with Raen's beauty instead. Seo Hun looked toward Director Do and asked, Director, do you have the information that I asked you to investigate? Yes. It's on the next slide. As Seo Hun moved on to the next slide. What's this? Raen asked. She reacted lukewarmly because the information on the slide had been completely different from what she had expected. Since Seo Hun had mentioned Chairman Ju's tastes, she had thought Seo Hun was talking about the chairman's tastes in women, but the PowerPoint slide covered the entirety of female clothes that the chairman had designed so far. Young-jun showed a completely different reaction from Raen. I get it now. Raen had expected Young-jun to be the thick-headed type, but this was considerably unexpected. This Chairman Ju person is a fashion designer, is he not? So we'd be able to figure out his tastes in clothes if we go through the clothes that he had designed. Right. Young-jun explained to Raen since she still hadn't seemed to understand. She had finally realized why Seo Hun had asked Director Do to gather such information. The information was categorized between top, bottom, shoes, and accessories. Looking at it statistically, he likes a see-through frill blouse for the top, and a slim-fit miniskirt for the bottom. A lot of the skirts that he has designed are black. As for the blouses, he seems to prefer brighter tones, see-through, and the miniskirt that Raen hated most. She felt dizzy just from hearing these words. If it's see-through, won't it show what's underneath? Raen asked in shock. Director Do nodded awkwardly. Yes, that's correct. Then won't my bra be visible? You can wear something underneath the blouse, so you don't have to worry. Raen already had reservations against the coordination because she hated nothing more than showing her skin. They decided to go for long boots for shoes, and the only thing left was the miniskirt. Seo Hun asked while looking at the shuddering Raen, do you want us to get you the skirt as well? No, it's fine. I was actually recommended a skirt exactly like the one on the slide, so I'll just buy that. Raen recalled the skirt that Choi Aromi had recommended back at the department store. She had said she would rather die than wear something like that at the time, but she had never expected to rescind the declaration in less than 24 hours. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Chairman Ju Jae-in had attended another meeting with the Lavanche executives. He had tried not to meet people from the same company this often, but today was a special exception. When will Miss Kang be here? He asked. Kang Raen. Those 3 syllables were the only thing on his mind. Seo Hun and Director Do continuously checked the time to see when she would arrive. Slide. A woman opened the door. Jae-in's eyes changed as soon as he saw her. He couldn't take his eyes off of Raen. She forcibly smiled and greeted him. Hello, Chairman Ju. Thank you for taking the time to meet me. And no, I would naturally come when you wanted to see me, Miss Kong. To Jaein, Raein was nothing short of a goddess in the clothes that fit his tastes perfectly. A happiness spell was cast on his eyes. Although, the spell was torturous for the one who had cast it. Raein sat next to Director Du. She did not need a blanket to cover her thighs with since the table covered them. My legs feel so bare. Raein periodically pulled down the end of her skirt with her hand because it kept bothering her. Chairman Ju couldn't be any happier to see the sight. How could he not be happy when his favorite celebrity was in front of him in clothes of his preference? Jaein's eyes were fixed on Raein during their meal, to the point that it was making Raein uncomfortable. Is there something on my face? She asked. Chairman Ju was left flustered by her question. I'm sorry. You're just so beautiful that I was staring without even knowing it. Jaein apologized because he knew very well that such a gaze could be considered discourteous. I feel bad for the many models who have worn my clothes for saying this, but you look far more beautiful than them, Miss Kong. How should I say this? It's as if the clothes can't keep up with your presence. This was the greatest form of praise that he could give. The clothes that Raein was wearing were considerably high quality. They were from luxury brands, designed by famous fashion designers that even Chairman Ju had to acknowledge. However, rather than the clothes exuding extravagance, it felt more like Raein was granting them a sense of extravagance simply by wearing them. Raein giggled while covering her mouth. You flatter me too much. This isn't flattery, I'm being completely serious. Your presence itself is a work of art, Miss Kong. Seol-hun and Ha-young's gazes shifted to Raein. She was giggling on the outside, but she had lost count of how many times she had hurled inside her head from Chairman Ju's cheesy lines. Other female celebrities might have been very happy to hear such praises, but not her. She still had not abandoned the thought that she was a man, despite this being her 4th year of being a woman. Hence, she could not help but feel reservations against such praises. Chairman Ju's praise attacks continued for 30 more minutes. Raein kicked the shin of Seol-hun sitting across from her. Ugh. Chairman Ju asked Seol-hun in confusion, did you bump into something? Pardon? Oh, I think I hit the corner of the table while I was moving around. Seol-hun glared at Raein reproachfully, in which Raein signaled with her eyes back at him to hurry up and get to the main point. He complied since he knew better than anyone what would happen to him if he disobeyed her. Have you made your decision, Chairman? Chairman Ju did not have all the time in the world either. Now that he had decided to sell his company, he had to make a decision soon. I'm still thinking about it, but I have very positive thoughts about Levanche. Seol-hun had set the stage, so now it was up to Raein to stick the landing. The one holding the initiative was not Chairman Ju, but Raein. She took action. I've loved your designs for quite a while now, Chairman. You have no idea how sad I was to hear that you'd be closing down your company. I see. She was lying. Rather, she welcomed the news of Entree Happy's closure of business with open arms, since Levanche could absorb Entree Happy. However, Raein was considered a prodigy actress. She continued to express disappointment while speaking with Chairman Ju. I know very well that you're facing great pressure and fatigue from managing your company. So, why don't you leave your company to us and take a break for the time being? I guarantee that you won't regret handing Entree Happy over to us. It was certainly far more effective to have Raein say it than Seol-hun. Chairman Ju couldn't help but waver after hearing Raein saying such a thing. Seol-hun and Ha-young hid their surprise at Raein's masterful eloquence. They had known that she was a good talker, but they were unaware of her ability to perfectly act like a completely different person. They had become fully aware of why she was all the rage as an actress lately. Chairman Ju blushed just from seeing Raein's smile. He felt like he could trust her completely. And at last, I understand. I will hand over Entree Happy to Levanche, Chairman Ju stated. Their efforts had finally bore fruit. But in exchange, I have one condition. Raein lightly nodded. I'm listening. Whether it was money or anything else, it did not matter. Nothing was a problem as long as they could take over Entree Happy. If I ever hold a fashion show under my name, I want you to be one of the models walking the runway. This is actually my life's wish. The request was full of self-interest. Raein answered with a wide smile, yes, of course. Please give me a call anytime and I'll gladly accept. Even the dead got their wishes granted, so there was no reason not to grant the wish of someone handing over their company. But I hope he doesn't make me wear clothes like this. She did not want to wear a miniskirt ever again. It was late at night. Seo Yiseo returned to Kong Raein's home after a very long time with a large suitcase. She greeted joyfully, Raein, have you been doing well since I've been away? They hadn't been apart for this long ever since they started living together, so Yiseo couldn't help but worry if Raein had been doing well on her own. Raein was more than able to take care of herself, but she had film shoots, her business, and university life to take care of. Yiseo was worried sick if Raein had been eating properly with so much on her agenda. Raein resolved Yiseo's worries with a smile. I have. What about you? Did you guys find a new part-timer? Yeah, we interviewed someone last week, and Mom and Dad both like them a lot. They have the enthusiasm to work hard and a good personality. They're gonna be starting next week. That's great. But we still can't let our guards down. I'll have to go back there to work if they run away after only 2 weeks like our previous part-timer. Yiseo could have come back a little earlier, but she had no choice but to take care of the mess made by the part-timer that had ghosted them for some reason. It was possible for the newly hired part-timer to do the same, but they did not seem like the type to easily run away like the previous part-timer. However, since one never knew how things would end up, Yiseo was planning on staying on full alert while standing by, despite having returned to Arayan's home. Hup. Yiseo brought her suitcase into the living room. She belatedly noticed what Arayan was wearing and tilted her head in confusion. What's with your getup? Are you going out? Oh, this. Arayan was wearing white skinny jeans and a yellow sweater. She even had a small handbag in hand. I have a night shoot, so I have to get going. Right now. In about 5 minutes? My manager will be here by then. Yiseo smacked her lips in disappointment. I wanted to order some night snacks to have with you since it's been so long. We can do that tomorrow. Don't you have a shoot tomorrow as well? Today's the last one. Oh, already. The seasons had changed twice since the one-of-a-kind of girl shoots began. They had begun around the beginning of this year, and now it was almost time for the production to wrap up. What happens to the usual dinner after party if the final shoot is in the evening? Yiseo asked. They'll probably schedule it on some other date. Oh, I guess so. No one would want to have an after party past midnight when they were bound to be exhausted. Okay, I'll look after the house, so have a safe trip. Arayan nodded as Yiseo saw her off. She had been turning off all the lights in the empty home before leaving for a while now, so it sure felt good to have someone to see her off again. Arayan arrived at the set. She went through the script with Wang Xunbium before the shoot began. Since it was the final shoot, Arayan did not want to screw up anything whatsoever. Soon afterward. We'll be starting soon. Please stand by. Okay. Not only the two actors, but the staff members moved swiftly and orderly. It was 2 a.m. They had finally reached the final scene. Ready, action. The final scene consisted of the passionate kiss between the protagonist of One of a Kind of Girl, Min Jutae, and the male deuteragonist played by Wang Xunbium. Since Arayan had set a condition that she wouldn't do kiss scenes, their lips would not be touching, it was nothing more than a pretend kiss. However, the two couldn't help the fact that they were extremely close to each other. Jutae. Xunbium exclaimed as he strongly grabbed both of Arayan's slender shoulders. Nov. L. B /JNN. Xunbium's character usually acted like an airhead with a screw loose, but he always took the lead like a man whenever he showed Jutae his serious side. As Arayan closed her eyes, Xunbium took his face closer and pretended to kiss her. The camera went round and round with the two actors as the focus to capture the scene in various angles. Meanwhile, Arayan was hoping the scene would end quickly with her eyes closed. Xunbium's breath reached Arayan's face. Perhaps he was nervous. But then, Achu. He quickly turned his face away from Arayan and sneezed. Thankfully, his spit did not get anywhere on her face, but Arayan's expression wasn't all that great because he had caused an NG cut. Director Yoon said while chuckling, "It's pretty cold past midnight, isn't it? Let's do another take after we have Xunbium take a breather." I am so sorry. Xunbium apologized to the staff members for the NG cut. Of course, he also apologized to Arayan. "I'm terribly sorry, Sunbi. You're dead if you make one more mistake." "Yes, ma'am." Xunbium was met with bloodlust-filled glares and insults from Arayan whenever he caused NG cuts. However, he had seemed to have gotten used to it, or some kind of masochistic tendency had awoken in him, because he had started to enjoy such things. But that aside, he had no intention to inconvenience the staff with NG cuts because of his tastes, that would go against his professional ethics as an actor. Ready, action. Take 2 began right away. The fiercely glaring Arayan was nowhere to be seen, and all that was left was Min Jutae, who had come to love another man after turning into a woman due to a strange turn of fate. Arayan honestly couldn't understand her character's emotions at first. Turning from a man to a woman certainly was a huge incident bound to cause a sexual identity crisis, but it was not like even the soul had changed genders. But well, I guess each person is different. She just decided to accept it. Just because one was acting a character did not mean they needed to perfectly understand their feelings and thoughts. They had managed to get the okay from the director on their second take. Director Yoon expressed his delight through the megaphone. "Okay, thank you all very much for your hard work. That's a wrap." The staff members cheered. But then, Director Yoon held up his megaphone again to warn the staff members. "Please keep your rejoicing in moderation. We might get filed a civil complaint." They could not forget that it was close to 3 a.m. Xunbium came up to Arayan as soon as the shoot was finished. "Great job on the shoots thus far, Sunbi." "Same to you. Sunbi." "What?" Arayan's expression was screaming at Xunbium to stop talking to her since she was tired, but he had to say this no matter what. "If we ever get to work together again, could you insult me again like you did during this production?" "Insult you? Why, I don't think I've fully gotten over my shyness yet, so I'll have to get scolded by you a lot more." Arayan stared at Xunbium in bewilderment. "You're so weird." It was the first time that a junior actor had come up and asked her to insult them. "Well, we'll see based on how you do," Arayan remarked. "Thank you very much." Xunbium had started feeling pleasure from being abused by Arayan. To him, this was the greatest promise that he could have received. On the other hand, Arayan still could not understand as he got further and further away from her. What's wrong with that guy? She couldn't believe there was a junior who actually liked being insulted by their senior. The world sure was full of people with various kinds of preferences. Arayan got in Shin Yubin's car to go back home, but ran into someone completely unexpected inside. Chief Young, what are you doing here so late at night? Me? Today's the final shoot, isn't it? I just came to show my face to the director and staff members to congratulate them before it ended. Isn't it the least I should do, considering this was your first film as a protagonist? Ian was partially amazed by Chief Young. Not only was it past midnight, but he had come to the set in a full suit fulfilling his duties as an executive of GNF. I wouldn't be able to do it. Chief Young sure was a passionate person. Now that your film shoots are over, you've got to schedule some appearances, right? What sort of appearances? You know, celebrities appear on variety shows to advertise their movies. Oh, Ian knew very well about appearances that were solely for the sake of advertising the productions they had starred in. It was the same as singers advertising their newly released album. She had worked so hard on the film, so she wanted the result to be good as well. For that to happen, advertising was more important than anything. And the most effective way to advertise was for the lead or supporting actors to appear on various shows to advertise the production to the audience. Ian had also done so several times for her dramas, so it did not feel strange at all. Let's schedule some before the movie's release date. You've exchanged contact information with the program directors, right? Chief Young asked. Yes. I was planning on making the schedule starting next week. Ian, is there a program you want to appear on? Program directors from various broadcasting stations have a very good impression of you, so I'm sure you'll be able to appear on the ones you want. This was a privilege reserved only for the most popular of celebrities, but Ian couldn't think of any programs in particular at the moment. I'll think about it, she expressed. There was only one thing on her mind right now. I want to take a warm shower and go to sleep. There was one more thing on the agenda before scheduling show appearances. What else? Oh, right. Did you hear when the after-party would be held? Chief Young asked. Not yet, Ian answered. It'll be on Friday evening, so make sure you're there. Okay, Ian nodded. Okay, Vice President Park will be there too. Ian's former older sister, Park Hee-woo. Sigh. It had been a while since they had last met, and she couldn't help but sigh. Ian got back into Shin Yubin's car to attend the one-of-a-kind girl after-party. She had returned to her home at 6 a.m., and was now going back out at 6 p.m. She had reunited with Yubin after only 12 hours. Ian placed a coffee next to her. I brought it just in case. Have a sip if you get sleepy. Thanks. That's our Ian for ya. You're so sensible. Perhaps Yubin stayed as Ian's manager because of this side of her. Leaving me aside, what about you? Did you sleep? Yubin asked. Yes. I showered and slept as soon as I came back. Good job. Your film shoots are over now, so get as much rest as you can for the time being. I will. Ian was thinking of doing everything that she had been pushing back until now. The biggest on her agenda was, of course, her revenge plan against Kim Han-Gyo. She needed to bring down the businesses that he had friendly relations with. She had plenty of ways to attack, such as a hostile takeover, completely destroying their brand image through constant public opinion bombs through reporter Ahn Sojin, and many more. It would all depend on how she wanted to attack. I'll have to check up on the stock trading as well. Despite becoming an adult, Ian was still leaving the stock trading to Kang Ae-hyuk. She couldn't help it, since she was busy with school when she was a student, and now she was too busy with her TV career and her company as an adult. But fortunately, he's been doing very well so far. Although, he had only been doing well because he had been doing exactly as Ian instructed. As long as one had a memory better than a goldfish, a hand, eyes, and time to sit in front of a computer, anyone could earn money with the information that Ian provided. Ae-hyuk had done so well because he was following Ian's instructions without question. At first, Ian was worried that Ae-hyuk would go against her instructions and invest in the wrong stocks, but now she had no reason to worry about him. We live close to each other now anyway. She could just talk to him face to face. There were also smaller things that she needed to take care of. Come to think of it, I promised to go visit Yi-jun at the base he was deployed to. On the day of Co Yi-jun's enlistment, she had promised to go visit him at least once during his military service. She had only said it at the spur of the moment, but Yi-jun had fully believed it. Even during his last leave, he had asked her several times when she was planning on visiting him. She regretted making such a promise, but it was too late to take it back now. Miss Manager. What is it? She decided to ask Yubin whether or not she was allowed to go visit someone in the army, just in case. There's someone I know who's doing his military service right now, and I was thinking I should go visit him at least once. Can I? A visit? That's no trouble. It's not like you're gonna be doing something bad there. But he's not your boyfriend or anything, right? If that was the case, a problem like the previous dating scandal could arise. He's Yiseo's little brother, Ian stated. Oh, then that's fine. I'll ask Chief Young too, just in case. Okay. She was fine with being a celebrity, but having to get approval for personal things like this was a bit annoying. Now, all together, cheers. Cheers. Everyone involved in the one-of-a-kind girl production gathered to clink their glasses together. TP Entertainment had prepared an after-party venue that could be called the epitome of extravagance for the production team who had worked so hard. Staff members could be heard talking from a distance. Director Kim, this is my first time eating at a hotel like this. Damn it, man. Be quiet. Must you really give off such bumpkin energy? Come on. Isn't it your first time too, Director? Vice President Park Hee-woo, the host of the after-party, was also smiling in a crescent from hearing the staff members chattering. You've all worked so hard, so please enjoy the after-party as much as you can. I've reserved the whole place, so no one will be bothering us. She had reserved the hotel's restaurant so the staff members would be able to enjoy their dinner without being conscious of outsiders. The staff members' morale soared. While the venue was filled with joyous energy here and there, Vice President Park walked to the table where Ra-eun and director Yoon Tae-yoon were sitting. Ra-eun was in casual wear. She greeted the woman who used to be her older sister. Good evening, Vice President. It's been a while, Ra-eun. Is it just me, or have you gotten more beautiful in the time I haven't seen you? Ra-eun simply laughed awkwardly in response. She had gotten fairly used to being praised for her beauty, but it was an extremely weird feeling to be called beautiful by her former older sister. She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling, but one thing was for sure that it wasn't anything close to happiness. Hee-woo raised her wine glass and had a sip. She then said in slight disappointment, I want to see you act more, but it's a shame that I wasn't able to because I was so busy. Hee-woo had designated Ra-eun for the role of Min Ju-tae, the movie's protagonist, because she was sure that Ra-eun would be able to play a man who had turned into a woman better than anyone else. She didn't designate me because she knew my secret, did she? It definitely was a valid suspicion. In terms of the outcome, Hee-woo had made an excellent decision since director Yoon had produced a film that he was 120% satisfied with. Director Yoon consoled Hee-woo to lessen her disappointment even a little. We'll show you the final edit before anyone else, so you don't have to be so disappointed. Well, it'd be great if I can watch it first. But of course, I'll go watch it in cinemas as well when it's released. Films are best when watched in cinemas, don't you think? I couldn't agree more. Ra-eun also thought the same. I guess we really are related by blood. There were several things that they had in common besides their thoughts on films. Ra-eun, Vice President Park said with her eyes fixed on Ra-eun. Yes, Vice President. We at TP Entertainment will be helping to promote this film, so you don't have to worry. We've already secured a large number of cinemas for the film to be screened in. We're also thinking about releasing it overseas if it receives good reviews, but that'll depend solely on the outcome. She was talking as if it was a given that one-of-a-kind girl would be a hit overseas as well. Nuna sure is great at business and marketing. Even if she had a twisted personality, Ra-eun had to admit her capability if nothing else. Oh, right. Hee-woo still seemed to have something to say to Ra-eun. She got closer to her. The eyes of people in the surroundings shifted to them as Hee-woo, who was slightly taller than Ra-eun, got too close to Ra-eun for comfort. What's this woman thinking this time? Hee-woo whispered so that not even Director Yoon sitting at their table could hear. How is your business faring lately? Nov.L.B/JNN. Are you talking about Levanche? Yes. I've been hearing many things about you. Of course, I mean that in a good way. At first, Ra-eun was likely being paid attention because of the fact that an actress had started up a company. However, as time passed, people in the financial world came to realize one by one that Ra-eun was also exceptional in business as well. Ra-eun actually didn't have a knack for business. She simply knew what would happen in the future, so she was receiving praises that she had a good eye and excellent insight. Hee-woo had also started to pay great attention not only to the actress Ra-eun, but the businesswoman Ra-eun as well. Please give me a call anytime you need my help. You know my personal contact information, don't you? Yes. The back of the name card that Hee-woo had given her when they first met contained her personal phone number. It meant that she was interested enough in Ra-eun to even give the latter her own number. If you're in the world of business, I'm sure there will come a time when you will need my help. I'm willing to throw myself into any matter that you ask me to, so please don't feel burdened to give me a call. Just treat it like you're calling a close uni. Okay, a close uni. Ra-eun smiled artificially. Okay. Thank you very much, Vice President. Hee-woo laughed while giggling. Ra-eun clicked her tongue several times in her head. It felt as if a black-hearted fox had come and gone. Ra-eun had buried herself in the chair of her chairwoman's office at Levanche. She was fiddling around with the name card that Hee-woo had given her before. Her number was clearly written with a pen on the back. I guess her number's still the same. She saved it in her smartphone contacts for now. Building good relations with TP Group was part of Ra-eun's plan for revenge, so in that sense, I guess it's safe to say that I've accomplished the first task, right? Hee-woo was not the kind of person to give out her number to just anyone. Only her family, close acquaintances, and people who she considered to be trustworthy had her number. She also used to give it out to people who she had taken a great liking to. In terms of the female Kong Ra-eun, she likely belonged to the final category. Chairwoman Kong. While she was deep in thought over various things, Seo-hun came to her office. We're gonna go sign the contract for taking over Entree Happy. You're not coming with us, right? Yeah. I don't wanna wear a skirt again. They had already made a verbal agreement, so all they needed to do was to seal the deal with a signature. Seo-hun chuckled, said okay and was about to leave the office. Mr. Ra-eun said. She put Hee-woo's name card in her drawer. Go tell Ma Young-jun to deliver this message to reporter Ahn Sujin. Publish an extensive article regarding Levanche's takeover of Entree Happy. She was thinking of using this opportunity to let more of the public know of Levanche. Seo-hun nodded and said that he would. After he left, Ra-eun turned her gaze toward the drawer that she had put Hee-woo's name card in. Trump cards are meant to be saved. Now was not the time. AHN Sujin had received a request from Ma Yongjun to publish an article regarding Entree Happy and Levanche. She lightly sighed. Her senior reporter looked at her strangely. What is it, Sujin? Is there another problem? No, it's not that, but, oh right, Sunbi, don't you need a story to write about? A story? Of course I do. Sujin Sunbi was in charge of stories regarding entertainment. They picked up any incident that occurred in the entertainment industry. I got a story about Miss Kang Rayan. Would you like it? Sujin asked. Do you mean, the actress Kang Rayan? Yes. It certainly piqued his interest, since Rayan was a top actress receiving tons of attention in the Korean entertainment industry as of late. Is it another dating scandal? The senior reporter asked. No. You know that Miss Kang runs a company, right? Levanche, was it? Yes, exactly. Reporters in charge of entertainment news were naturally knowledgeable of Levanche now that it had grown to a fairly large scale in the clothing industry. Levanche has taken over Entree Happy, Sujin stated. What? Seriously? Yes. They just signed the contract yesterday. My god. Miss Kang would be more than wealthy enough even if she quit her acting career. She was both an exceptional actress and businesswoman. There didn't seem to be anything she couldn't do. The title of the film that she recently starred in, One of a Kind of Girl, couldn't fit her any better. Her presence, abilities, and everything else about her were all one of a kind. However, Sujin thought Rayan was one of a kind in a completely different way. I'm sure Miss Kang is that masked woman. Rayan herself had denied it, but Sujin was sure of it. Sujin's eyes, tempered through her days as a reporter, and her sharp senses were telling her that Rayan was the masked woman. However, Rayan continued to deny Sujin's speculation. She seemed as if she couldn't possibly lack anything in life, but she was planning something in the shadows. What could it be? Sujin's suspicions continued to grow bigger and bigger by the second. Rayan finally had some free time after her film shoots had wrapped up. She headed to the fitness center like any other day. She went up the stairs with the sports bag that she frequently carried around with her. Song Jia, her personal trainer, asked her in surprise after seeing her, "Why are you coming to the fitness center so often lately, Rayan?" "Because I have nothing else to do." It was good for Jia to have one of the members that she trained come to the fitness center often, since it meant there were just as many chances for her to oversee Rayan's figure management. "I thought you'd be traveling around now that your shoots are over," Jia expressed. "I don't really like traveling all that much." Rayan wasn't the type of person to make plans for travel. She simply joined her friends wherever they wanted to go. She changed into clothes comfortable to work out in, and headed to where Jia was. Jia couldn't help but admire the fully visible lines of Rayan's body. "Is it me, or has your figure gotten better compared to before your film shoots?" "Really? Movie stars usually stayed in shape until right before the production opened. Most of them usually slacked off on staying in shape after the shoots were over because they were able to relax, but Rayan was the opposite. However, Rayan had not gone out of her way to keep in shape either. I ate as much as I wanted, though." "How weird," Rayan stated. "You must have a metabolism that keeps you skinny no matter how much you eat," Jia remarked while looking at Rayan in envy. Rayan possessed a blessed metabolism that most women yearned for. "I guess this is what it takes to be a celebrity," Jia said. Being a trainer, she had come across an enormous number of beautiful people with great figures. She had wondered why they weren't interested in debuting as a celebrity with such qualities, but she was getting an idea why after looking at Rayan. "Shall we do legs today?" Jia asked. "Okay." Rayan did leg curls after stretching. It was an exercise that trained one's hamstrings. She laid down prone on the machine and bent her knees backward as far as they could go. "Good. Breathe in right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and down." Rayan's physical prowess was just as good as those of trainers, so Jia honestly didn't really have much to do. She only needed to adjust Rayan's form a little, so she had a breeze whenever she trained her. Whenever Jia does this, she collapses after just a few and says she can't do any more, Jia mentioned. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After Han-Gyo transferred to GNF, Jia had also become her personal trainer. She couldn't help but compare the two when she was both of their trainers. Not only were Rayan and Jia the same age, they were both celebrities, albeit in different fields. They had many other things in common. Rayan couldn't help but giggle as Jia came up in their conversation. Jia has pretty high athletic ability, but she doesn't really like exercising. She had become well aware of it during the on-duty, all clear, shoot. Although Jia didn't really stand out because Rayan and Min Bo-yeon were overwhelmingly better than the rest, she had also done fairly well. One needed to have a considerable amount of stamina to sing while dancing on stage. Since Jia had done so from a very young age for several years, she was a cut above in terms of endurance. It simply didn't show when the subject of comparison was Rayan. That aside, Jia's been working really hard lately. She'd placed pretty high on the latest music chart. She was in the top 5. Jia said. Ever since Jia's debut as a solo singer, her popularity had been skyrocketing by the day. Things were going exactly as Rayan knew of the future. Jia's been going around saying she would still be a Stooge member in her group if it weren't for you. She'd even thanked you on TV once, Jia mentioned. "Oh, I saw that too." Rayan had coincidentally watched a talk show that Jia had appeared in. The subject at the time was, "My benefactor." Jia had chosen Rayan as her benefactor, causing Rayan to feel embarrassed while watching the show. Tell her to treat you something when she takes first place someday. Rayan simply smiled in response. The original reason why Rayan had jumped into the world of entertainment was because of her grudge toward Kim Han-Gyo. She had thought that she would only be able to fulfill her revenge by becoming more famous and raising her influence to be similar to her target of revenge. That was why she was taking her revenge step by step, but there were people like Gae who happened to benefit in the process. They would be able to help Rayan in the future. The movie release date was announced, and the day of the premiere had arrived. Rayan had to make her preparations early in the morning to stand on the stage before the public after a long time. It had also been a while since she had visited the beauty parlor. The employees exclaimed with sparkling eyes and a slight bitter tone as soon as they saw Rayan. Rayan, you should come to our parlor more often. Where have you been until now? You didn't leave us to go to some other beauty parlor, did you? If you did, we'd be super upset. It was also very important which beauty parlor a famous celebrity went to, since it was directly correlated to the establishment's sales. Just the fact that this beauty parlor was the place that Kang Rayan frequented was enough advertisement for the establishment. Rayan smiled bitterly from the employees' comments of sorrow. I simply had no reason to visit since I had no shows scheduled besides film shoots. I've never visited any other beauty parlor but here. Really? We can trust you, right? Yes, you can. She had never expected to become a woman coveted by beauty parlor employees. She was experiencing all kinds of things in her life. Min Jute didn't experience something like this. It certainly was true that real life was more dynamic than an imaginary world. Rayan had her makeup and hair done for the premiere. The employees couldn't stop smiling whenever they saw her. It feels so good whenever I do makeup for women as pretty as Rayan. They felt a strange sense of pleasure as Rayan got more and more beautiful with each touch. Rayan felt like she had become a doll that the employees were playing with whenever she was put in such situations. However, since she knew very well that they had no ill will behind such comments, she simply closed her eyes and fell deep into thought. After finishing all the preparations, she headed to the premiere venue. Rayan's expression wasn't very bright as she wore the dress that Ryu Ha-yeon had prepared for her. What is it, Rayan? Is there something you don't like about the dress? Waiting to be asked such a question, Rayan pointed at her left thigh. Isn't the slit a bit too big? She wasn't wearing stockings nor bloomers. Her bare, smooth left thigh was brazenly visible through the bold side slit. Despite Rayan's criticism, Ha-yeon said with a smile, come on. That level of skin exposure is child's play. And don't worry. No matter how much you move, there is absolutely no chance that your underwear will be visible at this angle. Rayan naturally thought of someone whenever she looked at Ha-yeon, the main screenwriter of Reaper, Wang Yorin. Rayan was made to wear tons of outfits every single episode, to the point that it was no exaggeration to say that Yorin had cast her as the protagonist simply to see her in as many outfits as possible. Ha-yeon sometimes reflected the same temperament as Yorin, like now for instance. Are there any alternatives? Rayan asked. There is. As a stylist, Ha-yeon always prepared alternatives. She asked Rayan to wait and pulled out the substitute dress for her to see. What do you think of this? This dress had a very deep V-neck instead of a side slit. As soon as Rayan saw the dress, she answered without a shred of hesitation, I'll just go with the one I'm wearing. Compared to the dress that Ha-yeon was holding, the dress that Rayan was wearing started to look wholesome. The premiere of One of a Kind of Girl had finally begun. Despite being the premiere of a film with a relatively minor feel to it, a lot more people had come to the premiere than expected. Kim Chi-yeol had also taken up one of the seats. Seeing him from backstage, Kang Rayan clicked her tongue. Is there anywhere he doesn't attend? Rayan was also well aware that Chi-yeol's job was closely involved with popular culture, but she still got angry regardless. Seeing her reaction from behind her, Wang Seungbyum whispered, What's wrong, Sunbi? Is there a problem? Nope, Rayan answered with a frown. I just saw an insect crawling around the premiere venue. Her voice was filled with bloodlust. The host of the premiere raised his voice to elevate the mood of the venue. Please give a big round of applause to director Yoon Tae-yoon and the lead actors of One of a Kind of Girl. The audience greeted them with applause as they walked on stage. They cheered the loudest when Rayan appeared. Rayan, Seungbyum, Woo Kang-hyun who played the male Min Jute, and director Yoon lined up side by side across the audience. The host first asked Rayan, please introduce yourself. Hello, I'm Kang Rayan, and I played the role of the female Min Jute. I didn't expect so many people to come to the premiere, so I'm quite nervous. Please enjoy One of a Kind of Girl, and we'd appreciate good reviews since we've worked very hard on it. Her final sentence was targeted at the reporters and critics. A film's popularity ultimately came down to public opinion, but the ones who brought about the initial wave were the people in front of her. The attention of movie fans couldn't help but be focused on them since they would be watching the movie first during the premiere. A few of the reporters and critics nodded as indication that she could leave it to them. The other cast members also introduced themselves one by one after Rayan. After the short introductions, the four of them sat down in the chairs provided for them. As Rayan sat down, the hem of her dress drooped downward, fully exposing her left leg. She had decided to trust her stylist in that there was no way her underwear would show, but it still bothers me. She shook her head and focused on the premiere. Since the movie would screen after a short interview, the cast had to answer the host's questions while abstaining from saying anything that could become a spoiler. The host asked Ian after about 20 minutes had passed, "Miss Kong, do you have any memorable moments during filming?" This kind of question was the most common in a film premiere. She answered with a light smile, "Every single moment was memorable for me." Ian masterfully evaded the host's question. She used to think all day about how to answer such questions early after her debut. "I guess I'm a full-fledged veteran now," she praised herself in her head. The host passed the baton over to Seungbyum. "What about you, Mr. Wong?" "For me." Ian glanced at Seungbyum. She was slightly worried that he would blurt out that she had disciplined him. The more things one had to hide, the more anxious they were. However, Seungbyum answered the question in a completely different way from her worries. "During the first scene that I had with Ian Sunbi, I was so nervous that I had caused tons of NG cuts. I'd say the most memorable moment for me was when she called me over privately and gave me one-on-one acting guidance." He was talking about when she had made him endlessly repeat sitting down and standing up. Ian was laser-focused on Seungbyum. She was planning on accidentally kicking him in the shin if he exposed that she had disciplined him, but he did not say anything worth worrying about. Rather, her guidance was amazing. The host responded with a hearty laugh. "It sounds like Miss Kong treated you very gently n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes. How should I say this? It's as if she had opened my eyes to a whole new world." The audience fully expected the whole new world that Seungbyum had mentioned was acting related, but they were completely wrong. He was saying that Ian had opened his eyes to the world of masochism. However, not a single person in the venue grasped the truth of his words, not even Ian understood what he was talking about exactly. "Well, I'm sure he sugarcoated it so that I wouldn't be criticized." That was how she had interpreted it. More and more time passed, and the interview was coming to an end. The host looked at his script and back at the cast. "Let us have the actors and the director give closing statements before playing the film. Please start us off, Miss Kong." "Okay." Ian was now used to being designated first after having been during the entire premiere. "Like I've said in the beginning, we actors and the staff members have all worked very hard on this film, so I hope you all enjoy it." It was an extension of her introductory speech. After Seungbyum and Kang Hyun gave their closing statements, director Yoon's turn arrived. You could say that this film is filled with Miss Kang Ian's charms. The film had many entertaining elements to it, but as a director, Tae-yoon wanted to emphasize the element that was Kang Ian above all else. "This was my first time working together with Ian, but I was honestly shocked by her a lot as time went by. I was shocked by the fact that there was an actress with this much individuality in Korea, and also the fact that her acting skills were so outstanding despite not having much experience." Ian had never expected director Yoon to praise her this much, so she maintained an awkward smile to hide her embarrassment. However, the director was not done yet. "I'm not sure if I have a place to say this, but I believe Ian is one of the greatest actresses in Korea. To me, Ian is one of a kind of girl like the title suggests, and I'm sure that you all will feel the same after watching this film. Please take a good look." The audience's expectations were elevated a step higher from director Yoon's speech, since it meant that his confidence in this film was just as high. Ian also felt the same way as the director. But being praised so much is a bit. She felt happy, but also somewhat worried since she would be hurt if people didn't like the film after director Yoon had praised it so much. Not only that, One of a Kind of Girl was not one of the productions that she 100% knew was going to be a hit. Not even she had any idea whether it was going to be a hit or a flop since this was not in the future that she knew. The movie will now begin. She would know in roughly 2 hours whether or not the actress Kang Ian would be praised by the public like director Yoon was sure of. The movie One of a Kind of Girl was released to the world for the very first time. After the movie ended and the ending credits rolled, the audience's response was fortunately positive. Clap, clap, clap. It received a storm of applause. Ian sighed in relief amongst the audience's cheers. Thank God their response isn't bad. She was considerably worried because it covered quite an unorthodox genre, but just because it was unorthodox didn't mean it wouldn't be successful. There were instances that such genres became huge hits, and the critics and reporters were thinking One of a Kind of Girl would be one of them. The movie screening moved on to a simple Q&A session, but it did not last very long since the premiere had gone on for longer than expected. Director Yoon asked for the critics' and reporters' understanding. "We'll resolve any unanswered questions at future interviews." It was a shame, but it could not be helped. They complied with Director Yoon. They seemed to have a considerable number of questions they still wanted to ask. As the premiere was coming to an end, the attendees exchanged short greetings with each other. Ian unconsciously looked back and forth at Ji-yeol and Park Hee-woo. They were not even trying to glance at each other's general direction. They don't get along as always. Before and after she had returned to the past, Kim Han-Gyo and Ji-yeol had a terrible relationship with TP Group. Although they saw each other very often since they were in similar fields, they never affectionately greeted each other, and it was the same case now. Ji-yeol happened to make eye contact with Ian while talking with other people, and walked over to her. "Ian, I loved the movie. It was a wonderful production that was both entertaining and touching. I'm sure it wouldn't have garnered this positive of a response if you hadn't taken on the lead role." Ji-yeol rapid-fired praises for Ian before he even had a chance to breathe. But then, someone stood between him and Rayan as if to separate them. It was Vice President Park Hee-woo. "I'm sorry, but Rayan and I have things to talk about. I hope you won't bother her, Chi-yeol." Hee-woo and Chi-yeol were having a fierce battle of nerves with Rayan on the line. Rayan clicked her tongue at the triangular relationship laid out before her. "I never thought I'd get to see something like this." It seemed like she wasn't one of a kind of girl only to director Yoon. Rayan finally managed to escape backstage after the premiere. She glanced at Park Hee-woo who had come with her. Hee-woo apologized for forcibly interrupting her conversation with Kim Chi-yeol, and explained her reasoning. "Mr. Kim Chi-yeol looks like he's a very busy man on the outside, but he actually doesn't do very much. He also has a ton of bad rumors going around about him. You know about his infidelity scandal too, don't you, Rayan?" Rayan replied while smiling, "Yes, of course. There was no way she wouldn't, since she was the one who had spread the scandal in the first place. In any case, that man goes crazy over beautiful female celebrities, so you should also keep your distance from him. I hope you get that I'm not saying this for no reason." Hee-woo was trying to engrave in Rayan's mind how terrible Chi-yeol's personality was, but there was no reason to. "Because I know far more about him than you, Nuna." If there was a competition about shit-talking Kim Chi-yeol, Rayan was confident that she could take first place. Hence, she had no reason to hear all kinds of bad things about Chi-yeol from Hee-woo. "She's doing this because she doesn't know my former identity." Therefore, Rayan decided to just pretend to understand. "Okay, I'll do as you say, Vice President." "Great. I like how easy it is to get through to you, Rayan. The enemy of her enemy was her friend." That phrase perfectly embodied the relationship between Hee-woo and Rayan. Possibly due to what Rayan had said during the premiere, reporters and critics were giving one of a kind of girl very high scores. The public had also started paying more attention to director Yoon's productions because of it. His productions had not been given much attention by the public until now, so many movie fans wondered if he was a rookie director despite him having many productions under his belt. Advertisement was crucial, especially when awareness and interest was low. The release date had been decided, so it was now time for the lead and supporting actors to do their best to advertise the movie. Today, Rayan and Wang Seungbyum got ready early in the morning to appear on a morning talk show together. Rayan arrived at the broadcasting station in the clothes that her stylist had prepared for her. People greeted her first as soon as they saw her, which she then greeted back with a bright smile. "Sunbi." As she was about to head inside her waiting room, Seungbyum speed walked and bowed to greet her. "Good morning. Good morning. Have you finished getting ready?" "Yes, I've even greeted the hosts." "Really? I have to greet them too. Where are they?" "They're in the studio. Would you like me to guide you?" Rayan was not a fan of excessive kindness. "No, it's fine. You don't have to follow me." Seungbyum was disappointed by her immediate refusal, but he also felt happy to see his son be so full of drive. This was the first time since the premiere that Rayan and Seungbyum had appeared together on a show, so Seungbyum had missed Rayan's cold manner of speech. Like Seungbyum had said, the main host, regular panelists, and the program director were gathered at the studio. "Good morning," Rayan greeted first. They also gladly greeted her back. She recognized a few faces, especially My, Rayan? How long has it been?" Jang Yoo-ha happened to be one of the members of the talk show. Rayan could count the days that she had worked with Yoo-ha with one hand. It was only 3 days, but considering they had worked together on the infamous program On Duty, All Clear, they were by no means ordinary acquaintances. The cast members who had been on that 3-day female soldier special together still kept in touch with each other, and Yoo-ha was one of them. "It's been so long, Sunbi," Rayan said. "It sure has. That aside, I enjoyed your movie." "Pardon? Movie?" The only movie that corresponded with Rayan was One of a Kind of Girl, but it had not been officially released yet. She wondered how Yoo-ha was able to say that she had enjoyed her movie. Yoo-ha explained while giggling, "I watched it during the premiere." "You were there, Sunbi?" "Yup. Why didn't you tell me?" "I was sure you'd be busy, so I kept quiet since I didn't want you to give me any special attention." Yoo-ha had often been part of movie premieres, so she knew exactly how hectic it was. It was her own way of showing consideration. Even during the female soldier special, Yoo-ha had often taken care of the younger cast members, so she had been nicknamed Mother by the audience. Her attentiveness continued long past the female soldier special. Since Yoo-ha was one of the talk show's regular panelists, she personally introduced Rayan to the other cast and staff members. Rayan was fortunately able to greet everyone without needing to feel awkward thanks to her. If there was another benefit to knowing someone among the panelists, it would be that they avoided asking the guests troubling surprise questions. Looks like this recording will be a breeze thanks to Sunbi. It was nice having a wide net of connections. Like Rayan had expected, her talk show appearance with Seungbyum had gone swimmingly. However, the same couldn't be said for her radio program appearance with Woo Kang-hyun. It was different from a TV program that was recorded for several hours. They just needed to appear for a fixed duration of a little under 1 hour, so Rayan had thought there wouldn't be any issues. However, she was slapped with an unexpected question from the host. "Oh, right. Miss Kang. I watched a few teasers of the movie, and there's a scene where you smoke, correct?" "Yes." Min Ju-tae was originally a middle-aged man, so there are a fair number of scenes that show his old habits despite having become a woman. "Smoking is one of them," Rayan answered. After watching the scene, the way that you smoke is, well, I'll just give it to you straight. You were like a pro. In my eyes as a 15-year smoker, your performance was something that only experienced smokers could display. Have you also? It was a considerably hard-hitting question, but Rayan maintained her poker face to the very end since it would be over for her the moment she got abashed. Like the host had predicted, Rayan was an experienced smoker, albeit in her past life. She was by no means a chain smoker, she had simply lighted one or two whenever she had felt stressed. Her performance had come out to be too realistic since she had used her habits in her performance. However, Rayan couldn't say that outright. She decided to make a believable excuse like she always had. I think it's because I received very detailed advice from experienced smokers. Is that really true? The host was still suspicious. This radio program host was an announcer who was well known in the entertainment industry for firing hard-hitting questions one after another. Hence, there were a few celebrities who avoided appearing on his program altogether. Rayan had hoped the same wouldn't happen to her, but there were no exceptions. As she was about to deny the host's claim in a clearer and stronger tone, Kang Hyun, who had appeared on the program with her, spoke first. Rayan is telling the truth. I was the one who gave her advice on how to properly put on a smoking act. Is that so? The host asked. Yes, since Rayan had never smoked before. I had to give her a lot of tips. Underlying Kang Hyun's response was him pressuring the host to stop with the weird speculations. He pressured the host as such. The host was not dim-witted enough to not notice Kang Hyun's warning, so he quickly moved on to the next question. Rayan sighed in relief in her head. She was thankful to have Kang Hyun as a reliable ally. The guest appearance portion of the radio program had come to an end. While the host was leading the program by himself, Rayan and Kang Hyun said their goodbyes to the staff members together. Kang Hyun clicked his tongue and frowned as soon as he came out of the recording booth. I would have never appeared on a program like this if it weren't for the sake of advertising the movie. Right, Rayan? Rayan only giggled in response since someone could be listening in on their conversation. However, she wanted to tell Kang Hyun at least this. Thank you for helping me out back there, Sunbi. Oh, the smoking question. Yes. Rayan had actually never received advice on her smoking performance from Kang Hyun, meaning he had purposefully said so to prevent weird rumors about her from spreading. She could have had to go through a massive ordeal trying to clear up the misunderstanding if it weren't for him. Kang Hyun laughed awkwardly. It wasn't anything special. Don't think much of it. He had a great sense of humor compared to other actors in his age group. His unique sense of humor stood out both in private settings and in front of the camera, so he was often cast for films with comedy aspects in it. There were many reviews that stated the multitude of comedy scenes right after Min Joo-tae's gender change were heightened thanks to Kang Hyun's performance in the beginning of the film. Are you going straight home, Rayan? Kang Hyun asked. No, I have 2 more things on my schedule after this. I guess popular actors have it hard, huh? Then I'll keep it short. He seemed to have something to say to Rayan. His tone of voice lowered. By any chance? Yes, Sunbi. Rayan asked. Nov, L/B/JNN. Do you have any thoughts about transferring to our agency? Kang Hyun's sudden agency transfer proposal was even more unexpected than the radio program host's smoking question. Rayan organized Woo Kang Hyun's offer in her head. Kang Hyun was a part of JMT Entertainment, one of the top talent management agencies in the Korean entertainment industry. It was just as large as it was famous, and its talents were no joke either. The agency was home to so many famous stars that even Kang Hyun, a relatively famous actor, was not among the first-tier lineup. If Rayan transferred to JMT, she would most certainly receive more benefits than GNF could offer her since JMT was far above GNF in both scale and acting talent lineup. However, I'm sorry, Sunbi. I don't have any intention of changing agencies right now. Rayan refused Kang Hyun's proposal. He couldn't help but be surprised because JMT could objectively provide her far more support and be better for her career in many different ways. Not only that, Kang Hyun likely had not proposed the transfer on his own. She was sure that someone from JMT had requested Kang Hyun to ask Rayan about it, so it was no different from JMT itself proposing the transfer to her. Rayan could tell without even asking Kang Hyun. In that case, she would be able to set the conditions that she wanted. The proposal was not lacking in any way, but JMT had a very big downside. It's that they're terrible at cleaning up after their mess. JMT Entertainment was still widely known as a great agency, but their image would slowly fall after 3 years as drunk driving, marijuana, and school bullying incidents of their talents would come to light. However, all this was still on the light side. The nail in the coffin for JMT's fall from grace was the contract clause discrimination incident. Even between talents of the same level of popularity, the clauses of a contract depended on how close they were to the JMT executives, and the number of back-end deals. The talents would be greatly disappointed by this and annul their contracts with JMT one by one, and the agency would meet its end without being able to stop the downward trend. There was no reason to jump on a ship bound to sink. It's far better to just stay in GNF, Rayan thought. However, Kang Hyun couldn't hide his disappointment since he did not know what Rayan was thinking. She was saying no, so it couldn't be helped. Okay, well, I'm also sorry that I brought something like that up out of the blue, but JMT is a good agency. You know that, right, Rayan? Yes, of course. Although it wouldn't be in the future. Let me know if you ever change your mind. The people at JMTE said they would welcome you anytime. Thank you, Sunbi. No worries. Rather, I'm sorry for mentioning something like that when you must be busy. Good luck on the rest of your schedule. See you next time. Okay, Raen said as she parted with Kang Hyun. Shin Yubin appeared just in time with their things. Raen, I was waiting for you. What have you been doing? Raen couldn't tell her that she had received an agency transfer proposal from Kang Hyun. Besides, she had already refused, and telling Yubin brought her absolutely no benefit. I was just talking about some things with Kang Hyun Sunbi. She had been lying way too much since becoming a high school girl. 2 days before the movie's release, Raen, Wang Seungbyum, and Kang Hyun headed to a studio for a program recording together. The program was like a talk show, but there was a unique aspect to it. One of the regular panelists was a chef, and they would make the dish that the guests wanted to eat, and interview them while they ate. Nov. L. B. /JNN. As for Raen, she had selected steak. Yes, I love meat very much, she mentioned. Raen was a meat lover through and through even after her regression. It went very well with her charismatic image. Seungbyum and Kang Hyun also chose what they wanted from the menu. Fortunately, they chose dishes that did not overlap with Raen's dish. Seungbyum chose sushi, and Kang Hyun chose a vegetarian dish. Were you a fan of vegetarian foods, Kang Hyun? I don't remember that being the case, the host asked. He and Kang Hyun were acquaintances, so he knew at least that much about him. Kang Hyun confirmed that the host was not wrong. I used to hate vegetarian dishes, but someone who I consider an older brother is a vegetarian. I once went to hang out at his house, and saw that he was making all sorts of dishes without using meat. I was so impressed that I wanted to give it a shot today. You're putting quite a lot of pressure on Chef Wang here. The host and Chef Wang, one of the regular panelists, laughed awkwardly. The host interviewed the guests while Chef Wang was cooking away. This episode would already be out by the time the movie is released. One of the things most people would be curious about the movie is the record. Wouldn't you agree? Is there a certain record that each of you expects the production to hit? He was referring to the total attendance. It was certainly the most important criterion. No matter how good a movie was, it would be meaningless if no one went to cinemas to watch it. The same went for singers, just like how singers were acknowledged as such by having people listen to their songs. A movie could only be reviewed if there were people watching it. Seungbyum and Kang Hyun did not make large predictions for the total attendance. I would like it to be at least over 3 million. Me too. However, Raen thought otherwise. I believe it would go over at least 7 million. She wanted to get a little greedy and say 10 million, but the genre was so unorthodox that she couldn't bring herself to. But of course, 7 million in total attendance was by no means a small feat either. The production would have made 10 times its cost if 7 million people actually came to watch the movie. The host liked setting large goals like Raen. Then, Raen, are you interested in making some sort of promise that you will fulfill if the total attendance reaches over 7 million? Raen had never done something like this before in her life, so she couldn't think of what to promise at all. Just then, Kang Hyun came in with the assist. How about something like community service? If you do, Seungbyum and I will join in. Seungbyum stared at Kang Hyun sitting next to him as if to say me too. Not even Raen knew whether or not it would actually surpass 7 million, but she would feel good if she did, and it would also improve her public image since she would be doing something good. She would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sounds good to me, Raen replied. She had made the promise like Kang Hyun had suggested. The die had been cast, so all that was left to do now was to wait. On the first day of One of a Kind of Girl's release, quite a lot of people had visited the cinema to watch it since it was Raen's very first movie with a lead role. On the second day, the attendance record of the first day was announced. 323,142 tickets had been sold. The corners of Chi-Fyung's mouth soared. 300,000 people on the first day. What a great start. It sure is, Raen agreed. Even she had not expected such a great record. There was one more piece of good news that proved the number was not a fluke. Yubin remarked, there are an overwhelming number of reviews on the internet from people who'd watched the movie strongly recommending it. It was being highly acclaimed by the public. Word of mouth was far more powerful than one expected. It spread far faster beyond one's control once it caught the tide. The stock that was Kang Raen was also rising as more and more people went to watch the movie. Chi-Fyung said in an even happier tone than before, Raen, maybe it'll actually reach the 7 million goal that you had set. That'd be good for me, too, Raen responded. Looks like we're gonna have to look into which community service you'll be participating in. Chi-Fyung seemed to already believe the 7 million in total attendance was a done deal. They would still need to wait and see, but her goal was by no means a dream if they continued to stay on the roll. Yubin exclaimed at Chi-Fyung as he was about to leave, Chi-Fyung, I actually have something to tell you regarding community service. What is it? I got a call from Dudam Group yesterday. Raen asked about a certain man as soon as she heard the conglomerate's name. Was it from Ji Hansok Sunbi? Well, to be exact, it was from Dudam Group's advertisement team, but apparently Hansok had instructed them to call us. Raen used to meet Hansok often since they had worked together in a production, but they barely saw each other these days. Chi-Fyung asked Yubin about the contents of the call. She shared what she remembered to both Chi-Fyung and Raen. They apparently called us after watching Raen make the promise for reaching 7 million in total audience attendance. They had called to ask if they would be interested in participating in community service with Dudam Group. In other words, a collaboration. What should we do, Chief Young? Yubin handed the baton over to him. He looked over to Raen. Wouldn't the opinion of the one who made the promise matter most? Chief Young had passed the baton over to Raen. She answered without hesitation, the more the merrier. She would always welcome a collaboration with Dudam Group, which would play a key role in her revenge. The movie One of a Kind of Girl had already made over 20 billion won in just 1 week, with 2 million people having come to watch it in cinemas. Kang Raen's 7 million promise likely played a part in it. At this rate, the total audience attendance would easily reach over 7 million. Raen was not the only one basking in the spotlight. Director Yoon Tae-yoon's name was also being frequently mentioned by the public. Even the sales of his previous works that had been buried in the rough were skyrocketing. Greater and greater news continued to be heard. The faster One of a Kind of Girl went down its fast track to success. It was being screened in more cinemas, and the overseas release that Vice President Park Hee-woo had mentioned was also becoming a reality. Raen held in her admiration from looking at all these projects progressing one by one. The thing about movies is they absolutely take off once they spread far enough. After working in the entertainment industry herself, she could understand why people fantasized over it so much. What's got you so focused? As Raen was at the cafe under her house, checking the movie attendance record that had just been released, Kang Rae-hyuk, who had joined her, looked over at her smartphone screen. Raen narrowed her eyes and covered her smartphone so that he couldn't see the display. Don't you know you shouldn't look at your little sister's phone without permission? Where are your manners? She snapped at Rae-hyuk while clicking her tongue. He felt like it had been a while since he had been criticized by his little sister. No, it actually had been a while since he had been freed from his little sister's nagging after getting his own place. Weren't you looking at stock trading data? Rae-hyuk asked. That was all that was on his mind these days. Raen answered bluntly, it's almost time for the market to close anyway, so there's no need. And I have no time to do stock trading these days. Huh? Then where do you get all your info from? Rae-hyuk was curious about how Raen was able to gather such excellent data when she was so busy with work. All the info she needed was in her mind, but she made excuses like she always did. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I just pick up things here and there while I go around. That aside, you still have the stocks of JMT Entertainment that I told you to buy, right? Yeah. Start selling them around the beginning of next year. Huh? Why? It's been rising fine. Entertainment stocks have been doing pretty well lately. JMT Entertainment was the place that had offered Raen an agency transfer through Wukong Hyun. Their stocks couldn't be considered the best in terms of entertainment stocks, but it was still very well known. Their stocks would also benefit massively if entertainment stocks were on the rise. Hence, Rae-hyuk couldn't believe why his little sister had made such a decision. Raen wasn't doing this for no reason. The decision was made while fully thinking of the future. It'll take a nosedive soon enough. It was best to sell them off while they were still high. Raen took a sip of her Americano and narrowed her eyes at Rae-hyuk again. What did I tell you about stock trading? You should. Raen purposefully did not finish her sentence. She was daring her older brother to finish it for her. Rae-hyuk sighed. Do whatever I say without question, right? He replied. You're goddamn right. She smiled and sipped her Americano once again through a straw. She had emptied her cup in a flash. And just to reiterate, don't ever share the info that I give you with others. Not even to the girls who follow you around because they like you, Raen emphasized. I know. Rae-hyuk was as popular as always even after getting his own place. Actually, his popularity with the campus ladies could have been amplified because of it instead, since the many restrictions that were once present had been reduced. However, there was still one problem. Are you still scared of dating someone? Rae-hyuk still couldn't muster up the courage to get into a romantic relationship. His shoulders flinched from Raen's dead-on guess, but strongly denied it despite showing such a response. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you saying that I'm scared of women or something? That's exactly what I'm saying. Knowing he wouldn't be able to win against Raen in an argument, he quickly surrendered. Yeah, you're exactly right. Rae-hyuk knew from experience that he would only be teased about it by his little sister if he continued to deny it, so he just decided to admit it early on. Raen also knew how deep Rae-hyuk's past trauma regarding dating was. However, nothing good will come out of remaining in the past. Didn't you say you wanted to get married and have a family one day? Raen stated. Well, yeah. Then you've got to do your best to overcome your trauma. It's not too late. Rae-hyuk unconsciously nodded at his little sister's advice, since it was not wrong in the slightest. Anyway, I'll help you in any way that I can. Should I introduce you to some nice girls? She asked. No, forget it. Why not? I know tons of good girls. Because I feel like I'll be whipped for the rest of my life if I get with one of your acquaintances. Raen clicked her tongue. A large-scale community service group had been made, consisting of the actors and production team of One of a Kind of Girl, and the employees of Dudam Group. They were planning on doing community service at a folk house region where the elderly lived alone. Not only was the region located on a harsh incline, it was hard to get up to by car, so not much help came to them. The community service consisted of delivering coal briquettes and other daily necessities. The host of the community service, Ji Han-sok, gathered everyone and remarked, I know all of you have freed up some of your precious time for today, so I hope we can make some meaningful memories together. Okay then, everyone. Let's do this. Let's do this. They were divided into groups and each headed to their designated zones. Arayan's group consisted of herself, Han-sok, and Kim Yeon-jae, one of the supporting actors of One of a Kind of Girl. They and the other volunteers hustled up the steep cliff with the daily necessities to deliver to the elderly at their homes. The endless slope was so steep that they were out of breath already. Even Han-sok, who worked out a considerable amount, was panting. However, Arayan was leading the group from the very front. Han-sok was impressed by her as she tackled the steep slope without any sign of fatigue. Arayan is as full of stamina as always, he mentioned. Yeon-jae said while nodding from behind, I don't think I've ever seen her tired on set. She has amazing endurance. I'm sure you know better than me since you'd worked together with her in the past, Sunbi. I sure do. Her mentality was just as impressive as her stamina. She was highly recognized by the public and had absolutely no bad rumors about her, but haters were always bound to form. However, Arayan did not even bat an eye at such hate comments. She simply let them slide, not even giving them the time of day. Han-sok was her senior, but he sometimes admired that side of her. Meanwhile, Arayan had arrived at the destination first and exclaimed to the two men falling behind, we don't have all day, so please hurry up. Han-sok and Yeon-jae smiled bitterly. When they arrived at the third house, an old lady waved Arayan, Han-sok, and Yeon-jae over. Oh, perfect timing? We just made this kimchi yesterday. Come have a taste. Kimchi. Han-sok and Yeon-jae were momentarily bewildered as the old lady held up a kimchi wrap almost the size of a fist. The male actors didn't mind, but wouldn't Arayan, not like such a thing. Women mostly avoided eating kimchi in front of others since the chili powder would get stuck between their teeth. However, Arayan did not really care much about her image as an actress. Thank you very much for the meal. She stuffed the massive kimchi wrap into her small mouth. The old lady felt so happy to see Arayan eating so well, and looked at her with loving eyes. Arayan chewed on the kimchi wrap while covering her mouth, and finally managed to swallow it. That was delicious, ma'am. Right? Would you like another one? Yes, please. Do you also have some rice? Eating a spoonful of rice with a piece of kimchi on top is absolutely heavenly. Of course I do. Just you wait. I'll go get you some right away for you, you cute thing. Thank you very much. What the elderly needed the most was loving care. Arayan knew this better than anyone else, so she put aside her face as an actress and played along with the old lady, which left a very deep impression on Han-sok and Yeon-jae. Yeon-jae whispered, Arayan really is attractive. Han-sok couldn't give any sort of reply, since he felt like Yeon-jae's words contained something more than simple companionship. Ugh, I'm exhausted. The community service was coming to an end. No matter how athletic Arayan was, she was still human. Going up and down steep slopes all day while carrying heavy loads was bound to sap one's stamina. But fortunately, she had run out of energy right after the community service had come to an end. While they were packing their things, Yeon-jae came up to her. Great work, Arayan. Would you like some coffee? Arayan thanked him as she gratefully accepted it. She felt her fatigue subsiding as the cold coffee cooled her down. Thank you so much, Yeon-jae. No problem. That aside, are you busy today, Arayan? Not really. Why do you ask? Nothing special. I just had something I wanted to consult with you. Yeon-jae got up from his seat and brushed the dirt off from his butt with his hands. His gaze then shifted to Arayan. I've come to like you, Arayan. He made a surprise love confession. Arayan recalled the advice she had given to Arahyuk a few days back. I guess I wasn't in any position to give love advice. It seemed like she had her own fish to fry. Arayan had never expected Kim Yeon-jae to confess at such a timing. She finally understood his actions while they were shooting the movie. Yeon-jae had played Min Ju-tae's best friend, Jang Seo-woon. He was her friend back when she was still a man, and also the first person who she trusted and shared the entire truth with. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Because of this, Arayan had worked with Yeon-jae more than Seungbyum during the initial portions of the film, and the two of them spent a lot of time together talking. It turned out they had a lot in common. They debuted around the same time, they were the same age, and many other things. They had gotten a lot closer because of this, but it looks like there was a reason why he wanted to get closer quickly. Yeon-jae at some point had started to see Arayan not as a colleague or a friend, but as a woman. She was not flustered by his confession. I can't believe the countless confessions that I've received from men would come in handy. After having experienced it many times, the soaring feeling of annoyance and the scrambling of her head after each time had died down. This was why experience was important. Arayan asked with an awkward smile, since when did you come to like me? Yeon-jae was flustered by her calm response. It was understandable, since there was no way a top-tier woman like her hadn't been confessed to before. He decided to take her calmness as a fact that she had already experienced confessions many times. To be exact, Yeon-jae did not want to show weakness to Arayan. Only those with courage were able to get the girl. He resolved himself to take one more brave step forward. From the first time I met you. Love at first sight. Yeon-jae was the first man who had so boldly professed his love to her. Arayan acknowledged his courage, but I'm sorry. This and that were different. I don't have any intention of dating anyone yet. Rayan had been confessed to by Choi Sang-woon back when she was still an active-duty high school girl. That experience had made her realize that leaving the confessor room for possibility would only make things difficult for both parties. If it was a no, then she had to refuse flatly. That was the least bit of courtesy that she could give them. Yeon-Jae smiled in embarrassment. I kind of had my hopes up, but I guess it was no good. He also had a faint feeling that Rayan wouldn't accept his surprise confession, and it went exactly how he had expected it to. I'm sorry for bothering you like this, Rayan, he expressed. No, it's okay. I'm sure you'll find someone much better than me, so please don't beat yourself up too much. After consoling Yeon-Jae, she left as she heard Yubin call for her. He silently said to himself with a face full of disappointment as Rayan got further and further away from him. I don't think there will ever be any woman better than you. There was no way there was. Rayan came back home after completing the community service. She had appeared on shows to advertise her film for a while now, and now had fulfilled the promise that she had made after hitting 7 million in total audience attendance. I should take a long break. She stretched and took a seat on the massage chair she had recently bought. Ring? Her phone rang while she was in the middle of healing under the rays of sunlight beaming into the living room. It was an unknown number, but Rayan could tell who it was. She nagged as soon as she answered her phone. Is a private first-class trash like you allowed to call at this time? It's Saturday, Nuna. What's wrong with making a call in my own free time? Seo Ye-jun argued back. It would have been a problem if it was a weekday, but weekends were fine. Rayan calmed him down, saying it was just a joke. How does it feel to be promoted to private first class? It's hell. I guess my superiors were telling the truth when they mentioned the first class in the rank name meant first-class worker. Well, obviously. But you hit the jackpot in terms of barrack assignment, so you only have to work hard until the end of this year. Ye-jun did not have any superiors who were above him only by a few months, and they did not target him to do anything outrageous. This was why Rayan teased Ye-jun all the time that he was living the life in the army, but she wasn't serious about it. No matter what Ye-jun's service number was or which position he was assigned to, it did not change the fact that he was going through hell in the army. Why did you call me? I just wanted to hear your voice since it's been so long. I get it. All soldiers miss the sight of women when they go to the army. Of course, I'm not saying that I'm fine with any woman. He had called Rayan because it was her, but stopped himself before it came out of his mouth. Why you seem busy lately, Nuna? Are you okay? You're asking because of the movie, right? It's been so hectic lately because my schedule's been jam-packed with shows to advertise it. But well, that's all over from today. All that was left for her to do now was to take a break. She was finally able to let her body and soul rest now that her schedule had gotten far more lenient. I'll also be coming to visit you with your sister, so set a date and time with her. You're really gonna come? What, am I not allowed to go visit? After all your pestering about when I'll be coming to visit. I was just joking around. Of course, I'd be happy if you'd come, but forget it. I've already talked it over with your sister. Anyway, don't get yourself hurt until then. Got it. Ye-jun answered that he wouldn't after a short chuckle. She hung up and leaned back on the massage chair. Come to think of it, Sang-woon hasn't even called once now that it's almost time for him to be discharged. Sang-woon had also called her often until he became a private first class. He still called her from time to time, but it was significantly less than before. Or is he taking my busy schedule into consideration? Ye-jun had also been worried about her busy schedule, so Sang-woon might also be reducing the frequency of his calls because of this. You're making me sad, damn it. Rayan did not care about stuff like that. They were friends, so he could at least call her. Such considerations saddened her rather than make her happy. Well, I also did the same during my own military service. Back when she was a sergeant approaching the date of her discharge, she frequently went on leaves to meet her friends, so she did not go out of her way to frequently call all of her acquaintances. However, there was just one exception. No matter what a soldier's rank was, they frequented the phone booth if they had girlfriends. I also used to have a girlfriend. However, she had never dated anyone to the point that she thought she wanted to marry them. She had simply been in a few light-hearted relationships. Yeon-jae's love confession popped up in her head as she was thinking about relationships. I wonder if I'd be able to get into a relationship with someone in this life. She had suddenly gotten curious. Rayan went back to a broadcasting station after a long break to recharge herself. It was not for a drama or movie, but just as a guest appearance. She looked through the list of guests that she would be appearing with while heading to the station in Yubin's car. Ji Han-seok and Jae-woon. They're both people I know. It could be because it was an actor special, but the guests were all acquainted with each other. Not just that, Rayan's characters had been in a relationship with them both in their respective productions. Looking at the guest list from next to Rayan, Ryu Ha-yeon remarked jokingly, "Isn't this a love triangle?" Rayan looked at Ha-yeon with eyes that screamed at her not to say something so dreadful. They arrived at the broadcasting station before they knew it. Rayan quickly headed to the studio with Yubin and Ha-yeon. They still had 10 minutes until the scheduled time, but it was best to get ready early since no one knew what sort of problems might occur on the scene. Rayan greeted the program director and all the staff members one by one as soon as she arrived at the studio, and met up with the guests that she would be appearing with today. "Hello, Sunbi." She had come across Jae-woon first. Jae-woon also greeted Rayan welcomingly. "Hi, did you just get here?" "Yes. Oh, Sunbi. Congratulations on getting first place. Jae-woon was an actor, but his main occupation was a singer. Not only that, Bex, the boy group that he was in, was the most popular boy group in Korea. They were so popular that their new song had reached the top of the music chart in 3 days. Their presence had also been influencing people overseas as well. I saw tons of videos of foreigners reacting to your music on ArcaTube. It was even up on the Billboard chart, wasn't it? Rain said. Yeah, our last song was 37th, but apparently, people say it's going to be higher than that this time. Congratulations in advance, Sunbi. Thanks. Jae-woon smiled brightly just from a simple congratulations from Rain. Oh, there's Hansok. As they were talking, Jae-woon pointed at Hansok approaching them. Rain turned around and greeted him. Hello, Sunbi. Did you have a safe trip home after the community service last time? She had sent a text that day, but had not received a reply. She had thought it was strange. Hansok simply stared at her in silence, but then, Rain, can we talk for a second? Rain had no idea what Hansok wanted to talk about, but decided to hear him out for now. As the two left, Jae-woon shrugged as he stared at Hansok emanating a weird aura. What's with him? He's not his usual self. 1. This means that Yi-jun would be the highest-ranking soldier in his barracks for a while once his superiors are discharged. 2. This isn't a real site, it's just a combination of the sites Archilive, which is like a Korean Reddit, and YouTube. Hansok took Rain somewhere else after asking to talk in private with her. Somewhere without people would be best. However, it was not easy to find such a place in a broadcasting station. Finding a place that met Hansok's conditions in a place bustling with people was very difficult. Just then, Rain suggested, how about my waiting room, then? Shin Yubin had left to do some business and Ryu Ha-yeon had said that she would be in the dressing room for about 30 minutes, so Rain had been planning on spending time alone in her waiting room. Hansok nodded and accepted her suggestion. Okay. It was not like Hansok hadn't thought of using a waiting room, but like Rain had said, there was no one in there. Rain's suspicions rose as she watched Hansok carefully close the door. Why did he want to chat in private? n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. She first wondered if she had unconsciously said something disrespectful, but she couldn't for the life of her figure out what she had said to offend Hansok. At times like this, it's best to just ask the person. This method fitted Rain's personality best. Why did you want to see me in private, Sunbi? If she had said something to offend Hansok in any way, she hoped for him to just say it to her straight. Rain had not been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so there were bound to be many things that she didn't know about. If that was the case, she just needed to be criticized for it so that she could fix it for the future. She had been criticized in such ways by her superiors back when she was a bodyguard, and fixed her mistakes right away. However, Hansok had a completely different reason for wanting to see her in private. It's about back when we partook in the community service together. I see, Sunbi. Hansok smiled awkwardly from seeing Rain completely stiff as if she was preparing to be criticized. No, I didn't call you over to criticize you, so you can relax. Hansok sometimes felt like Rain was one of his army juniors since they would be this stiff whenever they felt like they would be grilled. However, Rain stayed as she was despite being told it was okay to relax. Hansok thought it could be the after effects of her starring in a gender-bender film, but she had often acted like a man even before that. Ahem. Hansok cleared his throat. Anyway, it looked like you were talking about something with Yeonjae after we completed the community service. Hansok also knew that Rain and Kim Yeonjae had spoken privately, but he did not know the contents of their conversation. He had wanted to eavesdrop on them, but there had been too many eyes on him to do so. Their conversation had been on his mind all this time because he had figured out that Yeonjae had romantic feelings for Rain. Rain acted weirdly as soon as she was asked the question. It was more accurate to say that she was confused. Did Hansok Sunbi hear what Yeonjae said? Hansok could tell something was wrong as soon as Rain showed such a response. Looks like something did happen, he remarked. Rain nodded with the assumption that Hansok already knew. Yes, she replied. What was it about? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But if you do, I promise I won't tell anyone. Rain was greatly relieved that Hansok would keep it a secret, since nothing good would come out of this spreading. Yeonjae wanted to consult me on something. Consult you? He said he had come to like me. It was exactly as Hansok had expected. I see. I knew it. However, he had never expected Yeonjae to confess this quickly. It was actually not Rain's first time being confessed to by male celebrities, and Hansok also knew this very well. The entertainment industry was full of people, especially very charming people, whether they be men or women. Because of this, love confessions were very common, it just never reached the ears of reporters, so it was never spread to the public. Hansok knew that Rain had been confessed to by tons of people, but this was the first time someone that he was close to had confessed to her. I never knew Yeonjae was so direct in terms of romance, Hansok commented. They had known each other for quite a while, but Hansok never knew Yeonjae had such a side to him. And Rain, what did you say? He asked. He was highly curious about her response. If she said that they decided to date each other, Hansok wasn't confident that he would be able to congratulate them since he also had feelings for Rain. That was why he was so curious about his junior's confession. Rain answered simply, I turned him down. Really? Yes. She had turned him down on the spot. Han-Sok gave her his personal opinion. Don't you think Yeon-Gyo is a good guy? He has a good personality, has no red flags, and is good-looking. In terms of his stats as a man, Yeon-Gyo was fairly high on the tier list. However, he was still far from meeting Arayan's standards. I don't have any intention of dating anyone yet, she answered. Han-Sok was greatly relieved by that, but also worried at the same time that he might also be turned down if he ever confessed to her. As he was about to speak, Ryu Haeyeon opened the waiting room door. Oh, you're here too, Han-Sok, she remarked. Hello, he greeted Haeyeon, who was holding the outfit that Arayan would be wearing today. What were you two talking about? She asked. Just stuff about the entertainment industry. Right, Arayan? Arayan nodded in response. I should go get ready for the recording too. I'll see you later, Arayan. Okay, Sunbi. See you in a bit. Haeyeon's eyes glinted with suspicion as they shot back at Arayan after watching Han-Sok hurriedly leave the waiting room. What did you talk about with Han-Sok? She asked. She smelled something fishy as she watched Han-Sok leave as if he was running away, but Arayan remained as calm as always. It wasn't anything special. She wasn't lying, because it had become all too common for her to be confessed to. Han-Sok was both a celebrity and a director of Dudam Group. He was considerably talented as an actor, but he had also been acknowledged as a businessman by Chairman Ji. His grandfather's expectations of him allowed him to continue to do his best in both his acting career and directorial duties. Han-Sok arrived at the company headquarters one day. Director, the chairman wants to see you. Chairman Ji's secretary had come to relay him a message. Me. He went to the chairman's office right away. Knock, knock. It's me, Grandpa. I heard that you'd called for me. Han-Sok opened the door and entered the office after getting Chairman Ji's permission to come in. The chairman had been practicing golf, and gestured at Han-Sok to take a seat. I wanted to ask you how things were going with work, Chairman Ji remarked. Han-Sok was relieved that it wasn't anything serious. He lightly laughed and drank the tea that the secretary had poured for him. It's been going well, for both my acting career and company work. That's good to hear. It must be highly difficult to do well in both at once. It must be because I'm just cut out for them. The amount of stress that Han-Sok suffered would have been enormous if that had not been the case. He had been dedicated to them both despite the physical exhaustion they brought because he enjoyed doing them. The movie that Arayan starred in did extremely well, did it not? Chairman Ji asked. You're talking about One of a Kind of Girl, right? The total attendance exceeded 7 million people, and it might even reach 8 next month, Han-Sok replied. Just this could be considered a colossal achievement. And so, our sales skyrocketed because she modeled for our product last time, didn't they? How about you try asking her to model for us again? The chairman asked. He had asked how Han-Sok was doing as a formality. This was the real reason why he had called him. Han-Sok agreed and took out a notepad. I'll try to set up a meeting with Arayan soon. What about you, Grandpa? Yes, it's been a while, so I should go see her as well. Oh, I wonder if I should also give Congresswoman Hong a call? The three of us had promised to get together to have a meal someday. Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon, right? The one who Arayan introduced you to. Yeah, we met a few times to talk, and we happened to have many things in common. The two of them were future pillars to Arayan's plan. I would have never been able to get together and chat with Congresswoman Hong if it weren't for Arayan. The fact that the two of them got along well together had also been included in Arayan's calculations. Chairman Ji emphasized while looking at Han-Sok, I know you have romantic feelings for Arayan. Pardon. Han-Sok was deeply flustered by his grandfather's pinpoint statement. It would have been weirder if he didn't know. I can tell from just the way you look at her. Chairman Ji continued as he looked at his grandson's bright red face. If you're going to capture her heart, make sure you grab on tight like a man. I'm sure Arayan will grow to become a highly influential figure in the future. Do you mean, as a celebrity? Han-Sok asked. No, Chairman replied with sharp eyes. The entertainment industry, the political and financial world. There won't be anywhere that her influence won't reach. Chairman Ji was sure that Arayan would become a representative figure of Korea in the future. So, I want to bring her into our household no matter what. Arayan had become the #1 woman that Chairman Ji wanted as a daughter-in-law before he knew it. Arayan, who had no idea what Chairman Ji and Han-Sok were talking about in the meantime, was busy with something else. Is this the place, Yiseo? She asked. Yeah, but is it really okay for you to be here? Yeah, I already got permission from my agency, so it's fine. Compared to the worried CEO Yiseo, Arayan was as calm as always. Yiseo couldn't help but be worried, because I've got to check how our private first-class CEO is doing with my own eyes. Today was the day they would visit CEO Yijun. Kang Arayan's resistance toward the army had been significantly reduced compared to before, possibly due to her appearance on the female soldier special of On Duty, All Clear, or her modeling for the army right after the special. However, her hatred for the army had not fully disappeared, rather, it was still as strong as always. She would rather die than go through another round of military service, but there was just one instance when her hatred for the army disappeared. That was when she went to visit others in the army. In other words, when she herself was discharged, but went to visit friends or juniors who still weren't. It's rather fun to go visit them at times like that. This was why it was always best to complete one's military service early. Arayan knew this better than anyone else. They were on their way to the army base. The exact location of the base couldn't be designated on the GPS, so they searched up a place that could serve as a close estimate and relied on Yeseo's memory to find the rest of the way there. I think we turn right at the crossroads there, Yeseo stated. Okay. Ian had obviously never been to the base that Seo Yejun was deployed at. She had been far too busy due to her movie and various variety show recordings, and she honestly never felt like going since it was too far away from Seoul, where she lived. However, a woman never went back on her word. She said that she would visit, so she had decided to do so as soon as possible, and today was that day. It felt like they had still been in an urban area around 20 minutes ago, but now their vehicle was on a road far away from civilization. Ian's eyes sparkled as she could see the guardhouse from a distance. So that's the base Yejun was deployed to, huh? Yeah, it is, but why are you so excited? Yeseo asked perplexedly. She seemed to have no idea why Ian was reacting this way, but she likely had no idea how awesome it was for someone who didn't need to go to the army to visit someone during their military service. The army base always held church services on Sunday mornings. One had to be at least a sergeant to have the power to skip church service out of laziness, but Private First Class Seo Yejun had no such power. However, there was one way that a low-ranking soldier like himself was able to proudly skip church service, and that was a visit. He was standing by in his barracks wearing the full military outfit consisting of a clean combat uniform. Korean soldiers are given multiple uniforms, and one of them is to be kept clean to wear on leaves, visits, or inspections. And boots that he had polished like crazy since last night. He checked the time over and over again, since today was the day that his older sister and his crush were coming to visit. While Yejun was waiting, an orderly opened the door and called for him. Yejun. Yes, sir. His eyes sparkled, hoping the orderly had come with the news of visitors, but the orderly simply had a mischievous smile on his face. He asked, your older sister is coming to visit you today, right? Yes, that's correct. Is she really coming? Yejun had thought the orderly had come to tell him that his older sister was here, but he was instead being barraged with questions about her instead. Yejun sighed in his head and acted like he wasn't annoyed as much as possible. Yes, she said she would, he replied. Is just your sister coming? She and her friend are coming. Yejun had been keeping Ian a secret from everyone in the base. No one would believe him anyway if he said that he was extremely close to a female celebrity, and he felt like his superiors would pester him to prove that he was close to Ian if he said anything about her. The orderly showed great interest in Yejun's sister's friend as well. Is your sister's friend pretty too? He asked. Yes, she is. There was no way that she wasn't pretty, when she had stolen Yejun's heart. However, the orderly didn't believe him. JNN. How am I supposed to believe that when you don't even have a single picture of her? Sergeant Geon-Woo, the orderly for today, did not like Yejun very much. He was dissatisfied by how the other superiors showed great interest in Yejun and made his army life easy, simply because of the fact that he had an older sister. Shit. I have older sisters too, but my superiors harassed me to no end as soon as they found out they were all married. You have no idea how much that pissed me off. Sergeant Geon-Woo glared at Yejun. That's why I can't stand to see guys who have a comfortable military service just because they have pretty older or younger sisters. Your sister or her friend might actually not be that pretty. A little Photoshop can always fix that these days, right? The sergeant remarked. Yejun could endure anything else but his family being insulted. However, they were in the army. He knew that he would only worry his family if he made a big deal out of this, so he simply clenched his fists tight in anger to maintain his composure as best he could. Hey, Namwoo. While Yejun was on the verge of exploding, the orderly officer came to the barracks and called for Namwoo. Yes, sir. Namwoo asked. What are you doing here? I just got a call saying Yejun has visitors. Who's gonna receive the keys coming to the orderly room if you're not there? I'm sorry, sir. The orderly officer deeply sighed and turned to Yejun. You have visitors, so get ready to go. As for your lead, go with your squad leader. Yes, sir, Yejun replied. He quickly got ready to go down to the guardhouse. Meanwhile, Namwoo asked the orderly officer, communications chief, may I lead Yejun to the guardhouse instead? You? Why? It was to see for his own eyes Yejun's sister, who was rumored in the base to be pretty, and her friend with his own eyes. However, he gave a different excuse since he thought the orderly officer wouldn't let him if he was that direct. Da-Hyung's stomach has been hurting since this morning, so I thought it'd be better for me to lead Yejun there instead. Is that so? Yes, sir. Sergeant Choi Da-Hyung was a squad leader of the 2nd platoon that Yejun was part of. The orderly officer quickly scanned the barracks. Everyone else but Yejun, who had been standing by for a visit, had gone to the church service. Now that you mention it, where is Da-Hyung? The orderly officer asked. He's probably in the bathroom right now, sir, Namwoo answered. Really? The communications chief's eyebrows twitched. He honestly did not want to send Namwoo all the way down to the guardhouse since, like he had mentioned earlier, he would have to receive all the keys returned to the orderly room if none of the orderlies were in the orderly room. However, he couldn't just allow Yejun to go down to the guardhouse without anyone accompanying him. I guess I have no choice, the orderly officer said as he put his hand on the back of his neck. Contrary to the troubled orderly officer, Namwoo was all smiles. Yejun did not like how things were going either. The communications chief made a decision after much consideration. Well, okay. I can receive the keys for the time being, so you can. Sir. As things were about to go as Nam-woo had planned, someone appeared to ruin it all. Choi Tae-hyung had returned from the bathroom to the barracks, and saluted as soon as he saw the communications chief. The communications chief asked, I heard you weren't feeling too good today. Are you okay? Yes, sir. I'm fine. Yi-jun has visitors. You'll take him to the guardhouse, right? Yes, sir. I will. Tae-hyung had been waiting for the chance to meet Yi-jun's older sister for a while, so he wasn't going to miss it for the world. Yi-jun was relieved, but Nam-woo clicked his tongue in disappointment. Okay. Tae-hyung will take Yi-jun, so you stand by in the orderly room, Nam-woo. I've gotta play a mobile game, the orderly officer remarked. Yes, sir. Yi-jun said to Tae-hyung as they left the barracks together. Thank you so much, squad leader. What did I do? Tae-hyung couldn't help but be perplexed as he had no idea what had happened before he had entered the barracks. Rayan parked the car and walked to the base with Yi-seo while wearing glasses and a mask. They went through a check at the guardhouse. The guardhouse captain tilted his head. Which one of you is Private First Class CO Yi-jun's older sister? I am, Yi-seo answered with her hand slightly raised. Then, this is. Rayan answered, I'm her friend. Oh, I see. A friend. A friend accompanying a visit was fine, but she looked fairly suspicious with everything she was wearing to conceal her face. The soldiers of the guardhouse glanced at each other. I'm sorry, but could you please show us your face? There had been significant issues with the army's security systems lately, so this had to be done to confirm the identities of everyone coming in and out of the base. Rayan couldn't blame them since they were simply following procedures. However, she was not displeased. She lowered her mask and took off her glasses. The soldiers' eyes shook violently. It was their first time seeing the woman, but she felt all too familiar. It was obvious, since they had seen her acting on TV countless times. See, could you be Miss Kong Rayan? There was no way the soldiers wouldn't be able to recognize Rayan, since her popularity among soldiers was on par with popular girl group members. Rayan smiled and nodded. Yes, I am. And no way. The soldiers were shocked as well as ecstatic enough to be happy with dying at this very moment. Unlike them, Rayan maintained a calm attitude. May I put my glasses and mask back on? She asked. Pardon? Oh, yes. Oh, of course. Thank you. She covered her face back up, but she couldn't cover her celebrity aura. The soldiers couldn't focus on their duties after coming face to face with Rayan. After all the checks had been completed, the soldiers came out of the guardhouse and exclaimed to Rayan and Yi-seo, please enjoy your stay. The other soldiers and the people who had come for visits wondered what they were doing. They were acting as if a division commander had come for a visit. Seo Yi-jun's heart beat faster and faster as he got closer and closer to the visiting room. Kong Rayan had said she would come to visit, but she was so busy that she might have had to cancel the visit. It had actually happened once before, when the visit had to be postponed because she suddenly had to appear on a show, and that postponed date was today. Yi-jun couldn't help but be nervous. Well, I don't really mind if only my sister is here. However, he would be even happier if he could see Rayan as well, since his feeling toward her was as blazing as always. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. We're almost there, Choi Tae-hyung said. Yi-jun anxiously nodded. That aside, how are your sister and her friend acquainted? Is she a university friend? Tae-hyung asked. Yes, they're friends, Yi-jun replied. Oh, really? Then she must be really smart too. Your sister goes to a good university, right? Tae-hyung's heart was also beating in expectation that he would be able to meet two women with both brains and looks. As they arrived at the visiting room, they could hear the sound of people muttering. All of their attention was focused on one person, a woman hiding her face with glasses and a mask. Yi-jun couldn't hold back his happiness as soon as he saw her. Nuna. Rayan slightly lowered her mask as soon as she saw Yi-jun, and said with a smile, how have you been? Tae-hyung froze in place from seeing the top actress. A goddess had descended on their base located up on the mountains. The people who had come for a visit were more focused on Rayan than their friend, lover, or son. A few of them were asking for autographs and such from Rayan. I enjoyed your movie so much. I'm a huge fan, Uni. You're so beautiful. Rayan smiled as the people claiming to be her fans cheered. Her smile was beautiful enough to captivate ordinary people, so how would soldiers react? Tae-hyung felt like the sight in front of him was a dream. Hey, Yi-jun. Yes, sir. I'm awake, right? This isn't a dream, right? Would you like me to pinch you on your side, sir? Oh okay, Tae-hyung said while nodding. He screamed as Yi-jun pinched his side as hard as he could. Ouch, that hurts, damn it. This is reality, sir. I see. Yi-jun was used to seeing Rayan since he had met her many times before his enlistment, but the same couldn't be said for other people. Seo Yi-seo set up the food they had brought on the visiting room table one by one. You said you wanted to eat pizza, right? We bought tons, so have as much as you want. Thanks, sis. Don't thank me, thank Rayan. She's the one who drove here and bought all of this. That's Nuna for you. Thank you very much. He had been able to eat pizza anytime he had wanted back when he was still an active member of society, but it had become a scarcity after coming to the army. Hence, one of the many foods that soldiers craved whenever they were out of the base was pizza. Rayan also offered Tae-hyung sitting next to Yi-jun some pizza as well. Please help yourself as well, squad leader. May I really? Yes. Yi-jun can't eat all of this anyway. Thank you very much. What he craved wasn't pizza, but the pizza that Kang Rayan had bought. When could he ever have an opportunity like this? It was safe to say that he never would. Rayan had also been a soldier in the past, so she felt full just from the two of them frantically eating the pizza. Oh, right, Rayan mentioned. She had forgotten something. I'd bought a few more boxes of pizza for everyone in Yi-jun's squad to enjoy. Could I bring them here? She and Yi-seo had bought boxes of pizza to match the number of people in Yi-jun's squad on their way here. They had also bought fried chicken and soft drinks to go with them. They had practically brought a full course. Yi-jun muttered that she didn't have to go that far, but Rayan thought otherwise. I've come all this way, so I might as well go all out. By doing this, she would be able to give strength to Yi-jun, and his superiors would treat him nicely. Not only that, if it was fried chicken and pizza that Kang Rayan had bought, they would devour it all even if they had already eaten. The base that Rayan had served in had no rules restricting foods being brought in from outside. However, this base was different. Sergeant Choi Tae-hyong expressed reluctance. That probably won't be allowed. One of our sergeants snuck in food from outside once, and ended up giving food poisoning to 2 soldiers. The surveillance has gotten super tight lately because of that. He was saying that it was also impossible to sneak it up without the officers finding out, since it would be game over as soon as they were caught. However, it was far too much of a waste to just throw away all the food. What should we do, Nuna? Yi-jun asked in worry. She couldn't ask Yi-jun and Tae-hyong to eat it all. They could just share it with everyone in the visiting room, but it felt like a bit of waste to do so. Rayan crossed her arms together and went deep into thought. They were in the army. If it wasn't allowed, they could just make it allowed. Leave it to me, Rayan said as she turned her gaze to outside the visiting room. She smiled as she saw a few men walking through an open door. Found it, she stated. Found what? Yi-jun asked. She replied while staring fixedly at the men walking toward her. A way to bring the food up to your barracks. The second company commander sighed deeply as he lazed around in the battalion command control center. Why do I have to be the watch commander on a weekend? The second company commander had not been part of the base for longer than the other company commanders, excluding the headquarters company commander. Due to this, the role of watch commander on weekends was usually pushed onto him. You think I do this because I want to? I want to laze around on the weekends too. The soldiers stayed silent as the second company commander grumbled in the absence of his superior officers. He was in a very sensitive state at the moment, so it was possible that he would make them go through emergency drills out of spite. As he was spending the worst weekend ever, an unbelievable report came his way. Watch Commander, a soldier who had returned from the post exchange, exclaimed in shock. What? Is the division commander here or something? He asked jokingly, based on the soldier's level of shock. However, what he said next was more important in a way than a division commander's visit. Alright now, Miss Kang Rayan is in our base. Miss Kang Rayan? You mean Kang Rayan in one of a kind of girl? Yes. The first thing the watch commander did was laugh. Enough with your jokes. I'm not in the mood. I'm not joking, sir. Kang Rayan is seriously in our visiting room right now. You still haven't gotten your shit together, the watch commander said as he picked up the landline phone in front of him. Watch commander here. Put Staff Sergeant Yu on. He called the guardhouse to check for himself. Sir? Staff Sergeant Yu Hagon speaking. Staff Sergeant, I just heard some weird news. Has Miss Kang Rayan come to visit our base? If it was true, there was no way the soldiers dispatched at the guardhouse wouldn't know since they kept tabs on everyone entering the base. If the soldier who had reported it was lying, the watch commander was thinking of making the soldier take responsibility for trying to fool him. However, reality sometimes exceeded one's imagination. Yes, sir. She has. What? The answer had been completely different from what he had expected to hear. We're talking about the same Kang Rayan, right? Yes, sir. I was just as shocked as you are right now. Songkook was saying that she looked like Kang Rayan, so I asked her to take off her mask and glasses. And it really turned out to be her. Wait. Then are you saying what I heard was true? Yes, sir. Why didn't you report it? The watch commander's cry filled the command control center. He was angry because he was a huge fan of Rayan. He was also a member of Club Allegiance, Rayan's fan club. I'm sorry, sir. We weren't able to think straight either. It was understandable, they needed to check the other visitors as well, and they had likely been just as frantic. She's in the visiting room right now, right? Yes, sir. Got it. He smashed down the landline phone. I'll be in the visiting room for a bit. Are you off to see Miss Kang Rayan, sir? Could you please take me with you, sir? The other soldiers begged to go with the watch commander. He clicked his tongue in exasperation. Can't you guys be this active all the time? The soldiers smiled awkwardly. The watch commander sighed and took just a few soldiers with him. And just like that, the watch commander and his group of soldiers had arrived at the visiting room. Hello, ma'am? I ran here as fast as I could once I'd heard you were here. Miss Kang? You're far more beautiful in person. Rayan smiled brightly at the watch commander's shy confession. Thank you very much. Her gaze shifted to his armband. It was yellow with 4 red stripes. He must be the watch commander for today. She could tell from just a glance. She went straight into actress mode as soon as she confirmed the officer's rank. Ian looked in the direction of her car with a troubled face. I've come to see my friend's little brother with tons of food and drinks for him to share with his squad mates. Could I bring them up to the barracks? According to the field manual, it needed to be refused. The second company commander was also about to, but, please, Ian begged. There was no way he could refuse when Ian herself was requesting him a favor. I understand. Da-Hyung. Yes, sir. Go get a few men from your company. And Miss Kong, if you'd like to take a look around our base, I'll happily guide you. Ian smiled once again at the watch commander's decision. Thank you very much. You're so kind. It's no problem at all, the watch commander exclaimed with a bright red face. No one could win against a pretty face. The orderlies were spending the time in their own ways. The communications chief designated as the orderly officer for today was immersed in his mobile game. Shit, a critical hit there of all times. He sighed in disappointment. The orderlies were curious about what game he was playing. Just then, Choi Da-Hyung ran into the orderly room while panting. Namwoo. He was looking for Sergeant Jin Namwoo. The communications chief frowned at the sight of Da-Hyung. How dare you barge into the orderly room without naming yourself, Choi Da-Hyung. He would usually let such things slide, but he was not in a very good mood right now because of his game. Da-Hyung was fairly quick-witted. He sensed that the communications chief was in a bad mood and immediately saluted him. Sir, Sergeant Choi Da-Hyung has come to the orderly room for business. Why did you come all the way back up here? The communications chief asked. He was curious about why Da-Hyung, who had been dying to meet Seo Yi-jun's sister and her friend, had suddenly come all the way up to the orderly room. Da-Hyung's excitement had not yet died down. He asked, Communications chief, could you send a few soldiers down to the visiting room? Why? Yi-jun's sister's friend brought some pizza and fried chicken for us to share. The communications chief laughed in exasperation. Don't you know food from outside is restricted? The watch commander permitted it, sir. The watch commander? Wait. Isn't it the second company commander's turn today? That's right, sir. The communications chief couldn't believe that the second company commander, who was known to be fastidious and have the worst personality out of the company commanders, had allowed such a thing. You're not screwing with me, are you? The first thing he doubted was Da-Hyung, who might be lying because he was blinded by good food. Da-Hyung felt wronged and responded, then check for yourself by calling the command control center, sir. You think I won't? The communications chief was a doubtful person. He texted an officer that he knew in the headquarters company on his smartphone. The officer replied shortly after, and the communications chief's eyes popped out after seeing it. Hey, Da-Hyung. Yes, sir. Is it true that Miss Ian is at our base right now? The eyes of every soldier in the orderly room, including Jin Namwoo, popped out at the mention of Ian. Da-Hyung answered while nodding, yes. She's the one who brought the food. The entire base fell into chaos from the appearance of a top star. Ian and Seo Yi-seo were on their way to the barracks that Yi-jun lived in, guided by the soldiers. Ian held in her admiration while looking around the base. Damn, Yi-jun. You've been deployed to such a nice base. She could only see brand new things everywhere she looked. The base that I was deployed to was falling apart. Because of this, Ian had to suffer through hell until she transferred to a different base with the first sergeant. The base had been so old that she was forced to partake in numerous repairs of pipes, stairs, and many other things. Compared to that, Yi-jun had been deployed to a blessed base. However, that did not mean he was living the life. The army was still the army. I'm sure it's still fucking hell. As they were getting closer and closer to the barracks, Ian could hear Yi-seo quietly admiring the place. She asked Yi-seo, you've never checked out the barracks? Yeah, I only got to see Yi-jun in the visiting room last time. It made sense, since civilians usually weren't allowed to come all the way to the barracks. I get to look around where Yi-jun spends his days thanks to you, Ian, Yi-seo remarked. It's nothing much. Such a thing was simple if the watch commander was properly made use of. It was only possible for Ian, who knew exactly how the army worked. The soldiers entered the barracks building with the food and drinks that Ian and Yi-seo had brought. The communications chief and Namwoo, who had been waiting for them outside, saluted the watch commander. Sir, at ease. Miss Ian visited our base and wanted to take a look at the barracks, so I brought her here. It won't take long. Understood, sir. Shall I be her guide? No, I'll do that myself. Only then would the watch commander be able to be with Ian for longer. Meanwhile, Sergeant Jin Namwoo couldn't believe his eyes. Before the visit, he had thought Yi-jun had played his older sister up to be a beauty to be pampered by his superiors, but that had not been the case at all. Yi-seo was fairly beautiful herself, but that was not the issue. No one could have expected the woman whom Yi-jun had simply mentioned as his sister's friend was the top star Ian. Yi-jun felt boastful. He then said to Namwoo, Sergeant Jin, I was telling the truth. Namwoo couldn't say a word. He couldn't dare say anything when the person that his junior had brought was the famous Ian. Ian sensed the weird air between the two. She approached Yi-jun and asked, Who's this, Yi-jun? Is he a superior from your platoon? No, we're not in the same platoon N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I see. Please take good care of Yi-jun, Sergeant Jin. Namwoo answered that he would with a flustered smile. Ian whispered to Yi-jun as soon as they entered the barracks, Is that him? Pardon? What do you mean? Yi-jun asked. The one who's been bullying you. I can more or less tell. Arayan's wits were out of this world. She could immediately tell that the two men weren't on good terms just from the way they looked at each other. That was why he had asked Namwoo to take good care of Yijun to boost Yijun's morale. Yijun lightly laughed at Arayan's guess. As expected of you, Nuna. I'm so glad I was able to get him real good thanks to you. I told you, you can leave it to me. Yijun had a strong feeling that he could kick up his feet just for today. The base was in an uproar like no other day from the news that Kang Arayan had visited the base. She took pictures with the soldiers and held a simple fan meeting. She then lastly emphasized to everyone once more to take good care of Yijun and went back down to the visiting room. Before sending Arayan and Yiseo off, Yijun said as if he was making a pledge, once I complete my service, I'll go to see you like I had always done back in the days before my enlistment. Sure, but don't come in your military uniform. It makes me dizzy just looking at it. Why do you hate military uniforms so much when you don't even need to go to the army, Nuna? Yijun didn't know Arayan was an active-duty university girl. It was no wonder why Arayan hated military uniforms so much, when she had been discharged after experiencing cold weather training twice, guerrilla training twice, and literally everything else that the army had to offer. Arayan narrowed her eyes at Yijun. I just do. Yijun chuckled and said he understood. He then turned to Yiseo, you take care too, sis. Call home often. Mom and Dad have been worried sick about you. Got it. I'll be going on another leave next month, so I'll call once the date is set. Yijun liked Arayan, but his family was also very precious to him. He said everything that he wanted to say, and stayed where he was right up until the car that Arayan and Yiseo were in disappeared from sight. Yijun went back to Dahaiyang, who had been waiting for him, and returned back to the barracks. He was treated like a hero who had triumphantly returned after taking down the demon lord. Some of them were even chanting his name. Yijun smiled awkwardly. They were not acting this way just because they were able to eat pizza and fried chicken thanks to him. Thank you so much, Yijun. My life's wish was to see Miss Kang Arayan in person. I never expected it to be fulfilled during my military service. Jesus, I thought I was gonna pass out just from looking at her. How can a person's head be so small? She's tall, has slender legs, and every single strand of her hair was a work of art. I just came back from bragging to my friends that I got to meet Kang Arayan in person. I told them I got to meet her because I had such a wonderful junior. The company soldiers praised Yijun to no end. Yijun had expected them to act passionately, but he had never expected them to love it this much. Yang Sugon, the highest-ranking sergeant of their squad, said while wrapping his arm around Yijun's shoulders, none of you even think about bullying Yijun. After all, Miss Kang Arayan asked me to take good care of Yijun. Got it, you pieces of shits. No, she said that to me, Sergeant Yang. What are you talking about, Sergeant Kim? I'm the squad leader, so I should obviously be the one to take care of Yijun. People were fighting to take good care of Yijun. Just then, the communications chief exclaimed, what the hell's with all this commotion? The soldiers tread carefully, thinking that they had irritated the communications chief. However, the communications chief's face changed completely. He approached Yijun with soaring corners of his mouth. I myself will take very good care of Yijun. Don't even listen to those guys who will be discharged soon. You just let me know if there's anything you need during your service, and I will take care of it all for you. Thank you very much, sir, Yijun replied. He had never expected to enjoy such benefits thanks to Arayan. He had once again come to realize the power of celebrities. Meanwhile, there was only one person with a frown among the wave of people. It was Geon-Woo. Having the support of sergeants who had little time left in the army was no big deal, but support from a military officer was a huge deal. It meant that he could no longer bully Yijun like he always had. If the communications chief caught word of him doing so, the rest of his military service would become a living hell simply for bullying a junior. Hence, it was best to just let it go in such a situation. Yijun momentarily met eyes with Namwoo, and couldn't help but smile. It was his victory for having a pretty older sister, and an even prettier and famous celebrity Nuna. Park Geon-Woo, who had suffered a dishonorable death due to Kim Han-Gyo's schemes, had now spent almost 5 years as a woman after becoming a high school girl. It was December 28th. Not much time was left of this year. Time flies by so fast. She had starred in a movie, modeled for the army, and had also flipped the military base that Yijun was in upside down. She had done a lot this year, so she felt like it would be quite a memorable one. But of course, she had not yet faced the monumental day. The day that my revenge is complete would be the best day of my life as Kang Arayan. As she was deep in such thoughts, Wang Seungbium made a fuss at the film awards ceremony that they had attended together. Sunbi, since your name hasn't been called a single time, you'll probably be a nominee for the grand prize, wouldn't you say? She had won the top excellence in acting last time, so the best case scenario would be that she won the grand prize the year after. However, she had no interest in the grand prize, she only had revenge on her mind. Arayan said apathetically, if they give it to me, I'll accept it. Nothing more, nothing less. She maintained a chic expression that showed she couldn't care less about what was going on, but immediately switched to a radiant smile once the camera pointed at her. She had been an actress for so long that it had become a piece of cake for her to instantly flip between expressions. She then switched back to her apathetic face once the camera panned away. Why are the cameramen filming me so much? Arayan wondered. Seungbium simply chuckled in response since he knew how Arayan was usually like. He knew the reason. It was because Raeun was one of the actresses who had displayed the greatest achievements this year. Although One of a Kind of Girl had failed to reach 10 million in total audience attendance, it was still considered a massive hit because it had smashed past the original 7 million goal, with 8.5 million. Not only was Raeun the protagonist of this film, she had already been receiving tons of interest and love from fans even before the film because of her outstanding looks, figure, and her performance overflowing with charisma. Since her first ever film as a protagonist had become a huge hit on top of that, the cameraman couldn't help but frequently film her. "You're also very beautiful, so I think the cameramen are filming you with ulterior motives," Seungbium mentioned. Beauty was a sin, or at least that was what Raeun thought. "I used to think women who said shit like that had a chip on their shoulder." However, she couldn't help but sympathize with them now that she had been put in the same position. She was wearing a dress with little exposure today, so she was able to freely put one leg over the other, or cross her arms together. She had to put a blanket over her legs last year. She had not cared much about her panties being visible back when she was a high school girl, but she had changed. It felt like her shame toward exposure was amplifying more and more as time went by, to the point that she hated nothing more than revealing her skin. "I wonder if this is because I've somewhat adapted to being a woman." She did not know the exact reason, but she thought it was the most plausible. While the others had their hopes up for Raeun to be one of the grand prize nominees, Raeun herself sighed deeply. Seungbium thought she had sighed because she felt pressured by the ceremony, but it had been for a completely different reason. "Screw all this. I just want to go home." All that was on Raeun's mind was to go home and rest as soon as possible. As the film awards was reaching its climax, only the grand prize remained. One of a Kind of Girl had won Best Film, Seungbium had won Best New Actor, but Raeun's name had not been called a single time. People started muttering that Raeun might actually be named as a nominee for the grand prize. There were several people who had distinguished themselves this year, so it could be considered an honor for Raeun just to be nominated among them. "Now, let us take a look at the nominees for the grand prize," the host exclaimed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The audience's heads turned to the large screen. The first nominee was the actress Ji Kang-hae. She had 15 years of acting experience and had been awarded the grand prize several times in her career, so she had been expected to be one of the nominees this year as well. No one had complaints about it, since she deserved to be up there. The following nominees were just as famous as Ji Kang-hae. There was only one more nominee left. The ceremony venue fell silent the moment it was revealed, because the final nominee was Kang Raeun. Reactions were divided among those who had expected it and those who hadn't. Her career was not as vast as the others, she had only starred in a few productions, but her roles had all been superstar grade. That was how Raeun was already able to aim for the pinnacle award of the film industry. The host said as a joke, "Everyone else is in their 30s or 40s, but only Miss Kang is in her early 20s. The audience members chuckled as the nominees' age gap was mentioned. Not only age, but Raeun's acting career was far shorter than the other nominees. That just went to show Raeun's potential. Before the winner of the grand prize was announced, the mic was given to Ji Kang-hae. "Miss Ji Kang-hae, you've been nominated for the grand prize this year as well. It unfortunately escaped your grasp last year, but what do you think about this year?" Kang-hae answered while tucking her hair behind her ear, "I wonder. There are so many more famous and skilled nominees alongside me this year, so I'm personally feeling quite pressured. I certainly do want the award, but I feel like someone else has a greater chance of winning it." "Who are you referring to?" the host asked. "Mr. Yoon Dae-bin." Kang-hae blatantly designated a single person out of the 8 nominees. Raeun's eyes narrowed. Kang-hae had chosen without thought or hesitation, as if she already knew the result. Raeun's turn had come before she knew it as the nominees spoke one by one. "Miss Kang Raeun, how do you feel, ending up having to go against all these outstanding sunbaes for the grand prize?" the host questioned. Raeun answered generically with an artificial smile, "I feel greatly honored just from earning the opportunity to stand alongside my respected sunbaes. Who do you think will win the grand prize?" The host had asked this question to every single nominee. Raeun smiled even bigger for a moment. "I'm a very greedy person, so I hope I win it." The people in the venue nodded as if they had expected such a forthright answer from her. That confidence of hers could be considered her trademark. The host had also hoped for Raeun to say such a thing. She had fulfilled everyone's expectations. As Raeun handed the mic over to a staff member, she met eyes with Kang-hae for a very short moment. Unlike Kang-hae, who was looking at Raeun expressionlessly, Raeun smiled. Although no one knew who would win the grand prize, Raeun had won the battle of confidence against her sunbee. Raeun had said that she hoped to win the grand prize, but even she knew that it would be very difficult for her to win. The achievements of Yoon Dae-bin, the actor whom Kang-hae had mentioned, had been far too great this year. The historical film One World that he had been the protagonist of had become a massive hit with 10 million in total audience attendance. Not only were historical films very popular in Korea, no other films had come out around the same time to challenge it, so it had been able to gather more views than expected. In terms of purely results, it was fair to think that Yoon Dae-bin would easily win the grand prize. However, Raeun expected Kang-hae had named Yoon Dae-bin as the most likely winner for a different reason. Raeun already had something in mind that she was suspicious of. A drum roll filled the entire venue. "The grand prize goes to Mr. Yoon Dae-bin. Congratulations. As most people had expected, Yoon Dae-bin had become the protagonist of this year's film awards. Raeun glanced at Seungbyum and said, "Bouquet." "Yes, ma'am. Here it is." Raeun headed up to the stage with the bouquet of flowers that Seungbyum gave her and handed it to Dae-bin, who had come up to the stage first. "Congratulations on the grand prize, Sunbi." "Thank you, Raeun. I personally hoped you'd win it. I'm sorry." It was not lip service, there were tons of Sunbas who adored Raeun, and Dae-bin was one of the greatest. He had been won over before he knew it by Raeun's proud and confident performance despite being a relatively new actress. Raeun smiled. "I'll do my best to achieve the result you hope for from me next time, Sunbi." "Okay, and let's work on a production together. It's one of my wishes to work together with you." "Me too, Sunbi." Raeun headed back to the stairs leading down the stage after her short conversation with Dae-bin. She slightly lifted the hem of her long dress so that she wouldn't step on it with her heels. She took her time going down the stairs. Just then, she came across Kang-hai who was on her way up to congratulate Dae-bin as well. Kang-hai spoke first. "What a shame. You'd said back in the interview that you'd hoped to win the grand prize, right?" Her words were mixed with slight sarcasm, possibly because she had lost in the previous battle of confidence. However, Raeun returned Kang-hai's sarcastic comment with a perfect smile and made a comment of her own. "I'm sure you're more disappointed than I am, Sunbi. You'd said you thought Dae-bin Sunbi would win the grand prize, but your expression and eyes were saying otherwise." "Otherwise?" "Yes. It looked to me that you'd actually hoped for yourself to win the award." "It's just my imagination, isn't it, Sunbi?" Raeun had won in the battle of words as well. Meanwhile, Kang-hai, who had lost twice in a row, stomped up the steps with a blatantly annoyed expression. Raeun smirked as she looked at the angry Kang-hai from behind. "Your heels will break at that rate." The people who had attended the film awards had gathered for the after-party held late at night. Raeun had not been able to stay at the after-party for long periods of time back when she was still a high schooler, but now that she could, she took her time to greet everyone there. Raeun was able to pick out only the individuals who would be beneficial to form a connection with since she knew the future. It was very simple, all she needed to do was to exchange contact information with them. So this is why regression stories are so popular. She finally understood why so much literature included a regression trope. It was very easy to make connections if one knew what would happen in the future, regarding who would succeed and who would fail. There's a reason why the protagonists go on the up and up. Raeun had never expected to become just like those protagonists in the novels. Although her gender had changed, the initial shock had considerably died down after time getting used to it. She had also gotten used to wearing heels. As she carefully lifted the wine glass with non-alcoholic wine in it, a man approached her. "What a shame. You were just one step away from getting the award." Ji Han-sok in a tuxedo expressed his disappointment. Raeun lightly smiled. "It's okay. At least I was nominated. I'll win it next time." Han-sok loved to see Raeun's confidence. "Yeah, it's not like that was your last chance. Will you work on a film next time as well?" "I'm not sure. I'll have to check the productions that are offered to me first. I haven't found a single one that I like yet." There were as many people in the entertainment industry wanting to work with her as always, but Raeun did not take the hand that was offered to her so easily. She was proud, she didn't have to do anything that she didn't like. There was no reason for Raeun to rush in the slightest. "What about you, Sunbi? I don't think you've done anything special this year," Raeun asked. "Me? Well, I guess so. I think it's because I've been so focused on the company this year." Han-sok had no intention of walking solely the path of an actor. His ultimate goal was to become both a successful actor and businessman. If it was anyone else, they would most likely have been told to focus on one thing, but Han-sok was more than capable of doing both. He had been doing so until now, and from what Raeun remembered of her past life's future, he would continue to do so. "Yoon Dae-bin Sunbi was saying he wanted to work on a production with you," Han-sok mentioned. "He also told me that when I went up to the stage to congratulate him on his grand prize, it sounded like he had a production in mind. He also said he wanted to show you the synopsis. Is that so?" This was the first time Raeun had heard of it. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. "You should talk it over with Dae-bin Sunbi later. It might be a good opportunity for you as well," Han-sok stated. "What about you, Sunbi?" Raeun was curious if Han-sok also had the intention to work on that production. He lightly shrugged and said, "I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about it, so we'll have to see. But if you say you'll do it, I will too." Han-sok had mustered up a considerable amount of courage to say this, but Raeun did not give his statement much thought. She simply interpreted it as that he would feel comfortable if he got to work with a junior whom he had worked with before. Han-sok's manager came up to him as they were chatting. "Hyung, Director Kim is looking for you." "Oh, really? I'm sorry, Raeun. I've gotta go." Raeun sent him off after saying it was okay. It was fine, since she had been bothered by something that she had noticed since a while back. Why are Kim Chi-yeol and Ji Kang-hai together? Raeun had remained at her current table for the past 30 minutes because of them. Even before Raeun had come to this table, Chi-yeol and Kang-hai had been talking to each other. Meaning, they'd been together for at least 30 minutes. Sticking together for that long simply for greetings was highly unlikely, so there was surely a different reason. Raeun recalled the memories of the future regarding their relationship. It would have been great if she could just search up relevant memories like she could do with a computer. Why was there no such category in the return application form? It was a bit of a shame. Even if there had been, she had such little time that she was unsure if such a thing would have even caught her attention. A love affair, maybe? No, that can't be it. Chi-yeol's type in women was very clear, they needed to be younger than him. He didn't even take an interest in women older than him. Even the woman that Chi-yeol had been having an affair with in the scandal that Rayan had spread, was 5 years younger than him. On the other hand, Kang-hai was 2 years older than him. From what I remember, that son of a bitch hasn't ever had an affair with anyone older than him. Of course, events in time had not been flowing exactly as how Rayan had remembered them. The future had been gradually changing based on her actions, but there was no way that Chi-yeol's tastes in women would change, no matter what she did. That was how stubborn Chi-yeol was in that aspect. He used to brag about his women to me all the time. She had let it go because Chi-yeol had been her superior at the time. It was a crappy memory. A married man had been going around bragging about the women he was with. I should have bashed his skull in back then. If she knew that she would meet such a pathetic end, she would have exposed everything that she had on Chi-yeol. She still regretted it to this day. Well, it doesn't matter. She could just satisfy any grudge that she had remaining during this life. She drank the non-alcoholic wine and went back to monitoring Chi-yeol and Kang-hai. Could Chi-yeol be the reason why Kang-hai knew the winner of the grand prize beforehand? It was more than possible. Chi-yeol had influence over about half of the entire entertainment industry, and if he had shared such information with Kang-hai, that would mean they're very close with each other, wouldn't it? Rayan fell deep in thought about what possibly could have gotten them to get so close. Just then, someone else approached her. What are you doing all by yourself, Rayan? It was the actress Yeo Sung-won, who she had worked with on the drama Waitress. Rayan immediately switched off her serious expression and greeted her. Hello, Sunbi. Hi. What were you in such deep thought about? Is there something on your mind? Considering Rayan's personality, it wouldn't be because she was sad about not winning the grand prize. Sung-won expected there to be a different reason. Sung-won and Kang-hai could be considered rivals, so they were hyper-aware of any news of one another. Hence, Rayan thought Sung-won might be able to give her some sort of hint. Should I give it a shot? Rayan concisely explained to Sung-won why she had been staying here all this time. I just thought that Minister Kim and Ji Kang-hai Sunbi had been talking to each other for quite a while. They must be very close, huh? Oh, those two. Rayan could tell as soon as Sung-won showed such a response. She knows something. Sung-won looked in the same direction as Rayan with a bitter smile. She told Rayan what she knew. From what I'd heard, rumors have been going around that Kang-hai had used Minister Kim to push for herself to become the winner of this year's grand prize. Since Rayan had never heard of such rumors, it likely had not been spread very far. Kang-hai might actually have won the grand prize if such rumors hadn't spread, Sung-won mentioned. They had failed to keep the information from leaking, so there was bound to be negative gossip spread around about Kang-hai if she had won the grand prize with nothing much to show for it. Hence, they had likely yielded the award to Yoon Dae-bin. Kang-hai is probably highly dissatisfied with Minister Kim because of it. It might also be the reason why they're together like that. But these are only rumors in the end, don't take it as a fact, Sung-won stated. However, Rayan thought otherwise. Rumors usually spread because there is at least some factual material to go off of, don't they? Sung-won only smiled meaningfully in response, but just that was enough of an answer for Rayan. Is there a reason why Minister Kim would support Kang-hai Sunbi? Rayan asked. I'm not sure. They might have some sort of partnership. Kang-hai's been saying that she would leave her agency and make one of her own. Their relationship might be related to that? Do you know the agency name, by any chance? From what I've heard, I think it was Isborn Entertainment. The puzzle pieces inside Rayan's head all came together once she heard that name. Yes, I remember now. The Isborn incident that had almost flipped the entire entertainment industry on its head. Rayan had never expected Chi-yeol to have been involved in it. I'd expect no less from that bastard. She shuddered at the thought of everything that he had done in the shadows of the entertainment world. However, she was rather relieved since having so many things to take advantage of had only given her another opportunity to attack Chi-yeol. I'll also take this chance to put that woman Ji Kang-hai in her place. Yet another name had been added to her list of people who needed a beating. Ma Young-jun, who was in charge of doing the dirty work, was an expert in investigations. After being summoned by Rayan, he tilted his head in confusion as he looked at what she was wearing. What are you wearing? He asked. What about it? Young-jun couldn't understand why she was wearing black leggings, an oversized sweater, and a beanie. You look like someone who just came back from working out, Young-jun said. Oh, is it because of these? Rayan asked as she slapped her thigh covered by leggings twice. Young-jun had thought Rayan was wearing them even in daily life to advertise her company at first, but she had other intentions. These are gonna be a huge fad from now on. Wearing sportswear as everyday wear will be a fad. Yeah, these are a lot more comfortable than they look. The ones made for winter use are warm as well. I don't understand the world of fashion in the slightest. Rayan had not summoned Young-jun to discuss fashion in depth with him. She handed him a document related to a certain individual. Investigate this person for me, Rayan stated. It was the actress Ji Kang-hai. Did this woman harass you in some way? Young-jun asked. She's about to. I see. Young-jun nodded as he took the document. And one more thing. Rayan still had one more thing to say to him. She warned while glaring at him, "You'd better prepare yourself if I ever catch you betting on anything regarding me again." Cold sweat trickled down Yongjun's forehead in the middle of winter. On a weekday afternoon, Ji Konghai headed to a certain Western cuisine restaurant with a mask and sunglasses to hide her face. A young female employee bowed and greeted her. "Welcome. Do you have an appointment?" "Yes. May I have your name?" Yu Bakhai. It was neither Ji Konghai's real name nor the name of the acquaintance that she would be meeting today. She had used a name that had absolutely no relation to herself to make sure that there would be no traces of her visit to this restaurant. The female employee nodded and guided Konghai with a smile. "I will take you to room 11. Please follow me." Konghai followed the female employee without a word. All that could be heard was the sound of her clicking heels. It was still too early for dinner, so there weren't many customers. This was good for Konghai, since the less customers there were, the lower her chances of getting recognized. Once she entered room 11, a man who had been waiting for her inside greeted her. "You're quite early. You said you'd be a little late. My recording ended earlier than I'd expected." Once Konghai took a seat, the female employee left the room and closed the door behind her to leave the two alone. Kim Chi-yeol, the man who had made plans to meet with Konghai today, extended his hand as she took off her coat. "Give it to me. I will hang it for you." "Thank you." Chi-yeol hung the coat on the coat rack for her. "I ordered a special course for two. The food will arrive one by one as we talk," he stated. "About my meeting with you here, Minister Kim, you don't have to worry. My acquaintance runs this restaurant. The news of our meeting here will never see the light of day, so you can be at ease. And it's not like our meeting is anything worthy of suspicion, is it? There's no problem with two friends having a meal together." Chi-yeol was not wrong, but Konghai did not want to brag about the fact that she had a connection to Minister Kim, because of her guilty conscience. "Like I'd said during the film awards, I have no excuse regarding what happened. I wanted to have you win the grand prize, but," Chi-yeol slurred. "It couldn't be helped. More importantly, have you still not discovered who had spread that rumor?" "Yes, not yet. We're sure it hadn't been from an outsider, so I'm sure it will be discovered soon enough." Konghai did not show it, but she had still not forgotten the indignity that she had felt from getting last year's grand prize stolen from right under her nose. Chi-yeol mentioned to lessen her worries, "The more traces there are, the more likely it is for the culprit to be caught. All you have to do is to wait patiently." More importantly, Chi-yeol had wanted to see Konghai for a different reason. About Isborn Entertainment. It was the talent agency that Konghai had been planning on setting up. Chi-yeol was also deeply involved in the company. "Have you recruited many celebrities?" Chi-yeol asked. "Yes. There are a few that you know among them, so I'm sure it will create a large stir in the beginning." "That's a relief. It's all thanks to you, Minister. I wouldn't have been able to gather this many people if it hadn't been for your full support." Since Chi-yeol had deep connections in the financial world, he was able to prepare as much money as he wanted. In exchange, the fact that the two of them had partnered up to set up something huge in the entertainment industry was to be kept classified, since this was far bigger an issue than their attempt to fix the winner of the latest grand prize. Konghai smiled meaningfully at Chi-yeol. "Anyway, it seems there are many people with great interest in the entertainment industry. You included, Minister Kim. That's just how humans are. Once we obtain money, fame, and power, we naturally search for the next best thing." Konghai giggled in response. "Then I guess that means you're true to your instincts, Minister. The problem is that I'm too true to them." "Okay then, about the launch of Isborn Entertainment." Slide. Just when they were about to talk about something more important, the female employee who had guided Konghai to the room showed up. "Here are your side dishes." Awkwardness filled the room due to the female employee's impeccable timing. Chi-yeol continued as soon as the female employee left. "I think it'd be best to hire some reporters to let it be known that it was you who had set up Isborn Entertainment. Next. Excuse me. Here is your salad and soup." As Chi-yeol was about to talk about the next item on the agenda, he had been interrupted once again by the female employee. Konghai gave Chi-yeol a look. "Ahem." Chi-yeol coughed and called the female employee over. "Could you give us the meal all at once instead of all separately like this? Would you like me to serve you everything when the steak is ready?" "Yes, that sounds good. I'd appreciate it if you didn't come into the room until then." "I understand." The female employee nodded and left the room again. Konghai said in complete dissatisfaction, "That girl can't seem to take a hint." "I'll say," Chi-yeol agreed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It was almost as if she had purposefully interrupted them to make them angry. Kong Rayan had been on break ever since the new year. She had been repeating the cycle of going to the fitness center in the morning and going back home to rest like a homebody. Seo couldn't help but be amazed by her. "Don't you feel stifled from staying home all day?" she asked. Rayan had thought about going on a trip since she had gotten a long-awaited break, but she had been staying at home most of the day. However, she had a reason to do so. "I have something to think about," Rayan mentioned. "Think?" "Yeah, about something very important," she answered as she went back to her room with the coffee that Seo had bought her in hand. The first thing that came into her view as she entered her room was the several post-it notes that were stuck on her wall. Rayan also knew that Chi-yeol had vast influence in the Korean entertainment industry, but she had come to realize after working in the industry herself that her knowledge had been nothing but the tip of the iceberg. Chi-yeol had embedded his roots far deeper into the industry than Rayan had expected. She decided to use all the information of the future that she remembered to figure out how deep his roots went. It started from Cha Byun-soo, who had worked with Chi-yeol to attempt to become a film director, all the way to Isborn Entertainment and Ji Kong-hae, which she had only recently found out. This son of a bitch Kim Chi-yeol. Is he slacking off work to go around meeting people in the entertainment industry? It was also possible that he had filled their pockets with taxpayer money, embezzlement, corruption, rigging, and possibly even involvement in sexual bribery. What hasn't he done? There were a few cases which Rayan firmly believed Chi-yeol to be involved in, but I have no evidence. It was her job now to find those pieces of evidence. Chi-yeol was deeply rooted in the cases of the entertainment industry. I might be able to end his career beyond recovery if I play my cards right. Chi-yeol could be considered Kim Han-gyo's right arm. To take revenge against Kim Han-gyo, Rayan first needed to take down the mini-boss Kim Chi-yeol. If she didn't, it was obvious that Han-gyo would simply sacrifice him like a lizard detaching its tail to run away, just like he had done with Rayan. Han-gyo was wretched enough to even abandon his own son for the sake of his own benefit. That was why Rayan was planning on carrying through with her plan in order, one portion at a time. Rayan. As she was making preparations to expose the Kim Chi-yeol case, Yi-seo knocked on Rayan's door. You have a guest. Who is it? Rayan asked. There was no one who would visit her at this time of day. She opened her room door to see who it was for herself. She expressed her delight as soon as she saw who it was. Are you done already? She asked. Ma Yongjun, the guest, nodded slightly. However, he was hesitant to enter Rayan's home. Am I allowed to come in? He asked. Why ask something like that out of the blue? I've heard places like this were off limits to men. Women were bound to be sensitive about letting a man into their home, but Rayan answered as if she didn't care. Don't worry about that and just come in. But who's the lady behind you? A young woman who Rayan had never seen before followed behind Yongjun. She looked to be around her mid-20s, and she was considerably beautiful. Could she be this? Rayan asked as she straightened her pinky finger. Yongjun smiled bitterly. She's a subordinate who's been working under me since last year. What? You had someone this pretty among your subordinates, mister? Rayan was curious about who the woman was. Yongjun gestured at the woman to introduce herself. My name is Kim Tae-sun. It's nice to meet you. Same here. You look like a normal girl, so why are you working for a guy like this? Rayan was the type to ask if she was curious. Tae-sun answered, there was a president of a shady company who used to harass my father, but Hyungnim here took care of him. That's why I started working under him to repay the debt. What the hell, mister? Since when did you do good deeds like that? Rayan asked. Yongjun denied her question while shaking his head. It wasn't a good deed. It was just a coincidence. I didn't take care of that president to help this girl's dad. But it doesn't change the fact that you're our family's benefactor, Hyungnim. Rayan was envious of Tae-sun calling Yongjun Hyungnim despite being a woman. I also should have just used Hyung instead of Appa. She had gotten off the wrong foot from the very beginning of her return to the past. While Yi-seo had gone off to prepare some snacks for the guests, Rayan asked Yongjun about why he had come all the way to her house. Are you here because of what I asked you to do last time? She had been dead on. Yeah, Tae-sun got us something huge. How? She was at the place where Ji Kong-hae and Kim Chi-yeol had a meeting. Tae-sun had disguised herself as the female employee that the two had met at the Western cuisine restaurant. She lowered her voice. I have the evidence that you've been looking for, Miss Kong. 1. A pinky finger symbolizes a man's wife, girlfriend, or mistress in Korea. 2. Hyungnim is a formal way of saying Hyung. Kong. Rayan's eyes sparkled as Kim Tae-sun mentioned that she had brought the evidence that Rayan had been looking for. Really? What is it? Tae-sun took out something small from her bag. Rayan asked once she saw it, is that a voice recorder? Yes. I've recorded the entire conversation that Ji Kong-hae and Kim Chi-yeol had in the restaurant. It's illegal to record people without permission, you know. It was admirable that Tae-sun had secured an audio file, but Rayan lightly criticized her actions. Ma Yongjun slightly shrugged. Had you been hiring us to do legal things? You hadn't, as far as I know. I guess you're right. Yongjun was right, at least this one time. Rayan also had not been serious in criticizing Tae-sun's actions, it had simply been a joke. Yongjun and his subordinates had never done anything legal in the first place. If they had stayed within the confines of the legal system until now, they wouldn't have thought to kill Park Seo-hun who hadn't been able to pay his debts. Right then, let's have a listen. Just as she was about to open Pandora's box, her room door suddenly opened. I got you and your guests some fruit, Rayan. Yi-seo had entered her room with a tray full of apple and pear slices. Rayan hid the recorder under her bed as naturally as possible. Thanks, Yi-seo. Let me know if you need anything else n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I will. As soon as Yi-seo closed the door, Rayan whispered to Yongjun who was closest to the door, lock the door. Yongjun did as Rayan ordered without a word. Click. Rayan pulled back out the recorder that she had hidden under the bed. As soon as she pressed the play button, she could hear the voice of Kim Chi-yeol, the man whom she hated the most after Kim Han-gyo. Like I'd said during the film awards, I have no excuse regarding what happened. I wanted to have you win the grand prize, but... Rayan's ears perked up. She recalled the moments of last year's film awards. Right before the awarding of the grand prize, Kang Hai had said during her interview that Yoon Dae-bin would win the grand prize. Her voice filled with absolute certainty had bothered Ran. And like Kang Hai had said, Yoon Dae-bin had really won the grand prize. Of course, it could simply be because his achievements of last year had been so outstanding, but Kang Hai's attitude had been far too firm despite that. Not just that, the film awards did not decide on a winner of the grand prize simply from objective numbers. It took everything into account from the film's popularity, total audience attendance, the message that the film tried to convey, and many more. Ran had suspected Kang Hai to have been somewhat involved in the awarding process of the film awards, but she had no evidence. Taesun had brought her that very evidence. However, the fixing of the film awards had been nothing compared to what Ran would hear next. The ministry will be opening several aid projects for entertainment businesses soon. We did say that we would be selecting businesses to aid through a very strict screening process, but the result is already decided. I will be sending all the big ones to you, so all you need to do is to secure celebrities who will sign with your agency. Thank you, Minister Kim. I'll be able to take it easy thanks to you. We should all help each other at times like this. No, Chi-yeol was not wrong. People should indeed help each other, but the help was meaningless if it was illegal. This is the definition of a sweetheart deal. What would Chi-yeol get out of helping Kang Hai? It was obvious with just a little thought. You seriously think I wouldn't be able to tell your scheme is just to satisfy your filthy, lustful desires? Ran brought an apple slice to her mouth after going through the entire contents of the recording. Crunch. Ran chewed down the apple slice. Yongjun then asked, "What are you going to do with this?" It's simple, isn't it? She had the evidence, so she had no need to wait for Chi-yeol's next move. The entertainment industry's been pretty boring lately. It's time to spice things up a little, Ran stated. She wanted to see how many of the people involved would come out of the shadows, and whether or not this would be enough to completely end Chi-yeol's career. But to do that, she needed a collaborator who would light the fuse of this massive bomb. Ran could think of just the right person. VRRR? As Ran was about to call her, her phone vibrated. The corners of her mouth rose after checking the short text. She saved me the trouble of contacting her first. Reporter Ahn Sujin drove to get to the GNF building early in the morning to prepare for her interview with Ran. She narrowed her eyes on her Sunbi sitting next to her. You should have requested Miss Kang yourself if you wanted an interview with her. Why did you ask me to do it? She asked. Because you and Miss Kang looked rather close. And you have a lot of interest in her too, don't you? I saw you going through news about her last time when you're not even part of the entertainment division. Well, Sujin couldn't not take an interest. She was still certain that Ran was the masked woman. However, Ran continued to conceal her identity. Sujin had thrown Ran a few bait questions before, but the latter did not take the bait. However, Sujin couldn't abandon her attachment to Ran. I'm sure Miss Kang is the masked woman. However, she had no evidence. She had come to GNF because of her Sunbi's request, but I won't be able to have a one-on-one with her like I had last time. It was for the best to not bring up the masked woman in front of others. The masked woman had provided her with all sorts of scoops while going out of her way to hide her identity. Would she be happy if the person who she had confided in talked about her in front of others? Absolutely not. Sujin was sure that the masked woman would throw her away as soon as she tried anything funny. Sujin also did not want that to happen either. Whatever the case, it doesn't change the fact that the masked woman is a very important informant of mine. She could see the GNF building from a distance as her head was in jumbles. She parked the car at the underground parking lot. She wants to have the interview at the cafe in front of the building, Sujin Sunbi stated. Really? Sujin responded. She honestly didn't really care where the interview was held, since her objective was only to meet Ran. Ran and her manager, who had been waiting for them in the cafe, greeted the two reporters. Good morning. It's been a while, reporter Ahn. Ran greeted with a radiant smile. Sujin also greeted Ran with a forced smile. It had been half a year since she had met Ran, but she was dumbfounded by how much she had changed during that short time. When Sujin first met Ran in person, she thought that while Ran had reached the pinnacle of beauty on the outside, she was far from being ladylike. However, the awkward words and actions that Ran used to show from time to time had mostly disappeared. Her charming smile, her primly closed legs, and her hand motion of stroking her hair down, they all exuded womanly energy. You've become very ladylike, Miss Kang, Sujin remarked. Her Sunbi chuckled in exasperation while preparing for the interview next to her. Is calling a woman ladylike even a compliment? Oh, right. I'm sorry, Miss Kang. Even Sujin thought it was a backwards compliment after thinking about it. Ran simply giggled in response. The interview progressed quickly as consideration for the busy Ran. May I go to the bathroom for a moment? I think I'm a bit nervous since I haven't had an interview in a while, Ran said. The reporters nodded and allowed her to. Ran got up from her seat. As Sujin stared at her walking to the bathroom from behind, she also got up from her seat. I also have to go to the bathroom, Sunbi. Is it a number 2? He asked. Please don't ask a woman something like that. The senior reporter apologized to the angry Sujin. She quickened her steps to the bathroom. She was round-eyed with shock as soon as she opened the bathroom door. There was no one in the bathroom. Where did she go? She was sure that Ran had said she was going to the bathroom. Excuse me, ma'am. As Sujin was about to go back to her table, a young woman wearing the cafe's uniform struck a conversation with her. You left this in the bathroom. Pardon? Me? Sujin asked. There was no way. She had come back out of the bathroom right after checking whether or not Rayan was in there. There hadn't even been any time for her to leave anything behind. The female employee had handed her a USB. I didn't leave anything like this in there, Sujin stated. Her eyes shifted to the woman's name tag on her right chest. Kim Taesun. The woman smiled meaningfully. Sujin was shocked to the core once she checked the contents of the USB after coming back from the interview. It had been an audio file of a conversation between Ji Kong-hai and Kim Chi-yeol, and its contents were enormous. Sujin immediately uploaded an article regarding the partnership between the two. The readers were half in doubt, which was an obvious response. Hence, Sujin went to the director to get permission to publish an even more detailed article. Director, is it okay if I refer to some contents of the audio file to let people know of the relationship between the two in more detail? However, contrary to her expectations, the director's face was very serious. Just yesterday, when she had posted her first article of this massive Kim Chi-yeol scoop, the director had been giving her his full support. Not only was this a huge case, it was also something exclusive only to them that they could push out for a while. However, the situation had changed. Reporter AHN, the director said. Yes, director. He sighed deeply. It's best if you just bury this case. Reporter AHN Sujin was momentarily dumbfounded. Pardon? What do you mean, director? She asked. I'm saying we should just bury this Kim Chi-yeol case. Write up an apology article saying your sources were wrong, and just leave it to die down. No, wait, director. How does that make any sense? You're joking, right? If it was a joke, then it was a very bad one. It made no sense to just wrap it up as something that never happened when they had very clear evidence of the incident. However, the director did not budge despite Sujin's strong assertion. Rather, this is all for your sake, so just keep your mouth shut. Sujin was lost for words. However, she became certain of one thing, the director was being pressured to stay silent by someone. She immediately realized who that someone was. It was either Kim Chi-yeol, or his father Kim Han-Gyo backing him up. Do you remember what you told me when I first went out to the scene as a reporter? You said that a reporter's job was to, by all means, let the public know of the whole truth, and it was not up to us, but the public to make their own judgments and evaluations of the incident, Sujin remarked. You were my role model who I aspired to be one day, but I guess not anymore. Sujin sprang up from her seat. The director couldn't say a word as she violently swung open the door to leave his office, because he wasn't able to deny her words. Now that Sujin was unable to publish the article, she could only rely on one person to help her, the masked woman. But it's not like I can contact Miss Kong. Sujin did not know her number. However, she did know the number of someone who was very close to her, Ma Yongjun. Sujin sent Yongjun a detailed text of the situation that she was in. She still had no idea of whether or not the person who had given her the USB worked with Yongjun, so she wasn't sure if he would help her. I can only wait. She decided to leave it all to luck. As Kong Rayan was taking care of business at Levanche, someone came to her office. Do you have time right now? Rayan was rather surprised by Yongjun's visit. Didn't you say you had external business to attend to today? She asked. She thought something was off when Yongjun, who had gone down to the underground parking lot with his men, had suddenly come back up. He showed Rayan the text that he had received from Sujin. She said as she read the SOS message that Sujin had sent, no wonder she hadn't published any more articles. At this point in time, Kim Han-Gyo would have enough power to control one measly news agency. Not just that, the news agency that Sujin was affiliated with wasn't very large, it was small enough to crumble with enough pressure from the political world. They could not handle such power at their current size. Looks like Kim Chi-yeol went on the attack. What do you want to do? Yongjun asked. He was thinking that it was best to just retreat this time, but that went against Rayan's way of doing things. She was incapable of retreating. Slam? Rayan slammed down on her table with her hand and smiled as if this was actually a good thing. Then I guess we should reciprocate. If they were attacked, they would attack back. Yongjun smiled at Rayan's declaration of war. I knew I made the right choice to work with her, he thought. The director of Sujin's news agency was still in the building despite it being far past the time to go home. It had been a while since he had stayed in the agency building for this long. It reminds me of old times. Back when he was a rookie reporter, he was so busy that he couldn't even tell the difference between night and day sometimes, much less days. Although he was not so busy anymore, he was busy in a different way today. Sujin's words unconsciously popped up in his head while he was reminiscing about his days as a rookie reporter. A reporter's job was to let the public know the whole truth by all means, and it was not up to them, but the public to make their own judgments and evaluations of an incident. Incitement and the perversion of truth could be considered the two greatest factors that gave birth to what were called tabloids these days. Even the director himself knew that they had a duty to show the public the complete, unadulterated truth. But just as Sujin had expected, not even he, the director, had the power to resist the pressure from higher authority. He laughed in exasperation. He despised himself for even having a momentary thought that it would be better to stay silent instead of spreading lies to the public. I guess I have no right to call myself a reporter. As he smiled in self-scorn, he heard a knock on the door. The knock sounded much heavier than usual. The director reflexively checked the time. It was 11:30 p.m. There was no way any employees were still in the building. Could one of the reporters have come back after going to a news scene without his knowledge? Come in, he said. Creak. As soon as he gave permission, his old office door slowly opened. He had not expected to see the person who had come in, because, who might you be? The person was completely unfamiliar to him. It was a large man with a threatening face, Ma Youngjun. Youngjun explained to the man in his uniquely deep voice, I've come to deliver a message. Kim Han-Gyo had dragged his exhausted self back home. His chauffeur bowed at a 90-degree angle after opening the back seat door for him. I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Good night, Congressman Kim. Han-Gyo strongly patted the chauffeur's shoulder twice without a word. His expression froze after entering his home through the front door. In the center of the large garden was an unknown woman in a mask standing still, staring at him. He laughed in bafflement as soon as he saw the woman. Has someone opened a masquerade ball at my house while I was away? I don't recall doing so. Rayan, the masked woman, did not respond to Han-Gyo's joke. She tried her utmost hardest to quell the rage inside her after coming face to face with her archenemy alone after 5 years. She wanted nothing more than to turn that sneer of his into screams, but that was not the form of revenge that she had wanted. If she wanted to kill Han-Gyo, she could do so right this instant. She only wanted one thing, and that was to topple everything that Han-Gyo built with her own hands. Rayan talked about why she was here. How does your wallet feel after buying off an entire news agency? One of Han-Gyo's eyebrows twitched for 2 reasons. One was that the masked woman knew about the news agency that he had bought off, and the other was her voice. She was using a voice-changing machine to hide her identity, so Han-Gyo was not easily able to tell who the woman was. Using a stand-in was honestly the safest method, but Rayan had decided to go to Han-Gyo herself because it was a form of declaration of war against him. It would be a waste to leave such a crucial task to someone else. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll be brief. The article about your son will soon be published, Rayan stated. Han-Gyo expressed his doubt. I don't know who you are, but that has already been. Did you not hear me? I said that it will soon be published. You bought off the news agency that published the recent case about your son, didn't you? That's why I also did the exact same thing. Han-Gyo finally realized that something had gone wrong. How did you? How did I buy them off? Isn't it obvious? Rayan interjected. Her smile could be seen from the cracks of the mask. I exploited a weakness. Letting one's weakness be exposed to others was far more terrifying than money, since they would be ruined the moment that it was exposed. Of course, this didn't apply to just the news agency that Sujin was part of. You'd best be careful too, Rayan warned. She knew just as many of Han-Gyo's weaknesses as she did of Chiyal. Han-Gyo thought she was bluffing. Noticing that, Rayan gave him a taste of what she had on him. Nov. L.B//JNN. I'm sure you know someone who'd been deeply involved in the corruption allegations of Chief Prosecutor Woo Han-jun, right? What else was there? Right, someone had royally messed with the attracting of funds to the Winter Olympics, and the social development grant for North Gyeongsang. Han-Gyo had something to do with all of them. Of course, these acts of corruption had never been publicized. Han-Gyo was shocked that Rayan knew all of this. He asked, is blackmailing me with all that your plan? No, I simply said what popped up in my head. I have no intention of leaking them right now. Why? Why not now? Rayan's answer was very simple. People don't die just because they fall from 2 or 3 stories high, do they? Rayan only had one goal. She would drop Han-Gyo once he had climbed much higher. She was playing the waiting game to completely end his career as a politician, a businessman, and everything else that he could fall back to. Rayan walked to the fence wall and warned him before vanishing. You'd better watch out. I'll always be watching you. The reunion with her archenemy came to an end. Like Rayan had expected, detailed articles regarding the latest Kim Chi-yeol case poured out soon after. Because of Rayan's blackmail, even Han-Gyo could do nothing but watch as the news spread across the country. Rayan expressed with a big smile as she read the article, there's no better medicine than this. In a certain military base filled with Army Green, Choi Sang-woon and his peer, who were both approaching their discharge, had beads of sweat running down their cheeks. The peer said to Sang-woon in admiration, you're probably the only soldier who would volunteer to do something for the first sergeant during their last year in the army. I'm sure there are others, Sang-woon remarked. There's no way, man. They're all killing time at the engineering warehouse or the boiler room. The same goes for me. However, he had been caught by the first sergeant while he had been lazing around, hence they were being dragged to the workshop. Sang-woon had been working harder than even his juniors despite only having 3 weeks left on his military service. He was not doing so to get the officer's favor. He had more than enough leaves saved up for the final weeks of his service, so he had no need to get any leaves rewarded to him by them. However, he had been volunteering for work lately, and the reason was rather simple. It's good exercise, Sang-woon noted. He had never gone to a fitness center when he used to be a member of society, but he had changed completely after enlisting in the army. He had thought that he might as well get built since he would be stuck in here for a while. Sang-woon had been staying true to his resolution that he had made back when he was still a trainee, all the way up to now as a sergeant approaching his discharge. Thanks to this, his weak and feeble self was nowhere to be seen. His shoulders were wide and his muscles were toned from all the physical exercise and labor that he had done, to the point that he was now considered the most buff in the entire military base. You're amazing, I'll give you that. Good for you, his peer stated while clicking his tongue. Do you have a girl you like or something? It had only been an empty question, but it made Sang-woon violently flinch. The peer's eyes glinted as soon as he saw Sang-woon's reaction. The hell? I was just joking, but for real. That's not. It's that classmate of yours that you mentioned last time, right? He had never mentioned that it was Kang Raein, but he had mentioned that he had a girl he used to like back in high school. He never had any intention to tell the story since he had been rejected, it was nothing to brag about. However, every single one of his army peers knew about his high school confession, because, goddamn alcohol. Back when he was a corporal, he and his peers had been away on a pass from their base. They had stayed up late while drinking, and Sang-woon had ended up blurting out things about his first love. That was why all of his peers knew about his confession to Raein. Sang-woon decided to just be honest. Yeah, you're right. It was true that he had worked out like crazy because of Raein. He had built his body to become a man befitting his former classmate, who had become a top star. I'm gonna confess one more time once I get out of here, Sang-woon declared. He was going to muster up the courage one more time. And what if she rejects you again? His peer asked. Then, well, Sang-woon smiled awkwardly. I'll just have to give up. His friendship with Raein might be completely destroyed if he was too absorbed in his desire to become her lover. Hence, Sang-woon decided to make his second confession his last, and give up without regrets if he was turned down again. It's me, Lil Sis. Kang Rae-hyuk let his little sister know of his visit through the intercom with a big smile. It had been a while since he had visited Raein's home. His eyes narrowed as soon as she opened the front door. What's a grown woman like you walking around in? Who cares? It's not like I'm outside. What I wear in my own home is up to me, isn't it? She was wearing a stretched-out shirt, and nothing but panties underneath. At least wear some pants, Rae-hyuk said. Nov, L, B / JNN. It's because I just woke up. You just woke up? Do you sleep without clothes on? Raein turned around and answered, yup. Rae-hyuk's eyes popped out in surprise. But you wore sleepwear when you used to live with me and Dad. I did, but I've been sleeping with nothing on since last year. Nothing? You mean bare naked? Rae-hyuk was shocked. It was understandable, since his little sister had grown a preference for sleeping completely naked. It feels rather nice to have your sheets and blanket in contact with your bare skin. It wasn't bad when I tried it a few times, so I just take everything off when I can't sleep lately. Once I do, I fall asleep right away. Seo Tae-yeon, one of the actresses who had appeared on the female soldier special of On Duty, All Clear, with Raein, had taught her this naked slumber technique. Raein had shown the same reaction as Rae-hyuk at first, but she had realized why Tae-yeon had suggested it after trying it out for herself. Even so, I'm saying this just in case, but at least wear some clothes when you sleep at Dad's house, Rae-hyuk expressed. I know. Even if they were family, Raein was now an adult woman. It would be awkward for everyone if she went around her home naked in front of them. Hearing her brothers nagging, she had no choice but to wear some hot pants that she had lying around in her room. She came back out of her room and asked Rae-hyuk, who was watching TV in the living room, you want something to drink? Yeah, but what about Iseo? Is she out? She went out to see some friends. You're fine with water, right? No, I'd like either coffee or tea. Water, right? Got it. Even back when they used to live together, Raein was the queen of their household, and it was no different in her own home. She was too lazy to make coffee or tea, so she just gave Rae-hyuk some tap water. Your appa came to visit you, and you treat him like this. Raein's guest reception depended on her level of laziness. She sat next to Rae-hyuk on the couch and asked him about his visit. What brings you here today? Huh? Well. Rae-hyuk suddenly changed the subject while he was being indecisive. That son of a bitch Kim Chi-yeol. There he goes again with the lies. The TV just happened to be showing news about the recent Kim Chi-yeol case. His influence took its roots deep into the entertainment industry, and he was being accused of allegations regarding his misuse of that influence to give special treatment to certain entertainment agencies and celebrities. The news agency that first let the world know of this was Iliad, the small agency that Ahn Sujin was part of. Chi-yeol had held a press conference to clear up the multitude of allegations made by the news agency. To give an answer to the allegation of me rigging the film awards with Miss Ji Kang-hai, I would like to say that it is absolutely not true. It is absurd for a public figure like myself to give special treatment to a single person. Then what do you have to say about the audio file of your conversation with Miss Ji Kang-hai that had recently been released? Like I said, the audio file was Chi-yeol's biggest problem. He had been claiming that he was framed by someone who had imitated his voice, but his claims were losing more and more power as the analytical data of the audio file was released. Chi-yeol was not very convincing when only he was refuting the evidence, while countless experts were saying that the voices on the audio file were indeed those of Chi-yeol and Kang-hai. Chi-yeol aside, Kang-hai had also suffered terribly from this incident. Her plans to set up her own talent agency had gone up in flames, and her reputation as an actress had been ruined. Not just her, but the careers of other celebrities who were involved in this case were being ruined one by one. Rae-hyuk said bitterly while looking at the image of Chi-yeol sweating profusely, I don't like that man ever since his infidelity scandal. I hope this incident makes it so that I never have to see him again. Things would go exactly as Rae-hyuk hoped, since Raein would make sure of it. This case would truly begin once the investigation commenced. Until then, Rayan was going to sit back and watch as Cheol struggled in vain. However, that was not what she wanted to hear right now. I'm sure you're not here just to talk about news with me, she mentioned. She warned Rayan not to change the subject. He scratched his head in embarrassment and told her the real reason why he visited her. I was confessed to by a female friend of mine. Really? Who? The daughter of that famous restaurant? The one with the aunt who owns a clothing store? Or the beauty shop one? No, none of them. She's a classmate from middle school. Every time Rayan heard about Rayan's stories regarding the women that liked him, she couldn't help but wonder what about him caused women to gravitate around him. I'm jealous, Rayan commented. Rayan chuckled in bafflement from Rayan's unconscious comment. Why are you jealous? He couldn't understand why she, a woman, was jealous of someone being popular with women. Anyway, so someone confessed to you. What about it? She asked. She wondered what the confession had to do with her. I wanted to ask you how I can turn her down without hurting her, Rayan mentioned. He was hoping for Rayan to give him some honest advice from a woman's perspective for him to turn down his former classmate in the least hurtful way. The time that she had been confessed to by Sang-Woon popped up in her head. She recalled the shock that she had felt when someone who she had thought was her friend had been seeing her as a woman. Rayan sighed meaningfully. In times like that, it's best to just turn them down without a shadow of a doubt, she answered. But wouldn't she be hurt? Whatever you tell her, it's impossible to turn someone down without hurting them. Turning down a confession in and of itself is a hurtful action to the one who confessed. Ultimately, the main point was simple. So just steel yourself just one time and turn them down completely. It's far better than giving them hope by being indecisive. Rayan thought that was the best way to turn someone down, for both the receiver and the confessor. Rayan's head became clearer thanks to his little sister's advice. Thanks for the advice, lil sis. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you'd also been confessed to by one of your good friends. His deduction had been dead on. Rayan chugged the cold water that she had brought for her brother, and pointed toward the TV. What an incorrigible bastard, that Kim Cheol. She was now the one who was busy changing the subject. The long-awaited day of Choi Sang-woon's discharge had finally arrived. The company commander and the first sergeant strongly patted him on the shoulder. Great job getting this far, Sang-woon. Thank you, sir. Do your best once you become a working member of society. Actually, I guess you've got to take some time to adjust back to society, right? I was thinking of doing that, but I'm going to return to school for now. Sang-woon had enlisted right after graduating from high school, so he had not experienced freedom as a university student yet. He wanted to experience university life first. He briefly said his goodbyes to the base's officers, and all the soldiers who he had gotten close to over these last 2 years. The sky that he looked up at after passing through the barricades of the guardhouse could not be any clearer. He was still in front of the base and wearing his military uniform, so it had not yet hit him that he had finally been discharged. The bus happened to be at the bus stop the moment he reached the road. Sang-woon asked, "Does this go to the city?" The bus driver replied, but Sang-woon couldn't hear what he had said. Sang-woon said unconsciously, "Speak up, soldier." Sang-woon was bewildered. The bus driver fully understood without getting offended, and kindly said again that the bus did go to the city. Sang-woon paid the bus fare and took a seat at the very back. He then slapped himself on both sides of his cheeks and said to himself as if brainwashing himself, "You're an ordinary civilian now, Sang-woon. Get your shit together." He had decided his first task was to wash away his army habits that he had been dyed by. Kang Arayan climbed onto Shin Yubin's car as soon as the broadcast recording was over. Chi Fyung, who had been waiting for her in the car, greeted her. "Welcome back. Good work. How long have you been here for, Chi Fyung?" Arayan asked. Only Arayan and Yubin had been in the car until they had arrived at the broadcasting station, but a passenger had been included before she knew it. Chi Fyung explained, "I had a meeting regarding GAAE around the area. You know that GAAE announced her new album, right? It's been super hectic for me lately, having meetings with people to choose which channel to play her debut stage on." Arayan had also heard from Han-Gyo that she would be appearing on shows again soon to advertise her new album. She had even watched her stage practice for her new song. If she remembered correctly, it was a fast-paced song that fit perfectly with GAAE's tastes of dance songs. Her performance was amazing as well. It was practically guaranteed to be high up in the charts once it was announced, so her agency also had high hopes for her. However, GAAE's comeback and Arayan's show appearances did not have much in common. If Chi Fyung had a meeting in the area, he could have just drove back to the agency in his own car. There was no need to come see Arayan at the broadcasting station, so she guessed that Chi Fyung had a reason for coming to see her. "Is there something you have to tell me?" Arayan asked. Chi Fyung looked at her as if he expected her to say that. "I like how quick-witted you are, Arayan. It makes it easy for me to get to the point." There was no need for him to aimlessly beat around the bush. Arayan also preferred for people to get right to the main issue if they had something to tell her. "Everyone I've met has been dying to know how you've been lately," Chi Fyung mentioned. "I mean, it's not that hard to figure out," Arayan answered. She had not been involved in any productions, but she had been appearing on various programs. Chi Fyung was talking about the former. "They're wondering about the next production you'll be starring in. They've also been expressing to me their desire to have you star in their productions. It was understandable for them to be curious, since Raeun had not starred in a single film or drama since One of a Kind of Girl. It was not because she had no offers, rather, she was flooded with casting offers without even lifting a finger. There was no actress more popular than Raeun lately. She was taking a break not because she couldn't be chosen, but she wasn't choosing. You've been going through the synopses, right? Chief Young asked. Yes. So, is there anything you've taken a liking to? Chief Young was also hoping for Raeun to resume her career as an actress soon, but her answer had completely betrayed his expectations. Not yet? You haven't found anything you liked. You could say that. To be honest, that wasn't entirely true. Among all the synopses that she had received, there were some high-quality ones that would become famous among the public for a very long time. However, Raeun decided to keep waiting for just one reason. A huge one will appear soon enough, Raeun answered. A huge one? Yes, so don't worry so much. She had already decided on the second film that she would star in. It was a production that would become the 17th Korean film to ever reach 10 million in total audience attendance. Chief Young usually trusted Raeun since everything had gone exactly like she had said so far. Hence, he couldn't simply deny her when she was so sure of it. Okay, I got it. I'll wait until then, Chief Young stated. Raeun came to realize once again how nice it was to work with someone on the same page as her. While she was on break from her acting career, Raeun decided to focus on the business work that she had been neglecting. Today, a social party would be held where prominent figures of the financial world would gather. Park Seel-hun usually went in Raeun's place, but she decided to attend herself this year. Raeun was wearing a dress that was on par with the one that she had worn during the film awards. The mermaid dress that accentuated her waist and hip lines naturally turned people's gazes to her. Seel-hun, who had attended the party with her, said while looking at her oddly, I heard you hate wearing dresses. What made you dress up today? To engrave into the heads of everyone here that I'm the chairwoman of Levanche. There were still a fair number of people who were not aware that Raeun was the chairwoman of Levanche. It was understandable, since she had not been able to fulfill her duties as a chairwoman lately due to her busy schedule. Hence, she had taken this chance when she had no production work to show all these prominent figures that Levanche was her company. It could also be considered a form of marketing, since there was no one here who did not know Kang Raeun. Like she had thought, people were greatly surprised to find out that she was the chairwoman of Levanche. Seel-hun, who was in a tuxedo, escorted her to an area where the most people were gathered. Hello, Raeun greeted. The figures of the financial world became round-eyed in shock from the sudden appearance of a top star. However, not all of them were surprised. There were a few among them who already knew that Raeun was a successful businesswoman, the most prominent among them being Chairman Ji of Dudam Group. You've always been beautiful, but I guess it's nothing compared to how you look after going all out, he praised. Thank you very much, Chairman Ji. A simple smile was enough to charm everyone around her. People started gathering around Raeun soon after, instantly making her the main character of the social party. She was especially popular with the second and third generation male chaebols. They were still young, so their desire to get closer with her couldn't help but be much stronger. Some of them were going beyond friendship and even appealing their romantic interest in her. No matter how much money they had, or how good looking they were because they took very good care of themselves, Raeun did not bat an eyelid. Rather, they're so goddamn annoying. They were nothing more than nuisances to her. The people she wanted to get close to weren't mere second or third generation chaebols, but the current leaders of the conglomerates. Raeun had absolutely no intention to let her revenge drag on for 10 to 20 years. Hence, she had no reason to get closer to the heirs who would inherit the company in the far future. Although, it would be a different story if they would be inheriting the company very soon, or just one other exception. If they used to be her classmate. You're so blinding that I can't even look at you directly. Raeun narrowed her eyes at Park Se-woon. Don't say shit like that. It makes me cringe. Raeun exuded an aura on par with that of a goddess, but her mouth was as foul as always. Se-woon knew how she usually was, so he was not all that bewildered by her sudden use of profanities. That aside, what are you doing here, Se-woon? Raeun asked. Se-woon was the son of Park Hee-myeon, the chairman of Dumont Trois, which had grown to become the indisputable top of baking companies. He was also shunned by his father due to his delinquency, which was why Raeun had not tried to be friends with him during her high school days since nothing would come out of it. She had thought Se-woon would never be allowed to attend such a gathering since his father hated him, but he had proudly attended. Father has been slowly coming to acknowledge me, Se-woon said. What? How? You know, I just worked my hardest. People were not able to change overnight, but they were definitely able to slowly change over time. Se-woon might have grown up thanks to Raeun, because he was no longer the son who always disappointed his father. He had become the son who was trying his best to raise his qualifications little by little while sincerely learning how to run the company. It could also be because he was trying to look good in front of Raeun. Whatever the reason was. I'm glad you've become a better person, Raeun remarked. Se-woon smiled at her honesty. Oh, Raeun, do you have time on Friday evening 2 weeks from now? Why? Are you asking me out on a date? Raeun asked. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I'd love to, but I can't since it's obvious you'll turn me down. It's for something else. What is it? Se-woon answered. I'm thinking of holding a class reunion on that day. Rayan did not need to think for long, since she would be able to meet her friends again after a long time. Okay, I'll try to make time. It would be the first class reunion that she would attend after graduating from high school. Sang-woon popped up in her head. I guess I can't tease him by calling him Mr. Soldier anymore now that he's discharged. It was a shame. Kang Rayan had no intention of resuming her acting career until she received a casting offer for the film that would reach 10 million in total audience attendance. Her schedule was nowhere near as packed as last year's since all she had were the occasional broadcast appearances. Hence, she had time to attend the class reunion that Park Se-woon had mentioned. Seo Yiseo tagged along with Rayan from lunchtime to prepare for today's class reunion. It was Yiseo's first time coming to a beauty salon. She was at first troubled, wondering if it was really okay for her to get makeup in such a place. Not only was it expensive, it was also a place where celebrities frequented. However, Rayan blew Yiseo's troubles away like it was nothing. It's not like we're here to get our makeup and hair done for free. We made an appointment and paid for it fair and square, so there's no need for you to be so withered. Yiseo had been envious of Rayan's confidence ever since high school. She decided to trust Rayan and entered the salon. They were guided to adjacent seats by the employees. After telling the employees what sort of hair and makeup they wanted, they could hear the employees working hard behind them. Yiseo was amazed by how much her face was changing as time passed. Experts really are on a whole other level, she remarked. Right. Rayan was capable of basic makeup, but for special events like the recent Financial World Gathering or today's class reunion, she felt much better leaving it to the experts in beauty salons. It was of course expensive, but this was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for her. She was more than willing to pay a fair price for anything convenient that could also save her time. While the two were having a great time at the beauty salon, Yiseo checked her smartphone. Jaerin and Romi said they can come too. Really? That's great. The two of them had been unsure of their availability up until last night. Jaerin had private tutor lessons, and Choi Romi had planned a date with her boyfriend. Jaerin postponed her lesson, and Romi had a massive fight with her boyfriend, Yiseo stated. Again? They fight so much. I know. Romi was the only one among Rayan's same-sex, female, friends who was in a relationship. Just like her tastes in men suggested, her boyfriend this time was also fairly good-looking. However, he's a huge womanizer, apparently, Yiseo mentioned. That's not good. Having a boyfriend with good looks was pointless if they secretly met with other women. I guess looks aren't everything. The hairdresser who was doing Rayan's hair smiled awkwardly after hearing her comment. It's a bit weird to hear that from you, Miss Kong. It was understandable, since Rayan's looks were top tier. She couldn't help but not be convincing when she was the one saying looks aren't everything. In any case, although there had been some issues, she was thrilled to hear that her friends who she hung out with a lot in her high school days could attend. Oh, right. Is Sang-woon coming too? Yiseo answered, I'm not sure. Se-woon didn't say exactly who would be coming. Has he been discharged? Time-wise, he should have by now. Rayan was confident in her discharge date calculations, because they had been polished through experience. Even without the fine details, she could guess that Choi Sang-woon had been discharged from the army right about now. Has he not contacted you at all, Rayan? I'd expect he would at least contact you of all people. Yiseo knew that Sang-woon had not gotten over Rayan. Rayan shrugged. Nope. That's odd. I thought you'd be the first one he'd call once he got out of the army. It was possible that Sang-woon had completely gotten over Rayan during his time in the military. Yiseo could not understand Sang-woon's actions at all. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Rayan and Yiseo headed to the location that Se-woon had told them about. Lim Sok-jun, Rayan's chauffeur, drove them to the class reunion venue. We've arrived, chairwoman. Good work. I'll call you when the class reunion is over, so take a break. Yes, ma'am. They got out of the car and onto the elevator. They came across Jaerin and Romi. Oh, it's Rayan and Yiseo. It's been a while. Have you gotten prettier in the time I haven't seen you, Rayan? You're definitely much prettier in person. Rayan did not get overjoyed from Romi's compliment. They had seen such a reaction from Rayan for so long now that they were not hurt in the slightest. They already knew that Rayan reacted in such a way to compliments regarding her beauty. Anyway, Se-woon sure is capable. I can't believe he booked a hotel restaurant for a class reunion venue, Jaerin said in disbelief. Yiseo gave her opinion with a bitter smile. He's the host, after all. He must have spent a lot of money on this. I guess this is nothing for a second-generation chaebol like him. Ding! The elevator door opened. They could already see a few of their former classmates enjoying the reunion. The one who garnered the most attention was of course Rayan. Even the hotel staff were captivated by her. Rayan did not exchange greetings with Se-woon for that long since they had met during the recent social party. However, the same did not go for her other friends. Rayan, Kim Young-gyo, Sang-woon's best friend who always used to be together with him, approached her. Wow, you're a full-fledged celebrity now. None of my university friends believed me when I told them we went to the same school. You should have shown them your yearbook, Rayan mentioned. I already did, and they were shocked. Because they found out we were in the same class. That too, but because you were just as pretty in your high school days. Rayan did not have a dark past regarding her face, every single moment of it was legendary. Hence, she couldn't help but be popular among both men and women. Come to think of it, what about Sang-woon? He was discharged, right? Rayan asked. Yeah, around last week, I think. We had a drink together. But why the hell didn't that son of a bitch contact me? Oh, that's because. From his response, Han-Gyo seemed to know why Sang-woon had not contacted Rayan, as she was about to ask for the reason. Oh, there he comes. Sang-woon was approaching Rayan and Han-Gyo from the entrance. Rayan quickly scanned her friend who had finally been discharged from the army. Wow, Sang-woon. Looks like you've been working out a ton in the army, huh? You've gotten so built, man, Rayan stated. I didn't really have anything else to do. I thought I'd try studying, but I couldn't focus. One of my juniors was a personal trainer, so he helped me get in shape. Good job. You look good. Sound mind, sound body. Sang-woon looked far more manly now compared to how he was during his high school days. He scratched his head in embarrassment from Rayan's barrage of praises. But why didn't you contact me once you were discharged? You hurt my feelings, Rayan asked. She had wanted to ask him this the moment that she met him. Oh, he was about to answer, but asked for her understanding instead. I'll tell you later. What enormous reason could he possibly have to tell it to her later? Rayan couldn't understand Sang-woon's vague behavior at all. Time flew by when spending time with friends who one hadn't met in forever, and the same went for the high school class reunion. Oh, it's already this late? Who's up for round 2? Se-woon exclaimed. A multitude of friends raised their hands, but Rayan did not. I have plans tomorrow, so I have to go, she remarked. Her friends' faces were dyed in disappointment, but they couldn't force her to come with them. They all knew that she was the busiest person among them. After thinking about it, it was a little unreasonable to beg her to stay for round 2, since she couldn't drink alcohol. It was best for her to just enjoy round 1. Who knows what I'll do if I get some drinks in me during round 2. It was best to stay in her comfort zone. After they all came out of the hotel, Se-woon guided everyone to the venue that he had booked for round 2. Rayan, wait. But just then, Sang-woon stopped Rayan. He had told his friends to go on without him. Rayan tilted his head in confusion and asked, what is it? You asked me why I didn't contact you right after I was discharged, didn't you? Oh, right. Are you gonna tell me the reason now? Sang-woon nodded in seriousness. I didn't call you because I wanted to resolve myself. He had needed time to collect his thoughts. As for why, he told her right away. I still like you. It was for his second confession. He felt much more at ease compared to his first confession in his high school days, because he already had a vague idea of what her answer was going to be. Her answer was, I'm sorry. It was exactly what Sang-woon had expected. Like I told you before, I like being your friend better, Rayan stated. Sang-woon felt rather refreshed after getting rejected beyond a doubt. Sorry to trouble you like this, he said. No, it's okay. That aside, was this the reason why you didn't call me? Rayan asked. Basically, yeah, idiot. Just call me next time. I like that a lot better. Sang-woon nodded with a smile. He was starting to understand why she had said that she liked being friends better. Rayan and Shin Yubin arrived at a broadcasting station early in the morning for a radio show recording. Rayan stopped in her tracks while on her way to the studio. What is it, Rayan? Yubin asked. SHH. Rayan brought her index finger to her lips to get Yubin to be quiet for a second. She then brought her ear to the wall of a break room to eavesdrop on the broadcasting station employees. I heard Director Choi is starting up a new production. Oh, Director Choi Young-woon? I heard he's been working with the casting director. Rayan unconsciously smiled from hearing their conversation. Finally, the time has come. The opportunity for her to become an actress who starred in a film with 10 million in total attendance had finally arrived. If Kang Rayan was to star in a film, her original plan was to star in one that would pull in at least 10 million in total audience attendance, since there would be no better film debut than that. However, her plan had gone slightly awry because director Yoon's gender bender film had caught her attention. Since her plan to star in the 16th Korean film to ever pull in 10 million in total attendance had gone down the drain, she was planning on starring in the very next one. Director Yoon Tae-yoon was still not very well known by the public, but director Choi Young-woon was currently one of the top star directors. Most film actors wished to star in director Choi's productions since most of his films were guaranteed to become a hit. The actors couldn't help but want it. Shin Yubin followed what Rayan was doing and eavesdropped on the employees' conversation as well. She then whispered, "Is that the huge one that you spoke about last time?" Rayan nodded. Yubin had finally understood why Rayan had been waiting all this time. I guess a new production from director Choi Young-woon is worth waiting for. But of course, it wasn't like every single one of Choi Young-woon's productions had been a hit. There had been a few that were sub-par. However, director Choi's productions followed a certain principle, a cycle of success and failure. In other words, if his previous work was a flop, there was an extremely high probability that his next work would be a hit. His film last year had been a flop, so his new film would be a hit. And from what she knew of the future, his film that would be released this year would be a hit among hits. However, there's a huge problem. There was a con to her starring in this film, but she was still planning on waiting for a casting offer to come her way from director Choi since she thought the pros far outweighed the single con. Miss Manager, I haven't received any casting offers from director Choi yet, have I? Yeah. From their conversation, He just started working with the casting director, so I expect they'll contact actors around next week. I guess so, right? Rayan decided to wait a little longer. Rayan knew very well what position she was in. She had amassed enough experience in her acting career for it to be weird to call her a rookie actress. As an actress, she was mainly known as a prodigy who displayed phenomenal performances if she resonated well with her character. Not only that, most film directors were dying to cast her, to the point that she was being overwhelmed by the number of offers coming her way. Hence, she had believed that she would of course get a casting offer from director Choi as well, but was I too conceited? A week became 2 weeks, without any news from director Choi. Chi Fyung, who had heard the story from Yoo Bin, also thought it was weird. I thought you'd get an offer for sure, but still nothing, he remarked. I thought so too. I wonder if they're experiencing delays. Director Choi's next work would have 2 female protagonists, and one of them fit Rayan's image very well. That was why Rayan expected to get a call for sure, but like she had thought, she might have been too conceited. Chi Fyung, is it possible for you to find out how the casting for director Choi's next work would be held? Rayan asked. Chi Fyung had a vast net of connections in the entertainment industry. He would be able to get the information that Rayan wanted for sure. Okay, gimme a few minutes. I happen to have an acquaintance on director Choi's team. Chi Fyung left for about 10 minutes and came back to where Rayan was. How did it go? She asked. I found out, but, Chi Fyung muttered. He did not look very good. Something that he hadn't expected had occurred. The casting is gonna be done through auditions. An audition was the process in which actors gave sample performances to demonstrate their suitability for a specific role. Rayan recalled her knowledge of the future. She knew that director Choi's next work would bring in at least 10 million people into cinemas. But I don't know how he cast his actors. She had no memory of it. Most people would only remember how the film did, they didn't remember things like the casting process. Not only that, Rayan had not worked in the entertainment industry in her past life, so it was no wonder that she wouldn't remember. They're casting every single role by audition? Rayan asked. Yeah, the lead roles, supporting roles, everything. I guess they didn't have a certain actor in mind when they were making the character settings. Looks like it. If they had formed a synopsis with a certain actor in mind, they would have sent a casting offer to that actor first. However, it was different this time. Director Choi has always liked to choose his actors by audition, Chi Fyung said. This had not been a part of Rayan's calculations. She had thought that she would be cast for sure since one of the female lead roles matched her image very well, but that plan had become completely obsolete. What do you want to do, Rayan? She had 2 choices. She could give up on director Choi's production and star in something else that she wanted, or take part in the audition. She did not have to think for very long. When is the audition? Like always, Rayan went for gold. On the day of the audition for Shuttered, director Choi's next work, Rayan went through the script in the waiting room with other actresses who had also come to take the audition. They were putting their all into their performances to make the lead role their own. Rayan couldn't help but be impressed while watching them. They're all so passionate. If their passion was converted into heat, the waiting room would be like a steaming sauna. Rayan could see actresses who were just as famous as her, as well as actresses who she had never seen or heard of before. One of the unknown actresses caught her attention. It was a short-haired woman in her early 20s, Jin Seo-young. She looks familiar. She had never heard the name before, but her face was extremely familiar. Where have I seen her? Rayan was confident that she had never seen her in any of her own productions, since she remembered every single actor whom she had worked with in her film and 3 dramas. There had not been a Jin Seo-young among the people who she had worked with. Rayan. As she was racking her brain to recall who Jin Seo-young was, someone lightly tapped her shoulder from behind. Rayan saw a familiar face once she turned around. Hello, Sunbi. It was Seo Tae-yeon, who had taught Rayan the ways of the naked slumber. As Rayan was about to ask her what she was doing here, her eyes caught the name tag on Tae-yeon's chest. Her name and waiting number was written on it. If she was wearing something like this, then, are you here to take the audition as well, Sunbi? Rayan asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Tae-yeon nodded. Yup. I'm auditioning for the role of Song Hae-mi. Rayan had never thought that the connection she had made during the female soldier special would reach this far. You're not auditioning for the Song Hae-mi role, are you? Tae-yeon asked while giving Rayan a teasing look. Song Hae-mi was one of the female lead characters of Shuttered. Rayan shook her head. No, I'm auditioning for the Wang Tae-young role. Song Hae-mi had a passive and dainty image, while Wang Tae-young exuded heroine energy. Rayan only had the role of Wang Tae-young in mind, and did not even consider trying out for the other roles. Wang Tae-young, huh? I guess it really does fit well with your current image, Tae-yeon expressed. Right. Rayan agreed. I hope the 2 of us get the lead roles. However, auditions were full of variables. Popularity was not enough to pass auditions, one needed to be skilled, and have a strong level of synchronization with the character they were trying out for. Due to this, there were many instances that a completely unknown actor managed to win the role rather than a popular actor. Hence, in a popular actor's perspective, going to auditions could be considered a risk. Since they were popular, they would be given casting offers left and right, so it was a gamble to go to auditions despite that. Tae-yeon glanced at the script Rayan was holding. Looks like you've practiced a lot. Tae-yeon was surprised by the number of post-it notes and highlighter marks that Raeyeon's script was filled with. However, Raeyeon did not think it was anything to be surprised over. I saw others that were far worse than mine, she remarked. I see. We're in the age of endless competition. After all, they were in the age where only those who worked hard survived. However popular an actor was, they would be naturally selected out from the change in times if they did not work hard enough. That was also why Tae-yeon had entered the audition. She hoped to work in one of Director Choi's productions, but she also wanted to gauge her skill level through competition. Raeyeon thought very highly of Tae-yeon's attitude. Not only did she have a great personality, Raeyeon could learn a lot from Tae-yeon since she had survived in the entertainment industry since her days as a child actor without a single negative scandal. Raeyeon, should we practice together with our respective roles? I'd love to. They were going to practice more realistically through reading the script, since having a partner would be helpful in immersing themselves in their respective roles. That's my seat. Could you move? As they were about to begin, the sharp tone of a woman froze the entire waiting room. All eyes shifted to a single area. Jang Seonbin, an actress with 8 years of acting experience, was staring daggers at an unknown actress. Coincidentally, the unknown actress whom Seonbin was glaring at happened to be the same one that Raeyeon had taken an interest in a few minutes ago. Jin Seo-young is in some real trouble. Seonbin was widely rumored to have a terrible personality in the entertainment industry. She was especially famous for picking fights with her juniors and bullying them for absolutely no reason. Seonbin herself thought she was disciplining them, but only she thought that way. The victims wouldn't think that way in the slightest. It's not discipline, but just plain harassment. That was how Raeyeon felt about it, and it also looked that way at this very moment. In the entertainment world, celebrities sometimes secretly, no, sometimes blatantly if off-camera, had wars of nerves against each other. However, it was hard to consider a senior who one-sidedly criticized a junior as a war of nerves. It's more like grilling. Raeyeon had seen such grills many times. If she was asked where, she would answer, the army. It was where grilling was a part of daily life. The entertainment world did not fall behind the army very far in that aspect. Jang Seonbin had purposefully chosen a target to demoralize the rookies before the audition even began, and that target just happened to have been Jin Seo-young. But I've been sitting here for a while, Seo-young said. She tried to protest, but it only got on Seonbin's nerves. What did you just say to me? Seo-young shrunk from her senior's threatening tone. How dare you speak that way to your Sunbi? I can't believe this. What's your name? Seonbin asked. I am sorry, Sunbi. You think sorry's gonna cut it? I asked for your name, she shouted. The waiting room was freezing over even more. There weren't any staff present to control the situation. Seo-young got up from her seat, on the verge of tears. Jin Seo-young, she answered. Jin Seo-young, I've memorized your name, so you'd better behave yourself. I can make it so you can never set foot into this industry ever again. A rookie who didn't know any better couldn't help but be scared by such a threat from her senior. Seo-young walked toward the door while trembling to go out to the hallway, because she couldn't bear to stay in the same room as Seonbin. Miss Jin Seo-young, correct. Just then, Raeyeon called out to her. Raeyeon had thought that she looked familiar, and had finally realized who she was after hearing her voice. Seo-young was an actress who would become one of the most crucial actresses of Korea. She wasn't great enough to become the lead role in films, but her performances in all of her works left very deep impressions on the audience to the point that they considered her the scene stealer. Seo-young was a supporting role actress who would become more famous than lead roles. Raeyeon did not remember the lead roles of Seo-young's works, but she vividly remembered Seo-young's scenes and lines. Despite all that, there was a reason why Raeyeon had not been able to recognize her right away. Your real name is Geon-Woo, right? Raeyeon asked. Huh? How did you? She had used an alias in the beginning of her career, but she would abandon it and use her real name in the future. She began to let herself be known after changing her acting name, hence why Raeyeon had not been able to immediately recognize her. Seo-young, no, Woo-soo was considerably surprised, since the only people who would know her real name were members of her agency. I happened to hear it somewhere. I have a lot of connections, you see, Raeyeon answered. Woo-soo accepted Raeyeon's excuse since there was no actress more famous than Raeyeon these days. It was definitely possible for her to have heard about Woo-soo during her film or drama shoots, or in variety or radio show studios. Woo-soo thought it was perfectly reasonable for Raeyeon to know her name, but more importantly, she was honored for such a top star like her to remember an unknown actress like herself. However, things didn't stop there. Would you like to read the script with us? Raeyeon asked. Me. Woo-soo's eyes shook fiercely. Raeyeon and Seo Tae-yeon were the cream of the crop of actresses in Korea. She found it hard to believe that she would be able to join such people. Raeyeon asked Tae-yeon sitting across from her, is that okay, Sunbi, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yeah, I don't mind. The more people we have, the more diverse feedback we can get. Tae-yeon welcomed it. Woo-soo did not have to be chased out into the hallway thanks to Raeyeon, but Seonbin did not stand for that happening. Hey, Jin Seo-young. What did I just say? Did you not hear me telling you to get out of my sight? Or did you already forget? And no, how do you expect to become an actress with the memory of a goldfish? Can you even memorize a script? That's why you're a nobody. Know your place. Seonbin continued with the malicious remarks. She did not stop despite Raen saying it was okay for Woo-soo to join her. In other words, one could consider this as Sunbin being hostile to Raen. Raen would not let that slide. Although Sunbin had debuted 3 years earlier than her, such a thing meant nothing to her. Sunbi, if you want a fight, you should do it with your acting, not with such pointless grilling, Raen stated. What? Kong Raen, are you out of your mind? No, I'm perfectly fine. Rather, aren't you the one out of your mind from the extreme anxiety you must be feeling because of the audition, Sunbi? Raen did not take anything lying down. Even if they were her seniors, she considered all those who attacked her as her enemies. There was no such word as subservience in her dictionary, especially when it came to women like Sunbin. Raen decided not to bother with Sunbin anymore, who had become speechless from the shock. Any more time spent conversing with her would be a waste of time. Sunbin got even angrier from Raen's refusal to bother with her, and stomped toward Raen. Just as she was about to criticize Raen's actions, Sunbin, Taeyeon got up from her seat. Sunbin flinched once she saw her. They were the same age, but, you know I'm your Sunbi, don't you? Taeyeon asked. Taeyeon had been a child actor. In terms of acting career, she had been in the industry for twice as long as Sunbin had. If Sunbin, who had grilled her juniors with her position as their senior, disrespected her own senior, that would be the height of hypocrisy. Why don't you listen to Raen and just practice your lines without bothering anyone? Don't depress your juniors in every single audition you go to like some killjoy. Sunbin couldn't say a word to retort Taeyeon's criticisms. She couldn't raise her voice when her senior was telling her to be quiet, so she had no choice but to retreat. Taeyeon sat back down without losing her smile and said to Woo-soo, Seoyoung, no, Woo-soo, was it? Don't worry about her threat about making sure you can never set foot in this industry. She doesn't have that much influence. It's all a bluff. She had said it loud enough for Sunbin to hear. The other actresses, who found out that it had all been a bluff, giggled. Sunbin's face reddened like a tomato from the humiliation, and she ended up leaving the waiting room in embarrassment. Raen held in her laugh from watching Sunbin rushing out of the room. After that unnecessary storm passed, Raen, Taeyeon and Woo-soo immersed themselves into their script reading. Taeyeon couldn't help but be surprised, not by Raen, who she already knew was a skilled actress, but, you're really good, Woo-soo. How are you not famous yet? She asked. Scene stealer characters naturally had more individuality than the lead characters, since they were the ones to set the mood. Hence, it could be argued that the supporting and minor characters Woo-soo was trying out for were more difficult to portray. But despite that, Woo-soo was portraying the characters overflowing with individuality by reinterpreting them in her own way. However, it did not feel jarring. Rather, the character that Woo-soo had adapted felt far more natural. Not only were her acting skills impressive, her understanding of the character was also on a high level. Because of this, Taeyeon had no idea why Woo-soo was still buried in the rough. Woo-soo laughed embarrassingly. It must be because I'm still lacking. No, you're more than talented enough. How many films have you been in? Raen answered before Woo-soo had a chance to. 2. She was in a 2-part short film called My House Next to a Flower House. The first part was released 2 years ago, and the second part at the end of last year. She played a minor role in both of them. Woo-soo was shocked by the detail in which Raen knew what she had appeared in. Taeyeon had also not expected her question to be answered by Raen, so she looked at her in amazement. Were you already acquainted with Woo-soo? She asked. No, this is our first time meeting. Really? Then how did you know about that? Because she's one of my favorite actors. Woo-soo didn't know how to react. You're also one of my favorite actors, Raen Sunbi? I've watched everything you've been in. Taeyeon couldn't help but smile from how the two were appointing themselves as each other's fans. She felt like the three of them would be able to work together very well. Granted, they would all have to pass the audition first. The long-awaited audition began. Raen was 24th. I guess it'll be a while until I'm called. She decided to focus on the script until then. She was surging with anxiety that she had never felt before, likely because this was the very first audition of her life. Just don't start trembling when it's your turn. Do your best, she encouraged herself. She had not starred in tons of productions, but all of her roles had been considerably important. With her level of experience, there would be nothing more embarrassing than being unable to display her full potential in front of the judges. Time went by, and her number was finally called. She proudly walked to the audition stage. Once she opened the door, she was greeted by a total of 7 judges, with the one in the middle being the famous director Choi Young-woo. Raen concisely introduced herself. Hello, my name is Kang Raen, and I'm trying out for the role of Wang Tae-young. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Kang. Young-woo had a very good impression of Raen. She had already received bonus points with just an introduction. It was not a bad start. Since Raen was so popular, director Choi did not go out of his way to ask anything about her. He instead decided to ask how much she knew about his production, Shuttered. His first question was, you know that Shuttered is a horror film, don't you, Miss Kang? This was the one con in director Choi Young-woo's next work that Kang Raen had put aside. Like the director had just mentioned, Shuttered, Korea's 17th film that would reach 10 million in audience attendance, was a horror film. Horror films were common during the summer, and Korea was no exception. The country had practically embraced it as a rule, and several horror films were released around summertime. Rayan obviously hated horror. She couldn't even watch thriller films with heavy atmospheres, so there was no way that she could watch horror. However, what if she were to appear in it instead of watching it? It was quite a gamble in her perspective, but she had gone through a considerable amount of calculations before applying for this film's audition. Watching aside, I'm sure it won't be that scary during the shoots themselves. She would know the exact timing of the ghost jump scares, so all she needed to do was to pretend to be scared. Because of such calculations on her part, she had resolved herself to try for the audition despite knowing the film was a horror. There should be a huge difference between knowing and not knowing when and where the jump scares are. If that was the case, even the scaredy cat Kong Rayan would surely be fine during the shoots. Director Choi nodded once he heard her answer and said, "You can begin whenever you're ready." "I understand." She drank some water to moisten her throat. She was a chicken when it came to horror films, but she was confident in her acting, if nothing else. Even horror films demanded a baseline level of acting skills, since they were also films. Wang Tae-yong, the female lead character that Rayan was trying out for, was the same age as Song Hae-mi, the other female lead, and they had been best friends since middle school. The character required the actress to be the protagonist of the film along with Song Hae-mi. Wang Tae-yong was set to possess great charisma and an unreserved personality uncommon for a woman, which was why Rayan thought the role fit her image very well. Director Choi also felt the same way, and the feeling was consolidated as he witnessed Rayan's performance during the audition. Director Choi and the other judges cheered while clapping once Rayan's performance was over. "Amazing? I'd expect no less from a star actress N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. Incredible? You were leagues above every other actress who had auditioned for the Wang Tae-yong role so far. How about we just give the role to Miss Kong, director?" A few of the judges were positive that no other actress would portray Wang Tae-yong better than Rayan. However, it was far too early to decide. There are still other actresses waiting for their turn. Everyone here had taken up a portion of their busy schedule to take part in the audition. Taking their devotion into account, chances had to be fairly given to everyone. It was not outside the realm of possibility that there was an actress who was a better fit for the role of Wang Tae-yong than Rayan. Rayan was not saddened by Director Choi's words, since the main purpose of an audition was to find hidden gems. Rayan said while maintaining her smile, "I will be looking forward to your call." She had done her best to display her skill, so all that was left to do now was to wait for the good news. Even if it was an audition, Rayan was more than confident in passing since she was a great fit for Wang Tae-yong. As if her confidence had paid off, she received great news from Shin Yubin 1 week later. "They just contacted us. You passed." "Is that so?" Rayan answered concisely. She was not ecstatic since she had already expected it to happen. Rather, she was more curious about the others. "Miss Manager, do you happen to know how Seo Taeyeon Sunbi and Woo-soo's auditions went?" Taeyeon Sunbi also passed. She got the Song Hae-mi role. "And, who's Woo-soo? I've never heard that name before." Rayan had accidentally used Jin Seo-young's real name. Her current alias was barely recognizable, so there was no way anyone would know her real name. "It's Jin Seo-young. She's the short-haired girl who was reading the script with me during the audition." "Oh, the unknown actress who you'd taken an interest in?" I'm not very sure." Yubin had specially looked into how Taeyeon had done since she was close to Rayan, but Yubin had not for Jin Woo-soo. "Should I find out for you? Please. I'd appreciate it." "Got it. Just give a few minutes to look into it." "Thank you, Miss Manager. It's the least I could do as your manager." Yubin had worked with Rayan for so long that she usually listened to most of Rayan's favors. While Rayan was waiting for Yubin to call back, she stared at the sample script that she had used for the audition. Just then, Seo Yiseo entered her room with a tray full of fruit slices. "Rayan, have some pears. My aunt sent me some and they're delicious." "Thanks." Yiseo had a relative who sold fruits, so they frequently sent packages full of fruits to Rayan and Yiseo's home. Thanks to this, Rayan was able to eat fruits anytime she wanted. "Does she want more autographs?" Rayan asked. "She said she's fine for now, since she got tons from you last time." "Oh, right. She asked you to come by if you ever happen to be in Jeonju." "Jeonju. Okay, I'll let you know in advance if I have plans there." However, it would likely be far off into the future since Rayan was rejecting as many program appearances as possible that required her to get out of the city. She would also be busy with film shoots from now on. Yiseo noticed Rayan's audition script while setting down the fruit tray. "Is this the script for the audition that you took part in last time?" she asked. "Yeah. Can I take a look?" "Sure." Since Yiseo was completely unrelated to the entertainment industry, she was amazed whenever she looked at Rayan's scripts. As Yiseo quickly skimmed through the sample script of Shuttered made just from one scene, her expression froze. "Rayan, isn't this a horror film?" "It is," Rayan answered while eating a piece of pear that Yiseo had brought her. Unlike her unexpectedly calm reply, Yiseo couldn't be any more worried. "But you hate horror films. Are you sure you'll be okay?" Yiseo said. "Well, I'll know everything that will happen during the shoots. It would be far less scary if she knew it was coming." That did not mean she wasn't scared in the slightest, but she was rather confident she would be able to handle it. "Not only that, there's no way I can pass up the opportunity to star in what will be the biggest hit of the year." Rayan thought that was far more of a loss than her fears. Despite that, Yiseo continued to tilt her head in worry. I have a bad feeling about this. Rayan said it was okay, but something did not sit right with Yi Seo. Rayan had heard the good news that Seo Young, the unknown actress who Rayan had taken an interest in, had also passed the audition for a supporting character. Just as I had expected. Seo Young had displayed phenomenal acting skills when she, Rayan and Tae Yeon had read the script together during the audition. Even Tae Yeon, an actress with more than 10 years of experience, had praised Seo Young's acting skills to no end. That was why Rayan had thought Seo Young would easily pass the audition as well, given there had not been any abnormalities. Rayan was also curious about the audition result of one more person. What about Miss Jang Bin? Yu Bin, who was sitting across from Rayan who had come to the agency, replied awkwardly. She failed. Seo Young passed, so it's the obvious result. They auditioned for the same role. Yeah, apparently. Of all the roles, she just had to choose the same one as Seo Young. Bin was quite unlucky. She had likely never thought that she would compete for the same role against her junior whom she had tried to demoralize in the waiting room. Neither of them likely knew, since there was no need for one to let their competitors know of which role they were trying out for. It brought them absolutely no benefit. Rayan felt lighthearted, but she also partly felt it was a shame. If she had been in the same production as Bin, she would have been able to torment her all the time. In that aspect, it might have been fortunate for Bin to have been eliminated in the audition, since she wouldn't have to be tormented by her popular junior. Yu Bin started to pack her things. Well, Bin aside, should we go do our own thing? She said. Yes. Rayan had a meeting with Director Choi and his team before the production opened. Tae Yeon was also supposed to join them, but Rayan had ended up having to attend the meeting by herself because Tae Yeon's busy schedule didn't allow her to participate. Yu Bin summarized the contents of the meeting while driving there. They said they were going to explain the shoot schedule, synopsis, and other things. Got it. Horror films were like any other films, they were all in the same bubble, so the framework was basically the same. Rayan had already experienced how film productions progressed through one of a kind of girl, so she had no need to fret. Director Choi Young-woon and a few members of the head staff greeted Rayan and Yu Bin once they had arrived. Thank you for coming all this way. Please have a seat. Director Choi was staring at Rayan with eyes filled with expectation. The performance that you showed us during the audition was incredible. I wasn't able to bring it up during the call, but every single judge decided to leave the role of Wang Tae-young to you. I'm glad to hear you say that, Director. Things seemed to be going smoothly, but an anomaly that Rayan had not expected occurred. Come to think of it, I have something to tell you in advance. While Director Choi was letting Rayan know of the shooting duration, and working together with her and Yu Bin to modify her schedule using the exact dates of the shoots, the director suddenly changed the subject. Something to tell me. Yes, something very important. Rayan wondered what it could be. But then, Director Choi said something completely unexpected. It's about the jump scare scenes. The actors' reactions sometimes feel too forced when they know exactly when the ghosts appear. That's why, to make the scenes look as realistic as possible, we're thinking of jump scaring the actors without giving them prior knowledge during the shoots. Is that okay with you? This had not been in Rayan's calculations. Rayan couldn't help but doubt her ears. You won't be letting us know when and where the jump scares will be? She asked. Yes, exactly, Director Choi replied while chuckling. However, this was no laughing matter to Rayan. They had no idea that Rayan couldn't even watch horror films by herself. The only people who knew this were Seo Yi-seo and a small number of friends who she had hung out with a lot in her high school days. Not even Shin Yu Bin, who had attended the meeting with Rayan, knew that she had zero tolerance for horror. Hence, Yu Bin didn't understand why Rayan was reacting this way. What's wrong, Rayan? Is there a problem? She asked. There certainly was. Not just that, it was a colossal one. However, she couldn't just blurt out that she actually despised horror after coming this far. It was no problem to change the shooting method, but this went against Rayan's pride. She couldn't allow people to find out that the Achilles heel of Rayan, who had a charismatic heroine girl crush image, was horror films. What do I do? Rayan racked her brain on the right course of action to take, and ultimately answered. No, there's no problem at all. In the end, she chose to lie because she thought it would all work out somehow. Rayan let out a massive sigh as soon as the meeting was over. Maybe I should have just been honest and told them I'm not good with horror. She was belatedly swept with regret, but the train had already left the station. She should have told them during the meeting if she was going to. She had been put in even more of a predicament now that she had missed the right time to do so once. At this point, she no longer had any choice. I'll just have to do it. She couldn't see any other way than to just resolve herself. She had never imagined that her fear of horror would hold her back like this. Meanwhile, Yu Bin asked Rayan while looking at her through the rearview mirror. Are you okay, Rayan? You haven't been looking too good ever since the meeting. Rayan laughed awkwardly at her manager's extremely sharp question. I think I'm just a little tired. Really? Would you like some coffee? There was a cafe nearby. No, it's probably better to just go home early and rest. Yu Bin respected Rayan's decision and started the car. She buried herself into the car seat as deeply as possible, and fell into deep thought with her eyes closed. She wondered if she could get through the shoots. I'm already worried. After every role of the film Shuttered had been cast, a production press conference had been scheduled. Director Yoon Tae-yoon had never experienced such a thing, but it was naturally scheduled in director Choi Young-woon's case since he was a star director that the public had their eyes on. This could be considered a form of advertisement, since this was the very first official stage that let the public know that director Choi was making a certain film with the corresponding actors. One could only expect people to take interest after letting others know what they were doing. The actors obviously did not have any complaints. The moment that they arrived at the press conference venue, they could easily tell how enormous the expectations of director Choi's investors were. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Wow, look at that stage, Raeon. Looks like they spent quite a lot of money for this, Tae-yeon mentioned. This was actually Raeon's first time participating in a production press conference, so she couldn't tell if the stage that had been prepared for them was extravagant or not. She decided to just take Tae-yeon's words for it, since she had been in production press conferences for several of her works. Raeon wasn't able to tell from the stage, but she could tell why Tae-yeon had said such a thing after entering the waiting room. What a nice waiting room. It was spacious and clean. The fact that this was a single-person waiting room was the epitome of extravagance. After getting her makeup and hair done, Raeon scanned the outfit that Ryu Ha-yeon had brought her. It's pretty normal, Raeon expressed. The black long-flared checkered skirt and gray sweater gave off a modern feel. It was also Raeon's favorite color scheme, since she mainly wore suits with black and white color schemes in her days as a bodyguard. Hence, the colors felt extremely familiar to her. I contacted Sumi and we decided to coordinate you guys with a black and white theme. As you can see, you're black. Sumi? Who's that? Raeon asked. Tae-yeon's stylist. We went to the same university, so we've been friends for a long time. If stylists hit it off well together, they were able to discuss with each other so that their outfit color schemes did not overlap. Raeon also became curious about someone else. What about Seo-young? The members of today's production's press conference were Raeon, Tae-yeon, director Choi, and Jin Seo-young, the unknown actress who had the most screen time among the supporting characters. She and Tae-yeon aside, she wondered if Seo-young's stylist had also planned some sort of outfit theme with them. Ha-yeon shook her head. It didn't look like Seo-young had a stylist. Really? You didn't know? She doesn't even have a manager, so I don't think she'd have a personal stylist. Raeon had not known that Seo-young didn't even have a manager. She also came to find out that she was not affiliated anywhere, so she had been doing everything on her own. I had no idea. Raeon knew that Geon-Woo would become an actress whose presence was engraved into the minds of the public. However, it was her first time hearing that she had been struggling through her acting career all on her own without an agency to support her in her days as an unknown actress. In that case, this was a golden opportunity. Uni, I'm sorry, but could you get me my smartphone? It's on the desk next to the coat hanger. Raeon requested Ha-yeon for a favor since she was in the middle of putting on her outfit. Oh, Ha-yeon expressed with a very big smile. Raeon felt anxious. What's the matter all of a sudden? You just called me Uni, didn't you? She had unconsciously used that title. Yubin would have been extremely dejected if she were here, since one of her greatest wishes was for Raeon to call her Uni instead of Miss Manager. Raeon gave Ha-yeon a look. Please pretend you didn't hear that. Ha-yeon accepted while giggling. Raeon felt like she had received far greater damage than when she called Are Hayakappa. The production press conference went smoothly. It was different from a premiere, which was held when the film was complete, so there wasn't much they could say about the film itself. All director Choi could mention were things like when they would start shooting and the estimated release date. As for the actresses, they simply expressed their determination to take part in the film shoots. Raeon was handed the mic after Tae-yeon. She remarked while maintaining her smile, I consider it an honor to be part of director Choi Young-woon's production. This is my first time starring in a horror film, but I will put my all into my performance so that I can make this production into one that everyone will enjoy. Thank you very much. Although this was Raeon's first production press conference, she was able to expertly express herself since she had experienced being on such stages countless times. However, the same could not be said for Seo-young. I will do my best. Thank you very much. Her stuttering aside, it was far too short. Despite that, the reporters simply brushed it aside without complaints while lightly chuckling. The bumpy production press conference came to an end. Only after they came down from the stage were they able to feel at ease. It would have been a problem if they had messed up during the very first official event for the film shuttered. Reporters and influential investors of the film industry were all watching them, so they had felt the pressure while coming up to the stage. They had managed to do rather well, contrary to their worries, but Seo-young expressed her disappointment. I should have been able to speak better. I'm so sorry. She apologized to her seniors and director Choi, but they consoled her instead. There's no need to apologize. You did well enough. I agree. And an actor only needs to let their acting speak for them. I'll be looking forward to the shoots. Tae-yeon was looking forward to standing in front of the camera with Seo-young very much, since she had seen a glimpse of her skills during their script reading. Seo-young, Raeon called her over to speak with her privately. I heard from my stylist that you've been working by yourself without an agency to support you. Is that true? Yes. I had been in an agency until last year, but they wouldn't extend my contract, so I ended up having to leave. From an agency's perspective, they had no need to keep an unknown actress. They had likely deemed it more efficient to raise a different prospect instead. This was rather great news for Ian. I'll give you a name card. You'll get a call from the number on here, so add it into your contacts in advance, she remarked. This is. Ian had handed Seo-young Chi-fyung's card. She smiled meaningfully as she looked at the dumbfounded Seo-young. That person is extremely famous in GNF for casting. Chi-fyung couldn't help but be famous, since he had been the one to discover Ian. Like Ian had planned, Seo-young had signed an exclusive contract with GNF. The agency also welcomed it, since Seo-young was an actress who had been cast for a supporting role in director Choi's production. It was as if GNF had bought a stock that had hit rock bottom and was about to make a massive rebound, all thanks to Ian. Seo-young had now ended up in the same agency as Ian. Time passed by, and the production was now open. Sigh. Ian sighed as soon as she arrived on the set. Yubin thought it was because Ian was nervous since today was the first day of the shoot. Don't worry, Ian. You'll do great, she encouraged. That would certainly be the case for a normal film, but not if it's a horror film. Just seeing the extras dressed up as ghosts from afar was enough for her small shoulders to flinch several times. The set was filled with dreariness befitting the set of a horror film. Just the extras dressed as ghosts were enough for Kang Ian to shrink in fear. However, the heads, hands, feet and other mannequin body parts made to look grotesque through special makeup also did their part. Just seeing them was scary enough, but her fear was amplified by several folds because they were hung up in the air. Ian expressed annoyance in her head. Is there a need to make it look so real? Of course there was. The film would be badmouthed by the audience, saying that it looked terrible if it didn't look real. Ian knew it very well, but still cursed the special makeup team. I didn't know Korea's special makeup game was this good. She should be proud, but the quality only bit her in the ass. Ian finally managed to enter her waiting room while shuddering. As soon as she opened the door, she did her absolute best to suppress the scream that was about to leave her mouth. As someone with zero tolerance for anything horror-related, Ian couldn't help but be surprised by a long, drooped wig and a white robe that female ghosts normally wore. They were displayed right in front of the waiting room entrance. However, Shin Yubin and Ryu Ha-yeon, who had entered the waiting room with her, did not react as sensitively as she had. Rather, they were perfectly calm. They just accepted it as something that would be in a horror film set. Ian looked back and forth at Yubin and Ha-yeon. Doesn't that scare you? She asked. Huh? Over something like that? It's just a prop. Ian wasn't able to discern if their horror tolerance was far too high, or if she was far too weak against horror. She held in her sigh as she looked at props similar to this that were laid out all over the set. She then realized this was going to be a difficult shoot. The general synopsis of Shuttered was very simple. The story began with a bunch of friends, who had been friends since high school, deciding to hold a test of courage in a shuttered general hospital. Nov. L. B//JNN. The character Song Jaime, played by Seo Tae-yeon, was the daughter of a shaman. Ian's character Wang Tae-young, Jaime's best friend, had no such special setting like Jaime, who had inherited powerful spiritual abilities. She was just tough and had great leadership skills. She also had a powerful will to act and phenomenal physical prowess due to her experience as a track and field athlete in high school. Ian was focused on scenes number 3 and 4 to 2 while getting her makeup done. She had highlighted all of her lines, which were mostly screams and heavy breathing. They're all just noises. They were easy to memorize, but Ian could tell that the scenes that would be shot today were highly out of the ordinary. Just then, the makeup artist said to her, "You're frowning too much, Ian. Could you relax a little?" "Oh, I'm sorry." She unconsciously frowned every time she read through her script. People who saw her misunderstood that she was focused enough to immerse herself into the script simply by reading it. However, the difference between how she was outside and inside was enormous. Unlike director Yoon Tae-yoon, who was obsessed with the tiniest of details, director Choi Young-woon let things slide as long as it did not greatly disturb the production, even if they were slightly bothersome. He considered such things as part of the natural filmmaking process. In director Yoon's case, he wouldn't have let such things slide and would have demanded another take. The two directors were completely different. Ian had a bit of a hard time adjusting to the switch in directors with completely different styles without even a year having passed, but it wasn't impossible to do. Rather, there were far more other things that she was preoccupied with for her to even worry about having to adjust to a new director's style. Ian was lost for words as she stared at the ghost wig on the camera. Why was there a wig on a camera? It was to give detail that the camera was the ghost's point of view. If the ghost's hair was long, then its hair would obviously come into its own field of view. I can't face the camera today for some reason. Ian was in the vicinity, watching the other actors perform. Her turn had finally arrived. Are you ready, Ian? Yes. They first decided to shoot the scene where she entered the shuttered hospital. The air felt dreary, possibly because it was the middle of the night. It was currently 2:30 a.m. They did not have to shoot past midnight since they were far in the outskirts of the city, but director Choi chose this time frame regardless because he wanted to make the atmosphere look as gloomy as possible. Ian took a deep breath with a backpack on and a flashlight in hand. I'm just entering the hospital, so there won't be any ghost jump scares yet, right? All of this was supposed to be written in the script, but like the director had said during the meeting, the jump scare portions had not been added in the scripts. Hence, Ian was even more nervous. Once she heard the signal, she forced her frozen legs forward and slowly walked toward the hospital. Even the clap of the slate was enough for Arayan's shoulders to flinch. Jaime, are you there? Arayan subtly trembled in the darkness. Her eyes were violently shaking, and her lips were shut tight. She had perfectly recreated the textbook look of a female character in a horror film. Director Choi was impressed by Arayan's performance as he watched her live through the screen. I'd felt this during the audition, but she's really good at acting scared. I agree. Doesn't it feel far more lifelike than what she'd shown us during the audition? I'd think she was actually scared if I didn't know any better. Director Choi had been right on the mark. This was not an act, it was real. Arayan was scared out of her mind right now. She was so scared that every single hair on her body was standing up. Even with all the staff members around her, she couldn't help feeling scared. Not just that, she had no idea what was waiting for her across the entrance of that shuttered hospital. This isn't some variety show horror special. Arayan couldn't even watch things like that because she was so scared. She even instantly changed channels as soon as guests or show hosts brought up horror stories. She was a coward among cowards. Jaime, Wonjong, Jihan. She entered the hospital while calling the names of her friends who had gone into the shuttered hospital for the test of courage. Just then, flash, a blue light sparked like lightning and illuminated a drenched female ghost. This of course was not in the script. Arayan was frightened as soon as she saw the ghost. Kaya! She screamed in a pitch so high that it would put sopranos to shame. Her scream emanated throughout the set. She had reacted in exactly the way that director Choi had wanted. Cut. That was an amazing performance, Arayan. Really? Yes. Taeyeon didn't get scared in the slightest from the same thing, so we had to retake the scene 5 times. But you managed to do it in just a single take. I was worried that you also wouldn't get scared. After experiencing it for herself, Taeyeon had thought the jump scare was too old-fashioned. However, no matter how old-fashioned it was, any kind of jump scare was extremely effective on Arayan. Arayan replied with an awkward smile as the staff members were praising her. I don't like doing retakes, so I screamed as loud as I could on purpose. She was making an appeal to everyone that it was simply an act, and that she hadn't been scared in the slightest. Arayan had entered the shuttered hospital. She felt less scared since there were cameras everywhere, but it was only in a relative sense. It did not mean that she wasn't scared. I think I get why celebrities get scared out of their wits in variety show horror specials now. Even if there were cameras, her feet wouldn't listen to her when she thought that she was walking all alone in this dark hallway. However, she couldn't just say that she couldn't do it because she was too scared. She forced herself to take another step. Spatter. She heard something as dust fell down from above. As soon as she realized that, her body moved before her eyes. Smack. Her defensive instincts unconsciously activated, and she punched the object that had fallen from above before she had realized it. She belatedly checked what she had punched. It was a voodoo doll with a knife stabbed in its stomach. Director Choi yelled cut, from behind. Arayan, that isn't there for you to punch. You might get hurt if you do something like that. You just need to scream like you did last time. I see. I'm sorry. Her fear had gone beyond tolerable levels, causing her fists to act before her sense of reason. Jai? After reaching Ward A of the shuttered hospital, a man dressed as a ghost ran toward Arayan while screaming. Arayan held in her scream and ended up swinging her fist again. It barely managed to stop right in front of the extra's nose. Huff. The extra dressed as a ghost ended up being the scared one and fell on his butt. Director Choi and the other staff members laughed awkwardly. Shall we take a short break? It's past midnight, so I understand that you're tired. I think that's a good idea. I'm sorry, Arayan apologized. It was not only to the staff members, but the extra who she had almost punched as well. Despite all this, Director Choi was still very satisfied with her performance. Arayan had screamed to no end until they had gotten to the current scene, so it was still a great success in his eyes. Director Choi said jokingly to Arayan during the break, I bet a ton of program directors will want to work with you once the film is released. I've worked with tons of actresses, but you're the first one I've seen with such extreme reactions. He said so while laughing. Arayan felt bad for him, but she was not at all in the mood to laugh right now. Scene #5-2. Kang Arayan, Wang Taeyong, finally managed to meet Seo Taeyeon. Song Jaime, again. She asked in concern, are you okay, Jaime? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? And no, I'm fine. Taeyeon was older and had been acting for longer than Arayan, but that was only the case for the world off camera. In this story, they were the same age, and went to the same university. Hence, Arayan did her best to speak as casually to her great Sunbi as possible. Jaime, who had regrouped with Taeyong, looked around in confusion. Where are the others? She asked. Jaime had also been walking around the shuttered hospital while having been separated from the others. I don't know. Damn those guys. They were the ones who suggested a test of courage, but they're nowhere to be found now. Maybe they ran away in fear n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Arayan badmouthed her friends who had disappeared. I have a bad feeling about this place, so let's get out of here too, she expressed. Just as she was about to pick up the flashlight on the floor, a human hand suddenly popped out from the ground and grabbed her wrist. Kya. Arayan screamed before she had realized it. This of course had not been in the script. She was so shocked that she immediately shook off the hand that had grabbed her. The arm ghost had been planning on grabbing Arayan's wrist for a little longer, but its plan had been ruined due to Arayan's superhuman strength brought out through her fear reaching extreme levels. Rayan had been fairly well known back in her past life as a bodyguard. Becoming a woman did not change that fact. If this had not been a film shoot, she would have dragged out the ghost staking out under the hallway and subdued it. Director Choi praised Rayan once again thanks to her sincere performance. Okay, that was great. Let's wrap it up here for today. And Rayan, your screams were great. The audio director was saying he thought his ears were gonna fall off. As Rayan watched them laugh wholeheartedly, she could only smile awkwardly with the corners of her mouth raised. She wanted to ask them what the hell was so funny, but she hated herself for not being able to. Rayan let out a massive sigh as soon as she got in the car. In terms of duration, the shoot had not been a long one, it had only been 3 hours, but it felt like 2 days. The cold sweat that had drenched her back was now dry, making it feel very uncomfortable. I'll have to take a shower as soon as I get back home. Unlike Rayan, Shin Yubin was very bright. You really went above and beyond today, Rayan? I felt fulfilled just from hearing the director and staff members praising your performance during the entire shoot. It was natural for managers to feel fulfilled when the celebrity that they were managing was praised by staff members. However, Rayan couldn't hear anything that Yubin was saying. She only had one thing on her mind right now. I'd like to go home straight away, she stated. Oh, really? Should we go right now? Yes, please. She wanted to escape from this horrifying set as quickly as possible. It was 5:30 a.m. when Rayan arrived home. It was extremely early in the morning. Seo Yiseo heard Rayan opening the front door and greeted her roommate in complete drowsiness. Welcome back. Would you like me to make you something to eat? No, it's okay. I'm not hungry. You must still be tired, so go get some more sleep. I'm gonna sleep too after I wash up. Rayan took off her clothes as soon as she sent Yiseo to bed. FSHHH. She entered the shower booth in the bathroom and let the warm water melt away her fatigue. Her hair was so long that she had to bend over when applying shampoo. Her eyes hurt from the bubbles getting in her eyes, so she closed her eyes. However, images of the extras dressed up as ghosts and the grotesque props that she had seen on the film set continued to pop up inside her head. It felt as if someone was watching her. Fuck. She quickly washed her hair while swearing. Her anxiety grew bigger the longer she had her eyes closed. After finally escaping from shampoo hell, Rayan opened her eyes and nervously looked around the bathroom. Is anyone there? This was why she hated horror. Yiseo dragged her sluggish body out into the living room. While she stretched with her arms straight up, she doubted what she was seeing in the living room. All the lights were on despite it being broad daylight, even the TV was on. Not just that, Rayan was sleeping on the couch with a blanket over her. Seeing this, Yiseo could immediately tell what had happened. She smiled and lightly shook Rayan's shoulder. Rayan. Kong Rayan. Rayan lightly groaned and opened her eyes to look up at Yiseo. What? You should sleep in your room. Isn't it uncomfortable sleeping on the couch? Is okay. Is more comfy here, Rayan expressed while pulling her blanket up to cover her face. She seemed to have been more scared by the horror film shoot than expected, hence the state of the living room due to her inability to sleep. Yiseo was one of the very few people who knew Rayan was extremely weak to horror. She shrugged as if it couldn't be helped and walked to the kitchen. She decided to make something to eat for her roommate, who had suffered both mentally and physically all night. No matter how tired Rayan was, there was one thing that she never forgot to do, and that was exercise. Not only did she personally like to work out, maintaining a good figure was a necessity now that she was a popular actress and was in the middle of shooting a film. Rayan arrived at the fitness center. She did some light stretches and headed straight to the bench. She was planning on working out her triceps today. She laid down prone on the bench and gripped the barbell in an overhead position. She then extended her elbows to straighten her arms upward, and brought the bar back down to a position right above her forehead. This exercise was a variation of a tricep extension, the skull crusher. It had a fairly frightening name. I'm not scared of things like this, though. Rayan unconsciously smiled bitterly. Just then, a man approached her. How's your workout going? Oh, Sunbi. Jae-woon, who had been Rayan's co-star in the drama Reaper, greeted her first. Since he was wearing sportswear, he also seemed to have come to work out. His tank top allowed for his thick upper arms to be fully visible. His toned body was one of the many reasons why Bex, the boy group that Jae-woon was in, was considered the representative boy idol group of Korea. Would you like some help? He asked. Yes, please. Rayan hadn't been able to focus on her workout at all, so this was perfect. She gladly handed the bar to Jae-woon and he spotted her from above. Up, hold, down slowly. That's right, good. Rayan had been able to get in all the reps that she had wanted thanks to Jae-woon. Thank you, Sunbi, she expressed while wiping her sweat with a towel. No problem. Anyway, I don't think I've been seeing you around in the usual time that you come here. Are you busy? Yes. My film shoot started last week. Oh, right. The production opened last week, didn't it? Jae-woon had also wanted to star in director Choi Young-woon's production, but had not gone to the audition because it had overlapped with his schedule. It seemed like he still had regrets, because he occasionally smacked his lips in disappointment while talking about the shuttered shoots with Rayan. Rayan asked him something to feel him out. Sunbi, I'm guessing, you have a high tolerance to horror. Me? No, not at all. I can't watch horror movies even if I'm with other people. Hearing that, Rayan felt a strange sense of camaraderie with Jae-woon and was taken aback at the same time. He was physically built enough to take on a tiger, so she couldn't imagine him trembling from something like ghosts. But you were going to apply for a horror film despite that, she asked. Well, the more you find something to be difficult, the more you should tackle it head on, don't you agree? Only then will you be able to overcome it. Thanks to that, I'm far less of a chicken than I had been in the past. But of course, that's only in a relative sense. I'm still a chicken, Jae-woon answered while laughing. It made sense. One couldn't keep running forever. Raeun was also slightly intrigued, hearing that Jae-woon's efforts had actually paid off in the long run. Seeing Raeun deep in thought, Jae-woon asked in return, do you hate scary things too? Raeun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. You're taken aback, aren't you? She asked. I guess so, but I'm the same. People who are strong on the outside are occasionally more easily frightened, so don't be too bothered by it. Jae-woon's words consoled Raeun somewhat. There isn't anyone who'd tease you for getting easily frightened, so don't worry. Rather, having that side makes you more cute, I'd say. Raeun hid her embarrassed smile with a towel. She had never expected that she and Jae-woon, who she thought had nothing in common, had shared such a trait. Raeun had come back to the rundown hospital, the set of the film. She was overflowing with resolution today. I'll be in your care. Director Choi and the staff members nodded passionately in response. Fight fear with fear. I won't back down from a fight. Raeun had come to the set with this mindset. Today's shoot was going to be filmed in the same format as that of last week, of which the actors were unaware of where the jump scares would be. The camera filmed Raeun walking through the hospital hallway with Taeyeon with only a flashlight to rely on. Then, a ghost mannequin fell from the ceiling to scare the actresses. Kayak. Unlike Taeyeon, who screamed, Raeun was so frightened that she grabbed the mannequin by the arm and threw it over her shoulder. Smash! The ghost mannequin's arm broke off from its body. Cut. Raeun. We don't need any ghost-busting scenes. All we need are scenes of you getting scared, Director Choi remarked. I am so sorry. Raeun had been determined to fight fear with fear, but she had not meant to fight in a physical sense. This is so hard. She felt this was going to be the most difficult film to shoot out of every film and drama she had starred in.